Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. We need disciples like you in our hall. If you choose to become our disciple, we can guarantee you the best benefits in the entire sect. Furthermore, your weapons would be taken care of by the sword casting hall. Wang Hai said cheerfully. Master Wang, why waste his potential in the sword casting hall? Kinhua glanced at Wang Hai and said, he'd better come to our alchemy hall. Here, he won't have to worry about his future cultivation pills and can even eat them like jelly beans. How could his cultivation not make great strides? You too. Li Gaiking didn't know whether to laugh or cry at their words. Haha, we're just joking. Brother Song will eventually become an elder or even a personal disciple of the sect leader. How can he possibly join us? Wang Hai laughed and gave Song Jian a badge, saying, this is our sword casting hall's martial order. With this order, you can choose a weapon of blue quality or higher in the sword casting hall. Consider it a gift to celebrate your passing the exam. This is the pill order from our alchemy hall. You can use it to get 10 chi boosting pills. Keep it well. Kinhua also gave Song Jian an order with a smile. Song Jian took the 2 orders with a smile, thanked them, and then turned his eyes to Li Gaiking. This. Li Gaiking immediately felt his scalp prickle. He originally intended to host a random disciple exam and have some fun. He hadn't expected to have to pick up the tab. Both the martial order and pill order were given by Wang Hai and Kinhua, but the resources consumed came from the sword casting hall and the alchemy hall. They managed to curry favor without spending any of their own money. However, whatever gift Li Gaiking might give would definitely come out of his own pocket. After hesitating for a moment, Li Gaiking pulled out a notebook from his robe, gave it to Song Jian, and said, these are my personal insights on practicing the Kin'an sword skill. Take it. I know you may not care much for this basic sword skill of the Kin'an sect, but let me tell you. Practically all of the advanced sword skills of the Kin'an sect evolve from this basic skill. Learning this will greatly assist you in mastering more advanced sword skills in the future. Chapter 640, Doubt. Song Jian hadn't learned the Kin'an sword skill in 3 years, and the 3 examiners had known it long ago. But now it seemed that Li Gaiking had misunderstood that Song Jian didn't disdain the Kin'an sword skill and was unwilling to learn. However, what they didn't know was that Song Jian had never learned the Kin'an sword skill at all. Seeing Li Gaiking hand over his own cultivation experience, Song Jian respectfully took it with both hands and thanked him. Song Jian's attitude made Li Gaiking feel very satisfied. He nodded with a smile and stroked his long beard lightly. Alright, the test is over. You should go back and rest now. Take a good wash, the smell of blood on you is too strong. Li Gaiking laughed, came to the Kin'an hall tomorrow. The sect leader and the elders of the sword sect will personally assess you. If you catch their attention and become their personal disciple, you will soar to the heavens in 1 step. Yeah, perform well during that time. Wang Hai laughed heartily. I'm rooting for you. Kinhua smiled, covering her mouth, an enchanting expression on her face. After exchanging pleasantries with them for a while and obtaining their contact information, Song Jian smiled and watched the 3 leave. After the test, Song Jian didn't go straight back to his lodgings. Instead, he headed towards the mission tower to collect the reward for exterminating the Black Wind village, which he had not claimed yet. As the Black Wind village had not been eliminated for a long time, the reward for this mission had been constantly increasing. It had now reached a level that even official sword masters were envious of. Seeing Song Jian, who was covered in blood, enter the room, even Wang Defu, who was sunbathing outside the mission tower, was startled. You really destroyed the Black Wind village? Wang Defu asked in amazement. The leader of Black Wind village's head is right here. Song Jian raised a cloth bag and said. Good, good, good. Wang Defu exclaimed 3 times, his face full of admiration. I didn't expect it, but you really soared to the skies after 3 years of silence, stunning everyone. Hee, thank you, thank you. Song Jian cupped his hands in gratitude, handed over the cloth bag, and said, please, manager, check it. For such an important task, ordinary disciples definitely had no qualifications to check the mission item, only the manager could do so. Wang Defu opened the cloth bag, glanced at the bloody head inside, nodded, and said, alright, leave it here. If there are no issues in 3 days, the mission reward will be given to you. For such an important mission, they naturally couldn't just rely on a bloody head. The sword sect would send someone to Blackwind Mountain for a detailed investigation. Song Jian nodded and left the mission tower. This kid. Wang Defu shook his head and said, I never expected that I, Wang Defu, would misjudge someone. This useless smud can actually turn into a gem. When it was known that Song Jian had single-handedly defeated the remaining 999 people in the disciples' test, it caused a commotion among the inner court disciples. The disciple assessment of the Kenyan sword sect was not only for the odd job disciples, but the inner court disciples as well. At the end of the day, when all assessments were completed, the information of the outstanding disciples was immediately sent to the sect leader and all elders. In the main hall of the Kenyan sword sect, a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, who appeared to be in his 30s, was carefully reading the data in his hands. The other elders were also sitting together, going through the information of outstanding disciples from the test, to see if they could find some good seeds to accept as personal disciples. Song Jian, the only winning disciple among the odd-job disciples? An elder with white hair held Song Jian's information in his hand, looking very interested. Oh, odd-job disciple? Isn't it that they should take the top 3 every year? How come there's only one qualified this year? Another elder asked curiously. He single-handedly beat the other 999 participants, so he was the only one who came out on top. That's interesting, let me look at his information. What's his name, Song Jian? The elders began searching among the information in their hands and pulled out Song Jian's information. This disciple is quite interesting, he hasn't even learned the Kenyan sword technique in 3 years. But in just 3 days, he exterminated the entire Blackwind village. I heard that the leaders are quite strong, especially the main leader, even I wouldn't dare to say that I could definitely defeat him. The difference in strength displayed before and after, isn't it too disparate? Could it be? Elder Zhao hesitated. It shouldn't be, look at the evaluation below. This disciple has extraordinary talent, and seems to have sword intent in his gestures. His moves are natural and flawless, without any hint of artificiality. He's like a piece of jade, with great potential. An elder pointed at Li Gaiking's evaluation and said, obviously, he doesn't know any sword skills or other abilities. Which of the invaders from the other world doesn't possess strange skills or sword techniques we've never seen before? Let's send someone to check the battle traces at the Blackwind village first. If there's no problem, let him join the inner court. The sect leader pondered for a moment and said, Ahem, by exterminating the Blackwind village, he has earned the reward of becoming an inner court disciple. An elder reminded. Well, since that's the case. Sect leader Liu Qinian looked at the other elders and smiled, any of you elders willing to accept this disciple as a personal disciple? Sect leader, his identity hasn't been investigated yet. What if he's an invader from another world? An elder frowned. Yes, his combat power is suspicious. It's hard to believe that one person could destroy an entire Blackwind village. What's so unbelievable about it? The test evaluations stated that the disciple had a hint of sword intent. Isn't it normal for a disciple with sword intent to defeat enemies of a higher level? Let's investigate it first. Otherwise, it will make people feel uneasy. Well, let's investigate it first. If there's no problem, I'm interested in him. Sword intent. It's really hard to believe. I don't know what kind of sword intent he has comprehended, if it is. Elder Hong, you're overthinking it. With his current age, it's most likely that he's only touched the threshold of sword intent. To form a true sword intent of his own is simply impossible. There are not many geniuses like our sect leader in this world who can do that. While the Kenyan sword sect's higher-ups were discussing, Song Jian was in his room reading through Li Gaiking's detailed explanation of Kenyan sword technique which was given to him. In addition to the complete Kenyan sword skill, it also contained Li Gaiking's experience with every move and every form. This was a formal sword master's experience. It could not only allow people to quickly understand the Kenyan sword skill but also guide their future sword path. Its value was immeasurable. After browsing through the entire booklet, Song Jian suddenly saw a golden light in front of him, and the system prompt followed. Chapter 641, Summoned. Song Jian was unaware that annihilating Blackwind village had aroused suspicion among the higher ranks of the Kenyan sword sect. In spite of this, the village, being the closest bandit hub to the Kenyan sword sect, was inevitable in Song Jian's path to a fast recovery of his powers. Rather than sneaking there, he considered it more sensible to openly accept the mission, and once the battle was over, Blackwind village was reduced to ashes by Song Jian's hand. He doubted anyone would manage to unearth any evidence from the piles of ash. In the aftermath of his assault on Blackwind village, the looted gold, silver, and jewels alone were worth hundreds of thousands of doomsday coins. The regular bandits didn't drop much, mostly gray miscellaneous items and ordinary goods which Song Jian couldn't care less about. However, the bosses surprisingly dropped some valuable items. Each of the 5 bosses dropped 2 to 3 golden tickets for Songjian, which could be exchanged at any shop in the game for either 100 liang of gold or 10,000 doomsday coins. Besides, the chief boss dropped his skill book, Ghost Hao Blade Skill, which was of blue quality. Although Songjian could not use it, he could sell it for a good price. Songjian planned to exchange this skill book for a sword skill book of the same grade. He had already mastered many skills, but was stuck due to a lack of skill points for upgrading. If he passed the test mission, he would receive a lot of skill points. At that time, he could merge his maxed out skills to create an even more powerful one. As such, his demand for sword skills was growing. The mission rewards for wiping out Blackwind Village offered by the sect were also tempting. He could become an inner sect disciple directly and even get a significant amount of pill cultivation and custom weapons. Songjian didn't care much about the status of being an inner sect disciple nor the weapon, but he was quite interested in the cultivation pills. Alchemists held a prestigious position in this world, as they were not only capable of creating pills that rivaled advanced healing potions, but could also create pills that could recover spirit points during battles or even permanently increase his attributes, a true eye-opening experience for Songjian. If it weren't for needing to focus completely on the examination tasks, he would have contemplated learning the alchemy skill. The next day, Songjian dressed in a clean gray robe and made his way towards Kenyan Hall, the conference hall of the Kenyan Sword Sect. As he neared the hall, Songjian was led into a side house which served as the reception of Kenyan Hall. It was required to wait here until being summoned by the sect leader or the elders. Also seated in the side house were a few other disciples, all clad in white robes, much more luxurious than the gray ones Songjian wore, inner sect disciples. Songjian thought to himself, these were the top performers in the inner disciple examination. Upon seeing Songjian arrive, a peculiar light flickered in their eyes, observing him up and down as if he were some exotic creature. Under their probing gazes, Songjian remained indifferent, instead proceeding to sit down at a tea table nearby. He poured himself a cup of tea and began to leisurely have his snack. The other inner sect disciples were nervous in anticipation of the summons from the sect leader and the elders. Even while sitting, they maintained an upright posture, sitting impeccably straight and properly. Observing how Songjian casually helped himself to refreshments, drew both contempt and admiration from the inner sect disciples. "You must be younger brother Songjian," said a man who looked to be in his 20s. "We've heard about how you single-handedly annihilated Blackwind Village, and demonstrated your might in the disciple examination, defeating over 900 opponents alone. We admire your courage," he complimented Songjian with a bow and a smile. "You flatter me, elder brother," responded Songjian, returning the polite gesture. The second phase of the mission required Songjian to destroy the entire Kenyan Sword Sect and even kill the sect leader. Having been operating around the base of Kenyan Mountain for the past 3 years, his knowledge of the sect was nearly non-existent. He didn't even know who the elders were, let alone their individual strengths. With such scarce information and no knowledge of the sect's high-ranking members, attempting to destroy it was laughable. This was why Songjian had decisively attacked Blackwind Village, not only to restore his combat power, but also to draw the attention of an elder or even the sect leader, in hopes of being taken in as a direct disciple. This would allow him to learn more about the Kenyan Sword Sect and devise a plan to annihilate it. Songjian had already become more or less part of the inner disciples after he destroyed Blackwind Village. Taking into account his performance in yesterday's examination, he was likely to be summoned by the sect leader and the elders, potentially becoming a direct disciple. So, while the successful inner disciples held some distaste for him, they always maintained a friendly expression, hoping to establish a congenial relationship with Songjian. The atmosphere in the side house was harmonious, with everyone discussing which elder was most powerful and who was the best at mentoring disciples. Compliments were freely given. Songjian listened attentively, enjoying their conversations about the Kenyan Sword Sect elders and subtly gathering information from them. About half an hour later, another disciple entered and said indifferently to everyone, "The sect leader and all the elders have summoned you. Follow me." "Thank you, brother." The inner disciples promptly rose and bowed to the man who was dressed in a purple robe. Songjian also stood up and followed suit, showing respect. Wearing a purple robe was a privilege for only the sect leaders and elders' direct disciples. Although they didn't recognize this disciple, his status as a direct disciple was enough for them to show respect. The disciple barely acknowledged them with a nod and led them out of the side house. The group hastily followed him. They soon arrived at Kenyan Hall, one of the most important buildings in the Kenyan Sword Sect where regular official discussions and receptions took place. The grandeur of the building was awe-inspiring, especially the plaque above the main entrance bearing the inscription Kenyan Hall. It radiated an extraordinary aura and the vigorous strokes of the inscription hinted at a violent sword intent that set the heart pounding upon viewing. The mere sight of the inscription made Songjian go cold. It seemed that the second mission was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Chapter 642, Sword Intent. Here we are, this is Kin'an Hall. You can enter by yourselves, said the core disciple indifferently. Pushing open a large green metal door, Songjian and the others headed towards the hall of Kin'an Hall. The hall was spacious and somewhat vacant. Sect leader Liu Kin'an and more than a dozen elders turned their gaze simultaneously towards Songjian's group. Greetings, sect leader, greetings elders. The group respectfully greeted. Each of these dozen or so elders emitted fluctuations of Tier 1 combat power, surpassing ordinary Tier 1 combatants. Songjian had felt this level of intimidating might only once before, on the leader of Blackwind Village. As for Liu Kin'an, seated on the sect leader's throne, even Songjian couldn't discern his actual strength. To what extent had he reached? The only descriptor in his mind was unfathomable. No need for formality, you all represent the future of the Kin'an sword sect. We've asked you here mainly for us old fellows to meet you, and as a reward for your performance yesterday, Liu Kin'an said amiably. We are willing to serve the sect. Songjian and the others bowed and shouted in unison. Good, other than Songjian, all of you are inner disciples. Several elders appreciate you a lot and wish to take you as their direct disciples, said Liu Kin'an. The inner disciples looked at each other in surprise, then burst into excitement. Becoming a direct disciple of a master was like taking a step up into the heavens. Not all successful participants in the disciples' trial could become direct disciples, they must be selected by the elders. Chu Kaiyang, how did Ong here, you must have heard of me. Today, I wish to take you as my 12th direct disciple. What do you think? A burly white-haired old man stood up and shouted loudly. The disciple who had spoken with Songjian earlier stood up, his face glowing with excitement. Holding his fists in respect, he bowed to the old man and said, Disciple is willing. Liu Chanhua, old man. One by one, elders stood up, taking the internal disciples as their direct ones. The information of these disciples was already known to them, so it was more a matter of formality. Those who became direct disciples would see their status greatly improved. No inner disciple would refuse to acknowledge this favor. All the disciples who were accepted as direct disciples stood behind their masters, leaving only Songjian standing alone in the middle of the hall. Everyone quietly watched him. Songjian, can you tell us how you managed to annihilate the whole of Blackwind Village by yourself? Liu Qingwen asked slowly. The Kin'an sword sect had already sent people to examine Blackwind Village. It turned out that it was completely empty and had been burned down. The bodies of the people had been burned to ruins and no trace could be found. Some elders were even preparing to strike. As soon as Songjian showed any indication of weakness, they planned to launch a powerful attack to kill him on the spot. Sect leader, honorable elders. Songjian responded without arrogance or humility, when I initially accepted this assignment, I did not plan to annihilate the entire Blackwind Village. I knew my own strength. I was not, at the time, capable of completely annihilating Blackwind Village. My intent was only to kill some ordinary bandits, and earn some cultivation pills in the process. However, after killing the ordinary bandits, I suddenly entered a strange state. I don't even know what I was doing, I just moved continuously towards the Blackwind Mountain Village. When I came to my senses, the bandits of the entire Blackwind Village had been killed by me. I was afraid at the moment, so in my panic, I overturned the brazier, and fled back here overnight. Songjian added. What is this strange state you are referring to? An elder asked with wide eyes. I don't know. With a slight frown, Songjian shook his head. The elders closest to sect leader Liu exchanged glances before looking back at him. With a hint of a smile, Liu Kin'an asked, can you enter that state again? A few elders' eyes brightened. This was exactly what they wanted to know. If Songjian said he couldn't enter again, his suspicion would greatly increase. If he could, but his strength didn't change at all after entering the state, he would not be able to prove his innocence, and would definitely be under intense scrutiny in future. I can. Songjian replied. Afterwards, I attempted to enter that state multiple times. After numerous trials, I can now deliberately enter and exit that state. Can you show us now? Liu Kin'an asked with a smile, appearing relaxed throughout, unlike the tense elders around him. The rest of the elders were mostly like spectators, sitting quietly, saying nothing. Songjian nodded, lightly closed his eyes and tensed his muscles, seemingly using all his strength. After a moment, Songjian activated his primordial chaos indestructible sword body technique, causing a keen aura to radiate from his body. Golden sword chi swirled around, and 8 sword shadows slowly rotated around Songjian. Songjian was taking a gamble. The concept of sword intent was well known in the Kin'an sword sect. Their sect leader had been considered a genius in his youth for his independent comprehension of sword intent. Due to the enthusiastic endorsement of some people, the types and strengths of sword intent were a common topic among the disciples of the Kenyan sword sect. Songjian found that the so-called sword intent was akin to a boost in status. Depending on the specific sword intent, the effect varied. His immortal sword body greatly resembled this amplified state. Although Songjian didn't know if there were any sword intents similar to the immortal sword body in this world, he felt that his chances of winning this bet were high. Sword intent, it's really sword intent. This isn't just touching the threshold of sword intent, this is complete sword intent. An elder stood up in shock, staring at the Songjian, who was exuding a fierce aura with golden sword chi swirling around him, and cried out in surprise. Liu Qinyan squinted his eyes, involuntarily squeezing the armrest of his throne. A crack sound echoed as the sturdy armrest developed a crack. What kind of sword intent is this? It feels powerful, definitely capable of contesting a Tier 1 combatant's strength. All the elders turned their gaze to sect leader Liu Qinyan. Among them, only a few had touched the threshold of sword intent. In the entire Kenyan sword sect, only sect leader Liu Qinyan had truly mastered sword intent. Chapter 643 Sword Formation. Liu Qinyan stared at Songjian and said slowly, "Indeed, this is sword intent." The moment his words fell, the gazes of several elders became red-hot as they looked at Songjian. Even disregarding Songjian's potential for now, just his comprehension of the complete sword intent was enough to spark the elder disciples' envy. If they could personally teach him, wouldn't their chances of understanding sword intent increase significantly under his influence? Ahem, sect leader, now that Songjian is cleared, can I? An elder rose and hinted with a respectful bow towards the sect leader. Before he could finish his sentence, a robust man interrupted him. Old Hu, why are you always trying to hog everything good for yourself? Haven't you already taken a disciple directly under your wing? Greediness isn't virtuous. Let those elders who haven't taken any disciples yet have a chance. As for Songjian, I would. I also haven't taken a direct disciple yet. I think Songjian is quite suitable. My Guan Yu sword skill is very suitable for him. A few elders ranked higher clamored with an eagerness to take Songjian as a direct disciple. Initially, the elders ranked lower also shared the same thought, but seeing the current situation, they all gave a bitter smile and shook their heads, just watching the scene while sipping tea. Enough already. We are all experienced people, yet we're bickering like kids, aren't we setting ourselves up for ridicule? Liu Qinyan frowned at the incessant arguing elders and finally reprimanded them. Once everyone had quieted down, Liu Qinyan addressed Songjian. Songjian, are you willing to become my disciple? Upon hearing Liu Qinyan's words, the elders wore various expressions. The indoor disciples who were just taken in as direct disciples all watched Songjian with envious looks. I am willing. Songjian respectfully replied. Good. Liu Qinyan expressed his satisfaction with a smile. From now on, you are the third disciple directly under my wing. Congratulations to the sect leader for taking another direct disciple. What a joyful occasion. All elders congratulated in unison. Finally, Songjian breathed a sigh of relief. Although his involvement in the Black Quint bandit trade was concealed, his possession of sword intent was exposed, and he was accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader himself. As such, his reputation spread throughout the Kenyan sword sect, making him known to almost everyone. This made him step more cautiously than ever. Once Songjian became a direct disciple of the sect leader, he was allocated a separate small courtyard. His attire was changed from the simple grey robes to a splendid purple robe, and he even had 2 maidservants at his command, which essentially catapulted his status within the Kenyan sword sect. A few days later, the rewards for eliminating the Black Quint bandits were distributed. Moreover, with the welcome gifts offered by several examiners during the disciple assessment, Songjian spent several days engrossed in the study of swordsmanship in his courtyard, politely declining all disciple visits. In this world, I can study new sword techniques that don't need skill points to level up. Songjian exclaimed in wonder, carefully examining a scroll. This scroll was the detailed explanation of Kenyan sword technique, given to him by Sword Master Li Gaiking during the disciple assessment. As he studied it, his proficiency in Kenyan sword skill gradually increased. When his proficiency reached 100%, a golden light suddenly appeared, and the level of Kenyan sword skill had leveled up. At this point, Songjian's Kenyan sword skill reached level 8. Its highest level is 9, much higher than many of Songjian's other skills. Although learning new sword skills didn't require skill points in this world, other skills like Flash Thunder Strike and Broken Wing Dance still required skill points for upgrades, making them seem oddly out of place. This world is truly a haven for swordsmanship cultivation. If I study and master more sword skills and constantly integrate them, maybe I'll be able to develop epic or even legendary level sword skills. If I succeed, my rewards in this world will be far greater than mission rewards. Moreover, even if I fail, I can still carry those sword techniques back with me. A smile couldn't help but creep across Song Jian's face. Several other disciples resided around the small yard where Song Jian lived, who were all elder disciples. Song Jian was supposed to visit his two senior brothers, i.e. Liu Kenyan's other two direct disciples, first, but they were both out on tasks, and he had no other option but to let it go. However, a disciple living next to his courtyard would often come over to see him. After many refusals, Song Jian finally decided to maintain civility with his neighbor. Qi Ling, can't you learn a bit of courtesy like Elder Wan's direct disciple? Song Jian helplessly watched the young man clad in a purple robe jump over the wall and walk straight to the stone table in the courtyard. He picked up a pastry and stuffed it into his mouth while savoring each bite. That bookworm is such a pushover. People like him are bound to lose out. Qi Ling replied with a self-satisfied expression. Song Jian referred to Elder Wan's direct disciple, his neighbor on the other side. After being refused by Song Jian once, he never returned. Also, can you please enter through the main gate next time instead of always hopping over the wall? It doesn't reflect well on you. Song Jian said, rubbing his forehead. I can't help it. This route is more convenient for me. If you don't like it, you can buy a sword formation from the sect and set it up around your house. Qi Ling seemed to choke on his words and drank a large cup of tea to wash it down. Then he continued, I know you are super wealthy now. Even we other direct disciples looked greedily at the rewards you got for eliminating the Blackwind bandits. Moreover, don't tell me that you gained nothing from eliminating the entire Blackwind bandits. Song Jian smiled faintly. His assets probably were a lot more abundant than those of average direct disciples. For his everyday cultivation, he used Dan pills like candy, which greatly sped up his progress. He could afford to practice the Kenyan sword skill with no restrictions on the usage of Dan pill sword formation? What do you mean by that? Song Jian asked, intrigued by Qi Ling's words. Indeed, with Song Jian's expertise in magic runes, setting up a defensive magic array in his yard would be a piece of cake. Doing such a thing, which would blatantly reveal his true identity, was something only novices who were new to this world and knew nothing would do. This. Qi Ling took out 3 transparent crystal stones from his pocket and tossed them on the ground. The crystal stones automatically arranged themselves in a triangle, and a sharp sword chi rose from the middle of the triangle and slashed towards Song Jian. Chapter 644, Trading Zone. Seeing the sword chi approaching, Song Jian's brows raised. He formed a sword with his right hand, lightly tapping the sword chi. Bang! A sound like metal clashing rang out in midair, and a strong force burst forth, causing a gust of wind in the small courtyard. Song Jian's eyes lit up. The power of this sword chi was almost on par with his max-level Earth Teeth Assault. Moreover, from these 3 transparent crystals, Song Jian felt a familiar sensation. This is the most basic sword chi array, formed with 3 sword stones. Those who can create sword stones are called sword array masters. If you're interested, you can look into it. Qi Ling smiled and said, you can go to the trading area in the sect, where you'll find everything you want. Song Jian nodded and put the matter aside, chatting casually with Qi Ling. After Qi Ling left, Song Jian continued to level up his Kenyan sword skill until it reached max level. Then he put away the book-detailed explanation of Kenyan sword technique. Now, the skills Song Jian had mastered included Earth Teeth Assault at max level, which could be fused. However, when he put Earth Teeth Assault and Kenyan sword skill into the fusion column, he found that their fusion rate was only 2.32%. It seems that to fuse skills, you need to choose those with similar types and effects. The fusion rate will be higher, Song Jian thought as he closed the fusion column. After making simple preparations, Song Jian left his residence directly. This place is like a small town. Song Jian walked in a trading area of Kenyan Mountain and looked at the buildings on both sides of the mountain road with a surprised expression on his face. Those entering included inner disciples, direct disciples, and sword masters of the Kenyan sword sect, making the place quite lively. There were numerous shops in the trading area, mostly owned by sword masters, and the majority of the customers were inner disciples. Song Jian casually glanced at the shops on both sides while walking towards the center of the trading area. At the center of the trading area, a stone pillar stood erect. Many people were gathered around the pillar, seemingly examining something. With the stone pillar as the center, a circle with a diameter of 10 meters was drawn on the ground. As Song Jian stepped into the circle, he instantly felt a breath drilling towards his forehead. This breath touched the skin of his brow, giving a tingling sensation like being electrocuted. Instantly, a large amount of information composed of text and images flashed before Song Jian's eyes. Eventually, the information twisted and condensed into a thick book that appeared in his mind. With a thought, Song Jian's consciousness made contact with the thick book and gently flipped to the first page. Weapons, materials, pills, sword techniques. What first caught Song Jian's eyes was a densely packed index. He hesitated for a moment and directly chose Sword Array. A soft buzz sounded in his mind, followed by a plethora of information regarding sword arrays. Basic sword array course completed, sword arrays for sale, sword array materials, sword array shops. All sorts of information related to sword arrays appeared before Song Jian. After looking through them for a while and gaining a general understanding, he then moved on to the sword techniques section. All kinds of sword techniques appeared before him. Some were already fully mastered by the Kin'an sword sect. If these techniques were chosen, a specialized sword master responsible for explaining them would be available, in addition to the technique books. However, there were many other sword techniques that the Kin'an sword sect had obtained from other places, with few practitioners. If such techniques were chosen, self-exploration would be required, and the possibility of encountering various issues was high. As expected, the higher the tier of the sword techniques passed down by the Kin'an sword sect, the higher the required level of the Kin'an sword skill. Song Jian thought as he browsed through the information. Cultivating sword techniques on my own is too slow. Unless I can get a book like the detailed explanation of Kin'an sword technique, it's better to level up sword techniques during combat. Song Jian thought, I should follow my original plan and learn more about sword arrays. Soon, after filtering, Song Jian was left with only a few pieces of information. Course, Basic Sword Array, Instructor, Zhao Tanlian, Array Level, Advanced, Class Time, every Wednesday 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., Fee, 2 points. Buying 10 grams of mysterious iron pure gold at a reasonable price, items for trade available, White Tiger Sword Formation Analysis, Cloud Rising Steps, Roaring Tiger Sword Techniques, Flowing Cloud Sword, Blue, Golden Silk Armor, Blue. Items sold in store, Basic Sword Array Analysis, Sword Spirit Grass, Sword Stone, Blank, Spirit Accumulation Pill, Blood Replenishing Pill. It doesn't seem easy to learn about sword arrays. Song Jian frowned. There were specialized teachers in the sect to teach sword array knowledge, but it required points. These points were like the currency circulating within the Kin'an sword sect, and any item could be exchanged with points. As a direct disciple of the sect leader, Song Jian received a welfare of 100 points a month. However, the class time was short, and there were still 5 days until the next class. Song Jian couldn't wait that long. As for the remaining options, Song Jian didn't have the items they wanted in exchange. It seems like I can only check out those shops selling sword array knowledge, Song Jian thought to himself. Among the information he chose, there were 3 shops selling basic sword array knowledge. Song Jian headed directly towards the one closest to him. According to the information left on the webpage, Song Jian quickly found a shop. This shop was located at the end of a narrow alley on a mountain road, built on a huge rock. The shop was a bit remote, so there were no customers inside, making it very quiet. Inside the shop, there were shelves lined with various items, making it look like a general store. What do you need? A middle-aged man's face emerged from behind the counter. He looked somewhat chubby, with round, rosy cheeks and a pair of small, shrewd eyes. I need some basic books on sword arrays, Song Jian said. The middle-aged man stuck his head out, looked Song Jian up and down, and upon seeing the purple clothes on his body, he muttered quietly, another brother who has been promoted from inner door to direct disciple. Do you really think learning sword arrays is so simple? Better to buy some finished products for self-defense instead of wasting energy and time to learn this. As he said this, the middle-aged man came out from behind the counter and picked up a thin booklet from the shelf. He handed it to Song Jian and said, 10 points. Also, the items sold in this store are non-refundable. Chapter 645 Sword Array Haul. Song Jian bought a few more blank sword stones and a sword array talisman cutter, spending all his 100 points, before he left the shop. Is this guy trying to squeeze every last point out of me? Song Jian looked at the bulging small cloth bag in his hand and thought to himself. Back at his residence, Song Jian instructed his 2 maids not to disturb him, took out the basic sword array analysis and started studying. After carefully flipping through the entire book, the word sword array appeared in Song Jian's skill bar at level 1. System, you have learned the basic sword array, mastered the skill of setting up sword array, and obtained the title of Junior Sword Array Master. Junior Sword Array Master, title. Equipping this title increases the speed of setting up a sword array by 5% and the success rate by 5%, not bad. A smile crept onto Song Jian's face. With the help of the gaming system, he could learn any skill quickly as long as he had a skill book. This basic sword array analysis only includes a simple array, the Blazing Blade Array. He could carve the array diagram of the Blazing Blade Array on a blank sword stone, and once successful, he could activate the array diagram on the sword stone for attack at any time. He continued to flip through the book, and each time he gained proficiency in basic sword array analysis. He spent an entire afternoon almost memorizing the entire book, and his sword array level only increased to level 3, and his proficiency could no longer increase. After a light dinner, Songjian took out a blank sword stone and a small wooden box the size of his palm. Opening the box, there was a silver needle as thin as a hair. The needle was only a knuckle long, sparkling like a star. This was the sword array talisman cutter, which cost Songjian 60 points alone. Songjian's eyes focused on the silver talisman cutter. In a short while, the talisman cutter began to vibrate slightly, slowly floating in midair as Songjian's mental strength began to slowly consume. The so-called carving of a sword array involves using mental strength to control the talisman cutter to carve a complete array diagram on the sword stone. Songjian looked at the trembling talisman cutter in front of him and frowned. He took back the sword stone in his hand. It would be a waste to carve the array diagram on the sword stone in this state, a waste of sword stones, a waste of points. It's like using a trembling hand to embroider. The final result is just wasting materials. I have to practice controlling the talisman cutter first. Songjian thought to himself. However, not long after, Songjian felt dizzy, and the silver talisman cutter fell onto the table with a clatter. It consumes too much mental strength. Songjian's face was gloomy. He took out a pill and swallowed it, gradually recovering his mental strength. It seems that learning the sword array is much harder than I thought. In fact, with the help of the system, Songjian was already much faster than others. Ordinary people who first learn the sword array cannot master it, even after 1 or 2 years of hard work, and he only took a short afternoon to become a junior sword array master. Although he still can't produce any sword array stone, he already has the qualities of a sword array master. After resting for a while, when his mental strength recovered, Songjian began to control the talisman cutter again. He spent 3 straight hours and consumed enough pills to bankrupt an inner disciple, but the level of his talisman cutter control didn't improve. Why is it so hard? No wonder the shop owner looked at me like I was wasting time learning the sword array. It seems only real sword masters can learn the sword array. Songjian thought, unwilling to concede. The so-called sword masters are those with first-tier combat power. Their attributes are much higher than ordinary disciples, so they naturally have no problem controlling the talisman cutter. Songjian was holding a pill, about to put it in his mouth, but suddenly felt nauseous. The faint fragrance emanating from the pill became a repulsive smell his nose. I can't eat anymore, my body is sending a warning. If I eat more, I'll develop pill toxin, which is harmful to the body. Songjian frowned. The pills in this world do not have a cool-down time, they can be used consecutively, but if you eat too many at once, they can produce toxins in the body. Am I to just give up? Songjian frowned, then an idea hit him. He picked up the silver talisman cutter. Spiritual sword control technique. Suddenly, a transparent spirit sword condensed from Songjian's forehead. He controlled this spirit sword to shoot at the silver talisman cutter. As soon as the spirit sword neared the talisman cutter, it immediately entered it. Suddenly, Songjian controlled the silver talisman cutter as if it was second nature, flexible and nimble, as if he had been practicing for a long time. What made him even more delighted was that after the spirit sword was integrated into the talisman cutter, controlling the talisman cutter no longer required the consumption of mental strength. That is to say, each time he made a sword array stone, he only needed to consume 30 points of mental strength and he could control the talisman cutter indefinitely to make sword array stones. Even a sword master with first-tier combat power couldn't do this. It was as if. It's like a glitch in the system. Excitement shone in Songjian's eyes. For more than a month, Songjian stayed home. Every day, he instructed his maid to go out and buy sword stones for him. When he ran out of points, he'd exchange his gold, silver, and jewels. There were several baskets of defaced sword stones. Each time the 2 maids watched as the ruined sword stones were removed, they were speechless. One day, Songjian was controlling the sword array talisman cutter to engrave the sword array diagram on the sword stone, and 6 shining sword stones were already placed on his table. At this moment, a maid suddenly shouted at the door, "Young master, the sect leader wants to see you." Songjian jolted, and with a crack, the sword stone in his hand emitted a slight shattering sound. Songjian expressionlessly threw the ruined sword stone in his hand into the trash bin, taking the remaining 6 sword stones. These are the ones he had prepared for creating the 7-star sword array. He only needed 1 more to complete the set. This time the summon was not a formal one. Songjian arrived at sect leader Liu Qinyan's private courtyard. "I heard that you've been secluded at home lately, studying the way of the sword array?" Liu Qinyan laughed when he saw Songjian enter. Songjian nodded. This was not a secret in the Qinyan sword sect. At this time, his sword array skill had reached level 9, and he was about to be promoted from junior sword array master to intermediate sword array master. There were only a few in the entire Kin'on sword sect who could reach the level of intermediate sword array master, and there wasn't a single advanced sword array master. Closing yourself off from the world won't work. Liu Kin'on smiled, since you like to research into the sword array, then go to the sword array hall. You won't need to waste points purchasing those materials. Song Jian's eyes lit up. It seemed that his foster father was specially taking care of him. However, he soon realized that his mission was to destroy the Kin'on sword sect and kill the man in front of him. His heart suddenly became conflicted. Chapter 646, Awe of Getting Off the Horse. The next day, under the guidance of a disciple, Song Jian arrived at the sword array hall. The sword array hall of the Kin'on sword sect was surprisingly located in the belly of the entire mountain, almost hollowing out Kin'on Mountain, utilizing the earth's vein firepower to refine sword arrays. Next to the sword array hall was the sword casting hall, both entrances very close to each other. "Hey, Song Jian, what are you doing here?" A familiar voice sounded. Song Jian turned to look and saw that it was Sword Master Wang Hai, who had assessed him before. "Master Wang." Song Jian respectfully bowed and greeted him. "No need for that, you're a genius who has comprehended sword intent and the sect leader's personal disciple. If anything, I should be the one bowing to you." Wang Hai hurriedly waved his hand and stepped aside. "Why are you here? Could it be that you joined the sword array hall?" Wang Hai glanced at the entrance leading to the sword array hall and asked. "Yes, my master knew that I liked to study sword arrays, so he let me come here to learn," Song Jian said with a smile. Wang Hai gave Song Jian a meaningful look, nodded without saying anything, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then turned and left. Watching Wang Hai's retreating figure for a while, Song Jian followed the disciple guiding him and entered the sword array hall. "Master Song, I've brought the person." The disciple guiding the way saluted a middle-aged man dressed in white and said. Song Jian looked up and saw that the man appeared to be in his 40s with an average build. Although his face showed no wrinkles, there was a wisp of white hair at his temples. He doesn't look like a sword master but rather like a scholar. Song Jian wondered in his heart but didn't hesitate at all. He took a step forward and bowed to the hall master of the sword array hall. "Greetings, hall master." Good, good." A smile flashed across Master Song's face, and he raised a hand in a light gesture. "You are the sect leader's personal disciple, no need to be so restrained. The sect leader told me that you like to study the way of sword arrays, but to truly master sword arrays, one must possess at least first-order combat power, otherwise, a careless mistake could cause severe damage to one's mental strength. I heard that you have already comprehended complete sword intent, so you should be able to break through and become a real sword master soon. By then, you will truly understand the power of sword arrays," Master Song said, smiling. "Thank you, Master Song." Song Jian clasped his hands in a salute. "You will be assisting Master Sun, acting as his deputy for now. Master Sun is our most experienced junior sword array master in the sword array hall. Learn from him well." Master Song turned to an elderly man with white hair and a beard and said with a smile, "Sun Changlin, I'm leaving the sect leader's personal disciple to you. Don't hold anything back, teach him well, and our sword array hall may have another sword array master, and you'll be credited for it." Cough, cough, "That's fine. I'm getting old, my mental strength is weakening a lot, and even holding a talisman blade makes me tremble now. I'm afraid it won't be long before I can't even make the simplest stone-splitting array." Sun Qinglin seemed somewhat weak, coughing twice, but teaching this little kid here shouldn't be a problem. "Follow me." Sun Qinglin took Song Jian to a small room and handed him a 4-finger-thick book, saying, "First, understand what a sword array is. These are all basic knowledge about sword arrays, and you must memorize them all. However, it's necessary to read through them at least once, and preferably, read them thoroughly. This is the most comprehensive basic knowledge regarding sword arrays in the entire sword array hall." Song Jian looked at the book in his hands and was dumbfounded. The title of the book was also Basic Sword Array Analysis. "What, is there a problem?" Sun Qinglin glanced at Song Jian and asked. "I had previously bought a book about basic sword arrays as well." Saying that, Song Jian took out the book he had bought for 10 points from his bosom. "Bought it from the trading area, right?" Sun Qinglin just glanced at it and said, "Most of the books sold in the trading area are written by memory from the disciples of the sword array hall. If you buy 10 such books, the content inside each of them might be different." Song Jian was somewhat speechless, but his face soon showed excitement. His sword array skill had already reached level 9, but no matter how he practiced creating sword stones, his proficiency could not be improved. It seemed that he had reached a bottleneck. But the book in front of him might just help his sword array skills continue to improve, and he might even have a chance to break through the junior sword array master level and reach the intermediate sword array master level. From then on, Song Jian began to lead a life of 2 points and 1 line. He paid no attention to anything else in the Kin'on sword sect, and even the first order combat power assessment task was put aside. Of course, with his current strength, even if he wanted to complete the assessment task, it would be beyond his reach. The Kenyan sword sect was not something he alone could eliminate. Half a month later, just like before, Song Jian left his residence and headed towards the sword array hall. He was currently only doing some tasks to assist Sun Changlin, such as organizing sword array drawings and collecting materials for making sword stones. However, in fact, Song Jian was already an intermediate sword array master with his sword array skills breaking through level 10 and reaching level 14. In the entire Kenyan sword sect, there were only a few people with higher sword array achievements than him. Perhaps the key to completing the assessment task lies in this sword array technique. Song Jian walked and thought with his head down. Just then, a 12 or 13-year-old boy ran towards Song Jian, panting. "Brother, the sect leader summoned you," the young boy said, gasping for breath. Song Jian smiled gently and said, "Linger, speak slowly and don't rush." The boy called Linger was sect leader Liu Qinyan's page boy, making him something like half a personal disciple. The other two personal disciples of the sect leader have returned to the sect. "The sect leader, he wants you to meet your other two senior brothers," Linger said. Song Jian was slightly startled. Since he was accepted as a personal disciple, he had never met these two nominal senior brothers. He didn't expect they would have already completed their tasks and returned. "Let's go quickly," Song Jian said as he followed Linger towards Liu Qinyan's estate. The moment Song Jian stepped through the main gate of the estate, he immediately felt a chilling murderous intent. Inside the estate, it seemed as if thousands of sharp swords were stabbing towards him. Subconsciously, Song Jian activated his immortal sword body, condensing a metal longsword over 3 feet long in his brow and slashing it fiercely forward. Bang! A dull sound echoed through the air. Song Jian felt as if the metal longsword he had condensed had struck a thick steel wall, sending a strong rebound sensation through his mind. Song Jian grunted, blood streaming from his nostrils. Chapter 647 Senior Brother, is that Song Jian? Come in quickly. Liu Qinyan's voice came from the mansion hall. Song Jian's face was somber. He wiped off the blood seeping out and headed toward the mansion. As soon as he entered the gate, Song Jian saw a man wearing an iron mask, looking at him with a mocking face. It seemed that the man who had just taught him a lesson was this man. The man's iron mask only covered half of his face. The mask was shaped like a soaring hawk. Seeing Song Jian, he revealed a sarcastic expression. "Is this the genius who has grasped complete sword intent even before becoming a sword master, whom my master has taken in? To me, he's nothing special. Jian, say less. At his age, you were no match for him," said a man wearing a black robe, glancing at him. "Humphrey, eldest brother, why are you so eager to play the good guy? I think our little junior brother isn't so simple." Jian snorted coldly and turned his head. "All right, I have only taken in 3 disciples. I hope you all get along and support each other. I'm not asking you to make me famous." Liu Qinyan, sitting at the main seat, glared at Jian. Jian, with an unconcerned look, shrugged his shoulders at Liu Qinyan. "Greetings, master." Song Jian bowed his head and saluted. "Song Jian, I asked you here to introduce you to your 2 senior brothers. This is your eldest brother, Changqing. The one wearing an iron mask is your second brother, Jian." Liu Qinyan explained. "Greetings, eldest brother and second brother." Song Jian saluted. The eldest brother smiled and nodded back, while Jian snorted coldly, a hint of disdain on his face. The aura around the eldest brother, Changqing, was dense and deep, like a surging river. In contrast, Jian exuded a fierce aura. It was as if he were a long sword freshly forged from the furnace, his blade glowing red hot, while his sharp sword held a touch of flame. Both of them had reached the first level in combat power. Changqing was at level 36, while Jian was at level 32. "Song Jian, how have you been doing in the sword array hall recently? Any gains?" Liu Qinyan asked with a smile. "Quite well. I feel that I've gained a lot." Song Jian nodded and said. "PSH, you haven't even reached the first level in combat power and you dare to learn sword arrays. Can you even hold the talisman blade firmly?" Jian disparagingly remarked. Liu Qinyan snorted coldly. Jian froze, bowed his head, and began to drink his tea. "As long as you gain something." Liu Qinyan nodded and said. "The 2 of you executed this mission very well." Liu Qinyan spoke a few words with Song Jian, then turned to Changqing and Jian. "Especially King, the quality of the Zhuantian snowman's heart is extremely high. It will significantly enhance the power of my sword talisman war soldier." "Sword talisman war soldier?" Song Jian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed there were several things Liu Qinyan had up his sleeve that he wasn't aware of, like this sword talisman war soldier, This was the first time he'd heard of it. Song Jian perked up his ears, eager to learn more about the sword talisman war soldier, but Liu Kenian merely mentioned it in passing without further explanation, and swiftly changed the topic to their respective progress in cultivation. The morning slipped away like this. For the most part, Liu Kenian doing the talking, while the trio listened. Between analyzing the internal situation of the Kenian sword sect, Liu Kenian suggested improvements to the trio's set techniques and cultivation progress. Song Jian discovered that Liu Kenian was lax and allowed them leeway. He would occasionally offer guidance when he was in the mood but let things be when he wasn't. Alright, stay for lunch. It's been a while since we teacher and disciple have eaten together. Liu Kenian laughed and added, next time you two go into the secret realm, take your junior brother along for some experience. Song Jian noticed that after Liu Kenian finished his sentence, the look his two senior brothers directed at him had become strange. Master, junior brother's strength is still weak. The monsters in the secret realm, even the weakest, have the first level combat power. It would be dangerous for junior brother. Chang King said hesitantly. Master, if we bring him in, it's not just risking our own necks, but if something happens to him, we'd have a hard time explaining it to you. Jian Qi glanced at Song Jian and remarked. Humphrey, do you think that your junior brother's strength is weaker than yours? Liu Kenian's face darkened as he snapped, he has grasped the complete sword intent. Once he enters sword intent state, he can match the first level combat power. What, is that possible? Liu Kenian's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked up and down at Song Jian. Comparable to first level combat power? How is that possible? Jian Qi jumped from his chair, his face full of disbelief. What, you think your master would lie to you? Liu Kenian snorted coldly and, giving them both a look, he left flapping his sleeve. Little junior brother, when you have time, let your brothers bear witness to the true sword intent. Eldest brother Chang King laughed. Yes, we are not qualified to see master's broken water flow sword intention. We have always heard that sword intent is indeed very mighty, but we've never seen anyone use sword intent. Jian Qi looked at Song Jian, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Broken water flow sword intention. Song Jian thought to himself, it seems I should interact more with these two cheap senior brothers to learn more about Liu Kenian. After lunch, Song Jian continued on his way to Sword Array Hall. In the Sword Array Hall, Song Jian had mastered numerous powerful sword arrays. Although they were only blueprints, Song Jian was confident that as long as he had enough materials, he could produce the sword array stones needed for these sword arrays. Come, Song Jian, today I'll teach you how to make sword array stones. Sun Qinglan saw Song Jian come in and quickly waved at him. Make sword array stones? Song Jian was taken aback. After all, to make sword array stones in Sword Array Hall, one had to have the first level combat power, an unwritten rule in the Sword Array Hall. What, you don't want to learn? Sun Qinglan asked with a straight face. I do want to learn, I'd love to. Song Jian laughed. Sun Qinglan laughed, took out an empty sword stone, handed it to Song Jian, and said, I know you have a talisman blade. Come, try it out and show me how far you've come. Song Jian smiled slightly, took out a wooden box, pulled out a silver talisman blade from inside it, and with a thought, the silver talisman blade slowly floated up, transformed into a silver light, and burrowed into the empty sword stone in Song Jian's hand. Sun Qinglan was stunned, a look of surprise in his eyes. After looking at Song Jian, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 648, Official Sword Array Master. Sun Qinglan looked at the silver talisman knife controlled by Song Jian, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. You are holding the talisman knife very stably. Sun Qinglan said in astonishment. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly, his formation skills were much higher than anyone had imagined. He only revealed a little, and it had already shocked the junior sword array master. The sword stone in Song Jian's hand kept flashing, and inside, it seemed as if there was a small silverfish swimming constantly. Fine gold. Song Jian whispered. Sun Qinglan was stunned for a moment and then immediately realized. He took a wooden box from the shelf, opened it, and inside was golden powder as fine as sand. Swish. As if a breeze blew, a thin layer of the fine gold powder was scraped from the wooden box. It looked like a golden thread, rushing towards the transparent sword stone in Song Jian's hand. Sweat began to trickle down Song Jian's forehead, making him appear very exhausted. However, in reality, forcing out sweat was even more laborious than making the simplest sword array stone in his hand. Dragging the creation process for almost 1/3 longer than usual, the sword stone in Song Jian's hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling white light. The sword array was recorded, and a fresh sword array stone was produced. The silver talisman knife seemed like a stream of light, flying out of the sword array stone and landing in the wooden box. Song Jian seemed to be drained of strength as he collapsed into a chair, and the sword array stone also fell from his hand and landed on the table. Seeing Song Jian gasping for breath, Sun Qinglan fell silent. He could not remember how long it had taken him to finally make his first sword array stone in his early days, but it was definitely much longer than Song Jian's time. Although Song Jian tried his best to hide it, many details revealed his proficiency in making sword array stones. This guy must have made a sword array stone before, even though it's just the simplest Starlight's sword array stone. Sun Qinglan thought to himself. Ordinary sword array stones could only release one sword chi at a time, and based on the power of the sword chi, they were divided into Starlight, Moonlight, and Sunburn. The complete set of 7 stars sword array stones that Song Jian had successfully made earlier was even more powerful, capable of easily slaughtering a 100-man squad. Not bad, not bad. Although it's just the simplest Starlight's sword array stone, it can actually be triggered 3 times, which is considered a minor extreme quality. Sun Qinglan picked up the sword array stone on the table and examined it carefully. The originally transparent sword array stone now had golden patterns within, like fine hairs. These patterns were like a spider web, wrapping around the entire sword array stone. With just one use of internal breath, such a sword array stone could shoot out a sword chi towards the enemy. Moreover, the quality of the sword array stone that Song Jian made was quite high. It could accumulate and trigger 3 sword chis before it would be scrapped. I originally wanted to teach you something, but I didn't expect that you had already taught yourself to this level. It's really amazing. Sun Qinglan looked at Song Jian with complex emotions. Taking a porcelain bottle from his bosom, Song Jian took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. His face gradually regained its color. Hearing Sun Qinglan's praise, a smile appeared on Song Jian's face. Alright, with this sword array stone, you are now considered a junior sword array master. I'll talk to the hall master and sign an official contract with you. From now on, you'll be a formal member of the sword array hall. Sun Qinglan said as he waved the sword array stone in his hand. Song Jian nodded slightly, still seemingly exhausted. Sun Qinglan knew the feeling of depleting one's mental strength. He gave a few instructions and told Song Jian to go back and rest directly. Holding the freshly made sword array stone, he went to find the sword array hall master. It didn't take long for the entire sword array hall to learn that Song Jian, after only a little over a month of practice, could independently produce a sword array stone, albeit the lowest ranked Starlight sword chi array stone. Song Jian, can you deal with this sword stone? There seems to be some purity issues. Every time it reaches the chi attraction point, there's some blockage. Has a Jin Yinghua arrived yet? Send someone to urge them. We can't afford to delay the sect leader's task. Song Jian, go and remind them. Although he had become an official sword array master, Song Jian's displayed strength was limited to producing only 1 Starlight sword array stone per day, which was too slow. As a result, most of the time, he was busy with miscellaneous tasks. Despite this, many people were still amazed by Song Jian's progress in learning sword array techniques. As the days went by, Song Jian didn't seem to be in a hurry to complete the second round of the assessment task. He knew that in this world, his strength could never break through to the first-tier combat power. Only by completing the assessment task and leaving this world would it be possible. If he couldn't break through, he would arouse suspicion from others sooner or later. 3 months later, Song Jian gradually revealed his true strength. Having previously only been able to make 1 Starlight sword array stone per day, he could now, like the other sword array masters in the sword array hall, complete daily tasks. Song Jian took 3 months to reach this point. Although his progress was astounding, nobody had any suspicions about his performance when he and the other sword array masters worked together to make sword array stones. One day, Song Jian was working on some blank sword stones at the public workbench in the main hall of the sword array hall. At that moment, a figure walked in through the door of the sword array hall. Everyone, this month's task has arrived. The quantity of sword array stones has increased by 25% compared to last month. Master Song said with an uneasy expression. What, it increased again? In recent months, the task quantity has been increasing continuously. Our current tasks are more than double those of a few months ago. Yes, recently, when I sleep every night, I feel a headache coming on. If this continues, I'm afraid my consciousness will suffer permanent damage. Master, you must report this to the sect leader and the other elders. We can't hold on much longer like this. Hearing that this month's task had increased again, it immediately caused an uproar among the sword array masters. There's no other way. The conflicts within the Holy Yuan secret realm have intensified, and our disputes with the Red Sun sect are growing. In the past month, there have been more than a dozen small-scale battles. Our fellow apprentices in the secret realm have a great demand for sword array stones. Everyone, please hold on a little longer. The sect leader has already ordered that all your benefits will be doubled during this time, and once we defeat the Red Sun sect, there will be rewards based on your contributions. Everyone's efforts won't go unrewarded. Master Song comforted them. The monthly tasks were determined by the higher-ups of the Kin'an Sword sect, and the Sword Array Masters couldn't resist. Their complaints now were merely a way to vent their frustrations. Upon hearing about the compensation, everyone quieted down, as continuing to make a fuss wouldn't benefit them. Songjian smiled faintly. A month ago, he had noticed that many of the materials in the Kin'an Sword sect, including pills, talisman paper, weapons, and equipment, had risen in price. In particular, the prices of auxiliary combat items like sword array stones were increasing rapidly. It seems that the Kin'an Sword sect is not the only dominating power. The key to destroying the Kin'an Sword sect might be in this Holy Yuan secret realm. Songjian thought to himself. Chapter 649, Entering the Secret Realm. Seeing that the Sword Array Masters stopped complaining, Master Song smirked and continued, additionally, there's another thing I have to announce. This month, we need to send 2 Sword Array Masters to the Holy Yuan secret realm. No need to get anxious, everyone. The other halls will also need to send personnel to the secret realm. There's nothing much to say about this, it's a must-do task. Let's discuss who to send this month. As for the situation next month, we will decide then. Master Song looked around and said. Sect leader, why send us to the Holy Yuan secret realm? Aren't new sword array stones being sent to the secret realm every day? Why assign 2 sword array masters there when they're not needed? Isn't this redundant? A sword array master asked curiously. I heard that some incredible treasure has been discovered in the Holy Yuan secret realm, so the sect is increasing its efforts in the exploration of the realm. In the future, the entire sword array hall and even the whole sect may move into the secret realm. For now, we are just laying the groundwork. Master Song responded, the daily tasks for those going will be the same as here, repairing damaged sword stones and creating new sword array stones. There's no need to fight anyone. Also, in addition to the regular monthly benefits, those going to the secret realm will receive an extra reward of 300 points. Master Song announced. The secret realm was dangerous, so many people were reluctant to go. However, upon hearing that the reward was so generous, many people were tempted and began discussing it among themselves. Actually, as long as we don't enter those disputed areas, it's not as dangerous as people say in the secret realm. A young sword array master hesitated. The reward is high, but it's risking our lives. Sun Qinglan's face was somewhat ugly. Secret realm? Is it very dangerous? Songjian feigned curiosity. Oh, I forgot, Songjian. You were just promoted to a direct disciple not long ago and probably don't know much about the secret realm. Sun Qinglan slapped his forehead and said. Songjian, what do you think is most important to you right now? Sun Qinglan asked. Cultivation techniques, skills, pills? Songjian pondered. Resources. Ultimately, it all comes down to resources. Sun Qinglan said, the equipment you wear, the sword in your hand, the pills you use regularly, all of these things are resources. Secret realms represent a massive amount of resources. Some realms are naturally formed, containing many natural treasures like precious herbs and minerals, fertile spirit fields, and various types of spirit beasts. Some realms are created by ancient practitioners who cultivated their private worlds. Such realms are even more valuable than naturally formed realms. The Holy Yuan secret realm is the kind of realm created by ancient practitioners. Besides the resources found in natural secret realms, the most important thing is the blessings left by the ancient practitioners. The cultivation methods inherited from ancient times are worth a fortune each. This is why our Kin'an Sword sect and the Red Sun sect have been fighting for so long. I guess that an ancient relic left by ancient practitioners has been discovered in the Holy Yuan secret realm. Sun Qinglan glanced around and whispered. Songjian was stunned. What Sun Qinglan described was different from what he had imagined. In the gaming world, secret realms were merely instances for leveling up and acquiring high-level equipment. However, here, it seemed more like the private garden of some ancient powerhouse. I'm getting old, and the secret realm is too dangerous for me. Sun Qinglan turned to Songjian and said, you're still young, and you should seize the opportunity to explore the secret realm. Who knows, you might get lucky and obtain a cultivation technique left by an ancient practitioner. That could propel you to great heights. Songjian, Li Zai, this month, you two go to the secret realm. Stay in Kin'an town and don't go out. Just make a few sword array stones and repair some damaged sword array stones every day. Think of it as a change of environment to relax. Master Song called out their names directly. Songjian was taken aback, not expecting Master Song to pick him to go into the secret realm. In fact, he had already seen a few sword array masters showing their intention to go, but Master Song ignored them and picked him instead. Master Song, I've only just started learning sword arrays, I'm afraid I'm not qualified yet. Song Jian showed a bitter smile on his face as he spoke to Master Song. It's okay. The task in the secret realm is much easier than outside. You are now a qualified sword array master and can fully take on the task. Master Song grinned. Song Jian nodded and didn't refuse any further. In fact, he was quite interested in the Holy Yuan secret realm and wanted to take a look. At present, most of Kenyan's sword sect's strength had been focused on the Holy Yuan secret realm. If anything were to go wrong there, the strength of Kenyan's sword sect would be greatly diminished. This was advantageous news for Song Jian. The next day, Song Jian and another man named Li Zai followed Master Song toward the back of Kenyan Peak. Along the way, the three of them passed through 5 or 6 checkpoints and numerous hidden guards. Song Jian could feel the gazes coming from the shadows. The entire back mountain area seemed unremarkable, but surprisingly, it was the most tightly guarded place in the entire Kenyan sword sect. The trio walked all the way to a secluded valley at the rear mountain, where they saw a man sleeping on a huge rock, holding a sword in his arms. Next to him was a wine gourd, from which a strong aroma wafted out and gradually dispersed. Honorable Uncle, by the sect leader's orders, I'm bringing my disciples into the secret realm. Please check and verify. Master Song respectfully bowed to the man who was sound asleep. Alright, just go in. Don't disturb my sleep. The man on the rock, seemingly annoyed, turned over and said, Let's go. Master Song shook his head and smiled bitterly, leading Song Jian and the other person toward the cliff in front of them. The entrance to the secret realm was hidden within this cliff face. Master Song took out a token and pressed a seemingly inconspicuous spot on the cliff. Soon, the surface of the rugged cliff began to ripple like water waves. A dazzling white light shot out from the center of the waves, and then spread out in all directions. Eventually, an oval-shaped white light gate formed and slowly stabilized. This is the entrance. Follow me in, one at a time. After finishing his words, Master Song took the lead and stepped into the light gate. Chapter 650, Map. Song Jian felt a blur before his eyes, as if he were suddenly plummeting from a great height. His body felt weightless, and he lost control. However, Song Jian quickly felt solid ground beneath his feet. Instinctively taking a couple of steps forward to regain his balance, he rubbed his swollen eyes and thought to himself, this has been the most uncomfortable teleportation I've ever experienced, bar none. Upon opening his eyes, Song Jian found himself standing on a giant platform. This platform was over 30 meters in diameter, surrounded by a circle of smaller platforms about 10 meters in diameter. There were many other disciples moving around these platforms. Around this platform was a small, careful town. Beyond that was an endless green plain, dotted with fields of medicinal herbs and a glow of various protective formations. So this is the Holy Yuan secret realm. It's much bigger than I imagined. Marveled Li Zai, who stood by his side, his face filled with surprise. Alright, let's go and check in first. You'll have plenty of time to explore this place later, said Master Song, leading them towards the town. This is Kenyan town, where you will be living for the next month, instructed Master Song as they walked. This area that extends for 5 miles is Kenyan sword sect territory. I'd advise against venturing beyond its borders without notifying authorities. It might be tempting to explore the secret realm for opportunities, but remember it's also fraught with danger. Even a random beast encountered might possess the combat power of the First Order. After they had reported their arrival and Master Song had organized their work and accommodation, he left the secret realm, leaving only Song Jian and Li Zai in town. 7 days later, having completed his task of making 3 moonlight sword array stones for the day, Song Jian stretched his back and walked out of the room. Life in the secret realm was indeed more comfortable. As long as he completed his daily tasks, no one bothered him, and he was free to explore the area outside the town or wander around the town itself. Within Kenyan town, the other disciples respectfully saluted Song Jian upon seeing the distinctive uniform of the head disciple. Without a care, Song Jian headed straight for the center of the town. In the secret realm, the town center of Kenyan was a trading area. Many disciples and even sword masters would sell items they discovered whilst exploring the secret realm here. Song Jian had discovered by chance that rare treasures from the secret realm could be bought quite cheaply in this area. Hey, Song Jian, you're here. Come in, come in. I have lots of new goods today, come see if anything catches your eye. A middle-aged man, barely more than a meter tall, called out to him, his eyes lighting up. Song Jian chuckled. So, have you got any more of those fruits? The shop was a simple log cabin, a 2-story building constructed from raw logs, the bark not even removed from their surfaces, giving it a rugged, rustic feel. A few days ago, while browsing, Song Jian had stumbled upon a fruit in this shop that could increase attribute points. Initially, he had wanted to purchase it with points, But the dwarfish shopkeeper had taken a liking to the mead that Song Jian had been carrying at the time. Eventually, Song Jian had traded 10 bottles of mead for the fruit that could increase his strength attribute by 1 point. "Hey, I've got something even better than that fruit," the shopkeeper said with a mysterious grin. "Come on, step inside and take a look." Song Jian followed him to the second floor of the shop where, among a pile of junk, there sat a black coffin. With a wicked grin, the shopkeeper slid open the coffin to reveal a set of stark white skeletal remains. "A skeleton?" Song Jian furrowed his brows. "I think there's been some sort of misunderstanding here. Why would I be remotely interested in a skeleton?" "Just wait a moment, wait a moment." The shopkeeper motioned with his hands and glanced outside the window. "You'll understand once the sun sets. This here is a rare treasure. You'll have to exchange it for, not 5, but 10 boxes of mead." Song Jian shook his head, looking quizzically at the shopkeeper. He couldn't sense any energy fluctuations from the skeleton. It seemed like a common corpse. After waiting for over an hour, the sun finally began to set, with half the sky blushing into a deep red. Just then, the skeletal finger of the right hand lying peacefully in the coffin twitched. Song Jian tensed up as the sight before him defied all logic. He knew that there were no energy fluctuations emanating from the skeleton, so how could it possibly move? Soon the skeleton began to rise slowly from the coffin, with a hand continuously sketching something on the ground. Song Jian took a couple of steps back, unable to take his eyes off the skeleton's movements. After a while, he asked, "What's going on here? Do you see what it's drawing on the ground? Doesn't it feel familiar?" The shopkeeper asked, pointing towards the pattern being slowly etched by the skeleton. "Is this a map?" After squinting for a moment, Song Jian excitedly exclaimed, "This is a map of Kin'an Town." Hey, keep watching," the shopkeeper remarked with a mysterious smile. Soon, the map being depicted by the skeleton started to extend beyond Kin'an Town. Eventually, an incomplete map of the secret realm appeared before Song Jian. "It seems this isn't a complete map of the secret realm," Song Jian muttered to himself. "It's not the whole map, but it's much more detailed than what we have. Even the maps of the secret realm in possession of the Kin'an Sword Sect and the Red Sun Sect aren't as comprehensive as this," the shopkeeper exclaimed proudly. "So, you're planning to sell me this skeleton?" Song Jian suddenly asked. "Exactly, the main focus is this map," the shopkeeper replied, indicating towards the floor. "Although most of this incomplete map has been explored by the Kin'an Sword Sect and the Red Sun Sect, about 2 or 3/10 of it still lies in the unexplored territory. And let me tell you, the resources in these unexplored areas are far more abundant than in those explored by the Kin'an Sword Sect or the Red Sun Sect." The shopkeeper tapped his finger lightly on a location labeled Sword Control Hall. "Is this a relic?" Song Jian's eyes widened. "So, is it worth 10 crates of mead?" The shopkeeper laughed heartily. "But it's a relic. Why don't you explore it yourself?" Song Jian asked, a puzzled expression on his face. "One needs to know one's limits." The shopkeeper smiled cryptically. Song Jian nodded and, pulling out his sword, chopped the skeleton and coffin into pieces. He then turned to the shopkeeper and said, 10 boxes of mead. Come to my place to collect it tonight." Chapter 651, Relics. Watching Song Jian leave, the shopkeeper took out a stack of parchment from his bosom. Carefully examining it, each sheet was imprinted with the map depicted by the skeletal figure, with the location of the sword control hall specifically marked in red ink. "How can I only sell each map once?" The shopkeeper selected a sheet from the pile and placed it on the counter. He stashed the remaining papers back into his robe, muttering to himself, "At least I sold you the original. You didn't suffer a loss. Still, I don't know if anyone will want these maps without the skeleton's performance." The skeletal remains and the coffin were real. Every sunset, the skeleton would creep out of the coffin to depict the fragmented map. The shopkeeper then made several identical copies of the map. However, without the performing skeleton, many people might doubt the map's authenticity, considering it contained locations unexplored even by the Kin'an Sword Sect or the Red Sun Sect. Upon returning home, Song Jian took out an empty sword stone to craft a new sword formation. The capabilities of regular sword array stones were no longer sufficient for him. Nowadays, Song Jian quietly produced large-scale sword formations, such as the 7 Stars Sword Array and the Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array he intended to create that day. Song Jian found that his light strike skill was perfect to incorporate into the Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array. Here, it was inconvenient for him to deploy light strike. But if he used the Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array, no one would suspect anything even if they saw him. Moreover, the Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array was powerful, comparable to simultaneously executing 5 or 6 light strikes. Whether in single combat or facing a group, it was very effective. The Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array was composed of 5 sword stones. The more complex the sword formation, the more sword stones were required. A single sword stone could not accommodate the complete formation, it could only store part of it. To use, multiple sword array stones needed to be applied together to form the full sword array. Having completed the final stroke, a silvery light flew out from the sword stone in Song Jian's hand, lightly landing into a wooden box beside him. This newly created sword array stone suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. The other 4 sword array stones on the table also emitted light simultaneously, as if responding to each other. The golden light merely shone for a moment before slowly fading. In its place, the previously transparent sword stones had turned into sword array stones emitting a faint golden glow. Phew, it's finally finished. Song Jian looked slightly weary. The more complex the sword formation, the more delicate the operation required. Any minor mistake could potentially render the entire sword stone useless. The creation of the Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array had taken up 4 to 5 days of Song Jian's time. He used over 100 sword stones just for testing, but it was all worth it for a successful creation. The Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array and the 7-Star Sword Array are the most powerful attack sword arrays I have mastered. Song Jian placed the finished Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array into his inventory and began pondering the type of sword array to create next. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded outside his door. Is Song Jian living here? Song Jian realized he should craft a defensive sword array next. It didn't need to be highly protective, but at the very least it should have soundproofing and sonic transmission capabilities. Had someone called him while he was crafting the sword array, it would have distracted him and affected the creation of the Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array. Coming. Song Jian quickly tidied up his table, got up, and walked towards the door. Upon seeing the people standing outside, Song Jian was taken aback. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother. What brings you two here? Song Jian asked in surprise. Standing outside his room was Chang Qing and Jian Qi. Haha, Song Jian. Our master asked us to bring you into the secret realm and look after you. But we didn't expect you to enter the secret realm before us. Chang Qing laughed. Jian Qi maintained his cool demeanor, not uttering a single word, his expression somewhat arrogant. Hee, senior brother, I was suddenly assigned to a task by the Sword Array Hall. There was no time to report to our master, Song Jian laughed. Are you going into the secret realm to complete tasks or delve deeper into the exploration? The full extent of the Holy Yuan secret realm was still unknown. Apart from the gathering area, Kin'an Town, the secret realm was brimming with dangers. Many disciples of the Kin'an sword sect didn't return after leaving Kin'an Town. But despite the dangers, the rewards were equally significant. Almost every day, Song Jian heard stories of disciples finding treasure while exploring the secret realm and making great advancements in their cultivation. This led to an increasing number of Kin'an sword sect disciples venturing to explore the secret realm. However, this was a result deliberately encouraged by the Kin'an sword sect. Hence, Song Jian wasn't surprised to see his senior brothers. We discovered some ruins last time. It seems that a capable individual once lived there for a while and left quite a lot of valuable items. Chang Qing shared. We only explored the outskirts with Jian Qi last time. We're planning to delve deeper this time. How about it, junior brother? Would you like to accompany us? Ruins? Song Jian felt a bit uneasy. He was worried that the ruins his senior brothers had found were the sword control hall depicted by the skeletal remains. I'm relatively weak. If I tag along, I'm afraid I might slow you two down, Song Jian laughed, shifting his gaze to Jian Qi. Humphrey, stingy. Jian Qi rolled his eyes at Song Jian. I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to become a sword array master in such a short time. It seems I misjudged. I'm apologizing for the things I previously said to you. Happy now? Ever since the news of him officially becoming a sword array master spread, Jian Qi, who previously underestimated him, changed his attitude. However, despite his apology, he still came across as quite domineering. Stop joking, second senior brother, Song Jian said with a smile. As long as you two aren't bothered by me, I would be happy to explore the ruins with you. Great. We knew our junior brother wasn't a coward. Chang Qing clapped. But to be clear, in the ruins, each of us will acquire treasures relying on our own ability. If the three of us spot something simultaneously, the division will be based on the amount of effort each put in. Sound fair? Fair enough. Song Jian nodded in agreement. Alright. If there are no issues, let's set off now. The location of the ruins is quite far from Kin'an Town. After a simple preparation, Song Jian, with a regular longsword slung across his back, followed his senior brothers out of Kin'an Town. Chapter 652, Wandering Soul. On the outskirts of Kin'an Town, there was a dense forest where three people were running through at top speed. Chang Qing and Jian Qi seemed to be trying to test Song Jian, without slowing down their pace. However, to their surprise, Song Jian's running speed was hardly slower than theirs, keeping only 2 or 3 steps behind them. Chang Qing and Jian Qi exchanged glances, both seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Although the two of them were not speed-type sword masters, their physical fitness had greatly increased after reaching the first level of combat power, which ordinary warriors could not match. What they didn't know was that although Song Jian had not reached the first level of combat power, his physical fitness was only slightly worse than theirs. With the attribute bonus from his Antemperor ancestor set, there wasn't much difference between their body attributes. In some individual attributes such as strength and agility, Song Jian's were even slightly higher. Though Song Jian's equipment had been unlocked in the equipment column, it could be hidden, leaving no trace on the surface, and even someone using mental strength to search for it would find no sign of it. However, the downside was that in this world, Song Jian could not obtain any attribute bonus from his equipment, and could only use them as if they were cosmetic items. The further they ran, the heavier Song Jian's heart became, as they were running straight towards the sword control hall. I must have terrible luck. The ancient ruins they discovered might be the sword control hall. Song Jian thought to himself. After acquiring the map, Song Jian had been preparing to explore the ancient ruins of the sword control hall and making the Great Sun Golden Light sword array for that purpose. He had not expected that his 2 senior brothers would discover the sword control hall before he was ready. The ancient ruins we're exploring this time are an abandoned hall. There are countless monsters around the hall, as if they were endless. We fought for 3 days and nights before, but we couldn't kill them all. Chang Qing said to Song Jian while running beside him. Inside the abandoned hall, there's an imposing aura with divine lights shining from within. There must be plenty of treasures. Junior brother, if I set my sights on any treasure, you can't fight me for it. Jian Qi glanced at Song Jian and said loudly. No, if it's something my senior brothers want, I'll back down. Song Jian smiled. Hee, wise choice. Jian Qi's face showed a satisfied smile. Chang Qing also smiled slightly at Song Jian's words. They had brought him along not only because of their master's order but also because Song Jian was weaker than them and would not fight for any treasure with them. Otherwise, anyone would be unhappy if a treasure that originally had to be shared among 2 people now had to be shared among 3. Don't worry, junior brother. If we find anything suitable for you, we'll let you have it. Chang Qing assured him with a smile. Song Jian smiled and said nothing. His current goal was to complete the assessment and improve his strength along the way. Just being able to learn about sword formations here was a bounty in itself. Since his senior brothers had discovered these ruins earlier, he wouldn't hold any illusions about them. If it weren't for the similarity between the name of these ruins and his sword controller occupation, Song Jian might not have even followed them here. Soon, the 3 of them passed through the forest, crossed a lake, and arrived in a hilly area. Deep within the hills, there was a half-buried hall surrounded by hundreds of ghost-like monsters that wandered around it. These are the monsters. As long as we get close to the ruins, they'll attack us furiously. Chang Qing pointed ahead and frowned. Song Jian was now sure that these ruins were the same ones marked as Sword Control Hall on the map. The entire hall was almost buried in sand and stone. It was difficult to notice its existence unless one looked closely. His 2 senior brothers might not even know that this hall was the Sword Control Hall, so, shall we eliminate these ghosts first? Song Jian asked. Of course, we won't be able to enter the ruins without killing them, Jian Qi added immediately. But to kill them, we have to work together. Eldest senior brother will deal with the ghosts in front, I'll deal with the ones on the left, and the right ones will be left to junior brother. How about that? Jian Qi turned his head and asked Song Jian. Song Jian looked at the dense ghosts ahead, a slight smile spreading across his face, and nodded. No problem, leave it to me. Seeing Song Jian agree, Chang Qing and Jian Qi exchanged glances, seemingly relieved. Remember not to be greedy, don't go too deep, and if you're in danger, just shout for help, and we'll come to your aid. Chang Qing instructed. I know. Song Jian nodded and went towards the right group of ghosts. What do you think? Can he handle that big guy? Jian Qi whispered as he watched Song Jian's departing figure. Even if he can't, he should be able to buy us some time. Just 1 tease time will be enough for us to rush into the ruins. After that, whether or not he survives will depend on his luck. Chang Qing's face darkened as he muttered, staring at Song Jian's figure. We don't seem like good senior brothers. Jian Qi suddenly laughed lightly. Humphrey, good senior brother? Do you think I can't see through it? Chang Qing said unhappily, our master didn't have good intentions when he accepted him. Have you seen our master teach him anything all this time? He didn't even reach the first level of combat power when he was thrown into the sword array hall to fend for himself. It's just that we didn't expect him to turn things around. It's really strange. He hadn't even reached the first level of combat power, yet he managed to become an official sword array stone. And I heard he could even independently make moonlight-grade sword array stones. What an anomaly. That just means his mental strength is superior. That's just his talent. There's no point in being envious. Changking sighed, it's just like sword intent. Only one person in the entire Kenyan sword sect can have sword intent. Dear junior brother, if you must blame something, blame yourself for having possession of a valuable treasure. Sword intent, huh? I haven't seen what his sword intent really looks like yet. Jian-Chi said with a hint of regret. Stop daydreaming. Sword intent is not something we can aspire to. Changking said seriously, when we go back, just say that something unexpected happened. Our master probably won't blame us too much. Alright, senior brother, let's get to work, or we'll regret it if the opportunity arises and we're hindered by these monsters. Alright, be careful yourself, these ghosts are very difficult to deal with, don't get overwhelmed by too many. After speaking, the two of them charged towards the wandering ghosts outside the hall. Chapter 653, 7 Stars Sword Array. Songjian stared at the semi-transparent soul bodies that kept wandering in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed. These wandering soul bodies were of level 32 with no Tier 1 combat power. Despite their numbers, how could they possibly hinder the progress of two sword masters with Tier 1 combat powers towards the main hall? Having a Tier 1 combat power and not having a Tier 1 combat power were akin to being two completely different beings. No matter how many of these ghosts there were, they couldn't possibly form a qualitative leap and hinder the steps of two powerfully skilled fighters. It seems there must be something strange about these ghosts, I should tread cautiously. Songjian mused. These ghosts retained a human-like appearance, and one could vaguely recognize their mysterious facial features. However, the gazes of these creatures were vacant, showing only a slight wit once they became aware of Songjian's presence within their alert range. The number of ghosts in front of him was tremendous, clustered closely together. Luring them one by one was not an option, hence Songjian took out 3 sword array stones and threw them into the air. A strand of sword chi entered the sword array stones, instantly activating the sword array within them. The 3 sword array stones transformed into 3 streams of sword chi, each over a foot long. They circled slowly around Songjian like fishes in water, capable of attacking any hostile target that got close. Each stream of sword chi was equivalent to a full-strength attack by Songjian. Moreover, each sword chi could be used 10 times. After that, they needed to be recharged with sword chi by Songjian. This sword chi array was Songjian's improvement on the standard sunburn sword array stone. The ordinary sunburn sword array stone couldn't provide a protective effect as it did now. Kinyan sword technique. Wielding his long sword, Songjian lunged at the ghost that was closest to him. Jian-Chi and Changqing were not too far from him. If he used other sword techniques, it could easily arouse their suspicion, and thus, Songjian had to use the basic Kenyan sword technique for battling. Although the Kenyan sword technique was the most fundamental sword technique at the Kenyan sword sect, Songjian, with the help of the detailed explanation of Kenyan sword technique written by an official sword master, had cultivated it to level 9. However, it could only be cultivated up to level 9. Any improvement thereafter would not be possible via the detailed explanation of Kenyan sword technique. Kenyan sword technique, active, level 9, 1%, skill effect, sword damage boost by 45%, attack speed boost by 15%, block plus 3, skill description, basic entry-level sword technique of Kenyan sword sect. Although the damage it causes is average, it is a prerequisite for all other sword techniques at the Kenyan sword sect. The examiner had once told Songjian that the Kenyan sword technique was the foundation of all the advanced sword techniques of the Kenyan sword sect. To master other more profound techniques, one must first master the Kenyan sword technique. The phrase Kenyan sword technique breeds Kenyan meant that all sword techniques within the Kenyan sword sect originated from the Kenyan sword technique. Songjian had been a named disciple for several months now, but he had never learned other sword techniques. Currently, he could only use the most fundamental Kenyan sword technique. Fortunately, Songjian's Kenyan sword technique was at a considerable level. Coupled with his innate skill bonuses, combating these regular level 32 monsters was somewhat effortless. The 3 sword gis circling his body incessantly cleaved the ghosts rushing towards him, and in no time, a small area was cleared. These monsters give a lot of experience points. Songjian astonishingly discovered that these level 32 ghosts provided experience points 2 to 3 times higher than monsters of the same level in the outside assessment world, which excited him immediately. 10 minutes later, Songjian had extinguished more than 20 ghosts. However, he still lingered on the periphery of the monster region, without delving deeper in. As for Jian-Chi and Changqing, they were clearing the surrounding ghosts while advancing towards the main hall a few hundred meters ahead. Could it be that I've been overly cautious and misunderstood them? Songjian watched his 2 senior brothers delving deeper, feeling puzzled. Just then, a roar like a thunderclap rang out from in front of Song Jian. Large swaths of black mist surged up from underground, roiling and condensing in midair, eventually forming into a giant black ghost over 10 meters tall. Just as this giant black ghost let out an angry roar, Jian Qi and Changqing suddenly accelerated towards the main hall. Sharp sword Qi, like a downpour of rain, fell on the surrounding ghosts. Dozens of ghosts hadn't reacted when their bodies were torn apart by sword Qi. They were unable to stop the two's forward charge. The moment Jian Qi and Changqing started their sprint, Song Jian understood their true purpose for bringing him to these ruins was to have him distract this giant boss' attention, so they could make their way into the main hall smoothly. A Lord-level boss with Tier 1 combat power. Song Jian squinted his eyes as he watched the gigantic black ghost that was as big as a small hill rushing towards him. The moment this black ghost appeared, almost all the other ghosts became frenzied. Their semi-transparent bodies turned crimson as though in a rage, gnashing their teeth and growling fiercely as they surged towards Song Jian. From a bird's eye view, it almost looked like a dark tide converging towards a single point. I've been tricked. Song Jian thought to himself, preparing to retreat. His current position was on the edge of the monster area, with no ghosts behind him. Escaping should be quite easy. However, when he cast his eyes towards his two senior brothers, he suddenly paused and stopped in his tracks. At that moment, the figures of Jian Qi and Changqing had already dashed into the half-buried entrance of the main hall. I can run away, but then wouldn't I be benefiting them for nothing? This thought flashed through Song Jian's mind. Humphrey, I refuse to be manipulated by you. Song Jian was indignant. Gritting his teeth, he chose to advance instead of retreating. His figure turned into a cloud of black mist and he rushed towards the horde of monsters. 7 stars shine. With a soft yell, Song Jian threw out 7 sword array stones glittering with brilliant starlight. This was the 7-star sword array he had prepared beforehand. He input a strand of sword chi into one of the sword array stones. Crack with this noise, the 7 sword array stones shattered almost simultaneously. Song Jian's eyes revealed a hurt look. The 7-star sword array was immensely powerful, but it could only be used once. Its array diagram was extremely complex and crafting it was extremely tedious, with a high failure rate. Song Jian was lucky enough to have successfully produced one set. As soon as the 7-star sword array was activated, an area of 500 meters in radius turned instantly into darkness, with the sky above sparkling with stars. 7 shining stars, like meteors, plummeted towards the ground. The ordinary ghosts had no consciousness, and were simply crazily rushing towards Song Jian. However, the gigantic black ghost with Tier 1 combat power sensed the massive threat overhead. It roared towards the sky and incredibly, threw a punch towards a falling meteor. Chapter 654, Entering the Great Hall. Song Jian looked at the giant black ghost boss, who was actually swinging at one of the meteors in the 7-star sword array, and a cold smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. This is a sword array that only a middle-level sword array master can create. Its power is comparable to the full blow of 7 sword masters with Tier 1 combat power. How can you withstand it on your own? These 7 meteors were the core of the 7-star sword array. Each one contained hundreds of fierce sword chi, which even sword masters with Tier 1 combat power dared not confront head-on. They could only retreat. Boom! The fist of the black ghost boss, and the bright silver meteor falling above his head, collided fiercely. The air immediately exploded with a violent tremor. An invisible surge of energy spread in all directions, like a whirlwind. This meteor suddenly glowed, just like a full moon emitting a silvery radiance. The ghost boss let out a mournful howl, seemingly severely wounded. In an instant, the silvery moon above its head shattered into hundreds of sword chi, swooping towards the boss. Thump 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 thump. Wounds exploded continuously on the boss's body, releasing a dense black aura. A damage value in the hundreds floated above its head. For a while, the boss couldn't fight back against the sword chi, and could only endure the hits with its enormous body. The remaining 6 meteors also fell towards the ground one after another, and the ghosts that came into contact with them were crushed into dust without being able to resist. Boom! The 6 silver meteors exploded almost simultaneously. The ground blossomed with 6 full moons, spreading out their silvery light like the day while Song Jian rushed towards the main hall in front of him. When the 6 meteors splintered apart, thousands of sword chi nearly covered an area of 400 to 500 meters. All the ghosts within this range were hit by over a dozen sword chi without having time to react. They were instantly annihilated. Any sword chi approaching Song Jian seemed to have its own consciousness, actively evading him, passing by his side in an arc to pursue the ghosts. Song Jian's experience points surged forward drastically. Then a ray of light erupted from his body. He had directly leveled up. Level 31. This leveling speed is like riding a rocket. Too bad the cost is slightly high. Song Jian thought ruefully. Making the 7-star sword array was somewhat difficult. This one offery had powerful might, but only a handful of people in Kin'on Sword Sect could actually create it. So far, Song Jian had only made one set. If he hadn't wanted to test its power today, he wouldn't have dared to use it. The power of the 7 stars sword array satisfied him, but when he thought about the production cost, Song Jian couldn't help but wince. If converted into Doomsday coins, the cost of such a set of 7 stars sword array would be at least over $500,000. Ordinary people could hardly afford it. Even if they forcibly obtained a set, they would only use it as a trump card to save their lives. They wouldn't use it to fight monsters and level up. That would be too extravagant. In an instant, all the ghosts within a few hundred meters were wiped out cleanly. The remaining dozen or so sword chi, lacking attack targets, surprisingly turned back and flew towards the black ghost boss. Thump thump thump. Dozens of sword chi chopped the black ghost boss again, the surrounding sword chi having been consumed, and the boss, full of wounds from which black energy was continuously seeping, became the only surviving monster. The boss was a sorry sight. When it looked at Song Jian's retreating figure, its blood-red eyes showed a hint of fear and panic. It hesitated whether to continue pursuit. At this moment, Song Jian had already rushed into the main hall, which was half buried in sand and gravel, and disappeared. The ghost boss seemed to sigh in relief, and let out a roar in the direction of the main hall before transforming back into a ball of black fog and disappearing underground. Jian Qi and Chang Qing successfully broke into the main hall. Before they could celebrate, they heard the howls of a large group of ghosts coming from outside the hall. The two looked at each other in unease, uncertainty in their hearts. Is this commotion a bit too big? It seems like the ghosts in the whole area have been enraged. Could it be that our junior brother is now fighting with all the ghosts besides the black ghost boss? Jian Qi said in surprise. As long as the boss appears, all the ghosts in this area will go berserk. If we don't run away in time, I'm afraid we'll never get another chance to. Chang Qing sighed, with a hint of coldness appearing at the corner of his mouth. It would be a good thing if he did something useful before dying. Jian Qi laughed. Brother, the interior of this main hall is vast. Why don't we split up to search? Okay, you go left, I'll go right. An hour should be enough to search the entire main hall. Then, we can meet back here. Chang Qing nodded and agreed. Then I wish my brother all the best in finding the treasure he desires. Jian Qi gave Chang Qing a salute with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and then he dashed towards the left annex hall. There were plenty of ghosts guarding outside the main hall, so it wouldn't be empty of monsters inside. But both men clearly didn't want to stick together. Instead of being on guard against each other, it would be better to go their separate ways. Even if they found something valuable, the other wouldn't know about it. Chang Qing watched Jian Qi's figure disappear, then rather than rushing to the right passage, he began to observe the arrangement of the surrounding hall. After searching for a while and gaining nothing, Chang Qing shook his head, heading towards the left passage. His figure quickly disappeared from sight. Not long after the two disappeared, Song Jian entered the main hall. Hey, that boss only has 1/3 of its vitality points left. If I grind for another half an hour, I can definitely kill it. Song Jian thought to himself. But the most important thing now is to search this sword control hall. I always feel that there is some connection between this place and my profession. Song Jian did not want any treasure related to his vocation to be seized by Chang Qing and Jian Qi because of one boss. The hall he had just entered was covered by sand up to 1/3 of its area. Apart from several standing stone pillars, there was only a stone statue standing upright in the front. It seemed to be a human statue, but unfortunately, half of the statue had cracked open, looking rather broken. Other than that, there were no other items, making it seem rather empty. Song Jian thoroughly searched and tapped on each pillar. There was nothing unusual, so he shook his head and walked towards the passage on the left of the hall. Chapter 655, Skill Book. Song Jian entered a narrow passage, with both sides lined with stone walls covered with scratches and fissures, creating a sense of antiquity. It wasn't long before Song Jian saw a pile of scattered bones on the stone floor ahead, as if a skeleton had been shattered into pieces. Song Jian moved closer to examine the remains. The bones seemed to have shattered from within, but the skull had been cleanly cut in half, likely by a sharp sword chi that left a smooth, mirrored surface. As he touched the smooth cut, Song Jian's fingers felt a tingling sensation, as if an electric current was present at the cut. This sword chi should have been released by Jian Qi, only he could have such a chilling sword chi. Song Jian thought to himself as he rubbed his fingers, stood up, and looked ahead with a smile on his face. Continuing forward, Song Jian quickly came across a fork in the road. Without hesitation, he chose the left path. He walked about 10 meters further and encountered another fork, maintaining his emotionless expression as he continued down the left passage. After several minutes, Song Jian had encountered more than a dozen similar forks. Despite always choosing the left path, He began to suspect something was amiss. A maze? Or has the space been altered? Song Jian furrowed his brow. Although the hall is vast, it shouldn't be this extensive. The length of the passage Song Jian had traveled could easily encircle the entire hall and then some, making it clear that the situation was not as simple as he initially thought. Looking back, the winding passageway now seemed blurred, as if a thin layer of fog had enveloped it. As Song Jian tried walking backward, he found the air becoming viscous, hindering his retreat. The further back he went, the greater the resistance, and he felt like a bug trapped in resin, unable to escape its entrapment. After he hesitated for a moment, Song Jian turned around and continued forward. As he did, the air's viscosity and resistance gradually decreased, and quickly returned to normal. A strange place. Song Jian kept an increasing sense of caution in his heart. At that moment, a ghostly, white-haired skull appeared before him, its score-filled, blinded eyes an utterly miserable sight. What technique should you use to counter the 17th move? Turning glance of the swallow from the returning swallow's sword technique. Which sword technique must be mastered to complete the spiritual snake sword technique? The skull relentlessly fired questions at Song Jian through its shattered eyes. Song Jian's face darkened as he slashed his sword, unleashing a dazzling golden sword chi that filled the passage. Light Strike. Light Strike was extremely effective against these dark creatures. As the golden sword chi passed, the inquisitive old skull vanished. Still wearing a grim expression, Song Jian continued walking forward. He didn't receive any confirmation for killing the monster nor gained combat experience, suggesting the encounter was either an illusion, or his attack had not harmed the opponent. This hall is more dangerous than I thought, Song Jian said to himself. After another half-hour of monotonously traversing the identical stone passages, Song Jian eventually reached the end of the hallway. A small room appeared before him, spanning around 20 square meters, with minimal furnishings except for a stone platform, upon which stood a monster over 2 meters tall. Song Jian squinted at the motionless monster, before his attention was drawn to an item on the stone platform behind it. It was a skill book, illuminated with a golden glow. A skill book? Song Jian was delighted, but to obtain it, he first needed to defeat the boss guarding it. Song Jian's gaze once again focused on the monster in front of the stone platform. This monster looked like a wooden puppet, composed of thousands of wooden planks, and it firmly gripped a 7-foot-long sword that shimmered with a chilly gleam, seemingly unaffected by the passage of time. This sword also looks like a treasure. Song Jian's eyes lit up, his fondness for one-handed swords undiminished despite already owning the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword set. I don't need to hide anything here, I can unleash my full power. Song Jian put away his regular sword and, with a thought, summoned a dark red, glowing sword into his hand. At the same time, an entire set of dark gold armor appeared on his body, clearly part of the same set based on their design and style. The Emperor Ancestor set appeared in this world for the first time. Song Jian, enveloped in the dark gold armor, looked imposing and fierce, resembling a humanoid beast. A level 35 swordwood puppet boss with first-grade combat power. Let me see just how big the gap between my current strength and first-grade combat power really is. Song Jian muttered to himself. Broken wing dance. Song Jian's figure dashed towards the swordwood puppet boss. The seemingly statue-like swordwood puppet instantly detected Song Jian's hostility and opened its eyes, glowing with red light. Clang. The Crimson Fire Heart-Ape's sword fiercely clashed with the swordwood puppet's sword, sending a shower of brilliant sparks flying as the blades connected. Clang, clang. 2 more strikes landed on the swordwood puppet's sword, accompanied by the dance of 2 more sword shadows, one emitting a pale golden light and another a greenish-blue hue. Song Jian remained motionless as his frontal attack caused the swordwood puppet to stagger and step back. His confidence soared, and a sense of surprise filled his heart. With the Emperor Ancestor set's enhancement, my strength has more than doubled. I now have the ability to resist a first-grade combat power boss. Previously, Song Jian could only face a first-grade combat power boss after employing the immortal sword body. This skill book will be mine. Song Jian glanced at the stone platform, his eyes shining with determination. Chapter 656, All Foreigners Must Die. The puppet boss made of swordwood was pushed back, but it didn't pause at all. Its long sword danced in its hands, and its body became light and graceful, its flexibility even exceeding that of Song Jian by a noticeable margin. Song Jian squinted his eyes. How was it that this wooden puppet was giving off the feel of a living person's sword dance? He looked closer and saw that every movement of the swordwood puppet boss comprised thousands of wooden components. It seemed that the body of the puppet was made not of cold wood but was akin to the musculature and skeletal system of a living being. The long swords in their hands collided continuously. Their figures lunged at each other like lightning, clashing many times in an instant. The defense of the swordwood puppet boss was formidable, but under Song Jian's incisive attacks, every hit left a scar over an inch deep. Beauty sword skill, First move, Drunken Royal Consort. A synthesized voice low and deep came from the swordwood puppet boss. It sounded a bit weird, but with that voice, the long sword in its hand suddenly became muddled. Clang, clang, clang. Song Jian displayed his broken wing dance. His figure was as intimidating as a rock in flight, but in front of the swordwood puppet boss, it was as if he was ensnared in a silk net. Even the final aerial effect of his attack was resisted by the boss. After exchanging a dozen or so moves, Song Jian found no way to overcome the swordwood puppet boss. All his attacks were dismantled, and the words dodge, parry, lost target floated above his head, indicating the dismantling of his attacks. After the swordwood puppet boss finished a sequence of the beauty sword skill, it began to alternate every move freely and smoothly, from any angle, at any position. Every sword strike that Song Jian made was parried by the swordwood puppet boss. It continued to strike him with its sword, each strike taking only a small amount of vitality points, but over time, Song Jian's vitality points gradually started to dwindle. Song Jian's total vitality was less than the swordwood puppet boss. Although it looked as if they were evenly matched, in reality, Song Jian was already at a disadvantage. Novel B/JNN Sword Silk. Sweeping Sword Style. Flash Thunder Strike. Song Jian used all the techniques he had mastered, but the swordwood puppet boss countered all of them perfectly with the beauty sword skill. He hardly inflicted any damage. Ever since it started using this strange sword technique, I haven't been able to hurt it. Song Jian's heart sank. The joy he felt from his increased strength disappeared without a trace, replaced by a sense of helplessness. Beauty sword skill, first move, Drunken Royal Consort. The voice of the swordwood puppet boss rang out again. It was launching the first move once more, attacking Song Jian. A strange thought crossed Song Jian's mind. Could it be? Is it trying to teach me its sword technique? Once this idea popped up, he couldn't dismiss it. So, gritting his teeth, he decided to follow the puppet's moves and began to practice the beauty sword skill with the boss. For a time, Song Jian's figure also became flexible. His sword technique resembled a graceful dance. Clang, 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 clang. A series of crisp block sounds echoed. This time, Song Jian completely withstood the attacks of the swordwood puppet boss. Although he wasn't able to harm it, it didn't land any attacks on him either. For a moment, he got excited and threw all his attention into the study of the beauty sword skill. Before he knew it, he had received a system prompt. System, you have grasped the silver level sword skill beauty sword skill, currently at level 1. It's simply teaching me its technique? Song Jian was stunned as he stared at the swordwood puppet boss, and the beauty sword skill continued to flow from his hands. Beauty sword skill, silver, level 1, skill effects, physical damage increased by 12%, resistance plus 11, evasion plus 5, dodge plus 3, parry plus 7, attack speed increased by 5%, skill description. This sword technique divides into 9 moves, each named after a beauty. The implementation of this sword technique is graceful, pleasing to the eye. Special attributes: if the practitioner is female, the power of the sword technique increases by 100%. Looking at the skill column, Song Jian was speechless at the last special attribute mentioned in the description of swordplay. At this moment, this special attribute appeared in his skill column in gray, showing that this attribute was not activated. So I've learned a sword technique for women. Song Jian was slightly dumbfounded. He felt that without the power boost from the special attribute at the end, the power of this technique would probably compare to the Kenyan sword skill. Clang clang. Without employing any other skills, Song Jian used the beauty sword skill to battle the swordwood puppet. As the battle continued, the skill level of the beauty sword skill also swiftly increased. It quickly rose from level 1 to level 5, becoming increasingly powerful. Drunken Royal Consort, Zishi wraps the yarn, Goose Fall Strike, a smile to overwhelm the city. With his sword dances whirling, a small smile appeared at the corner of Song Jian's mouth. His eyes softened, and a strange aura surrounded him. Clang! The crimson fire heart-ape sword broke through the swordwood puppet's defense and pierced its chest. Crack! A sharp sound erupted from inside the swordwood puppet's body. Its entire body stiffened, and the long sword in its hand slowly fell. Beauty sword skill, assessment passed. A deep voice echoed from within the body of the swordwood puppet. Song Jian was stunned, glancing at his skill column. Unbeknownst to him, the beauty sword skill had already progressed to level 6. As it turns out, one just needs to defeat this boss with the sword skill it teaches. Song Jian's face bore an expression of realization. However, just as Song Jian was about to walk past the swordwood puppet to get the scroll on the stone platform, the puppet suddenly moved again. The long sword in its hand emitted a low whistling sound, sweeping towards Song Jian. First style of wind spirit sword skill, sweeping the world. Not again! Song Jian screamed, instinctively performing the sacred parry. Immediately, A burst of golden light radiated from his body and the crimson fire heart-ape sword in his hand collided fiercely with the long sword of the swordwood puppet. Boom! With a loud noise, Song Jian was tossed against the stone wall of the room. The swordwood puppet, hit by the first style of its wind spirit sword skill, had a foot-long crack appear at its right shoulder. A faint oily scent wafted out from the opening. Drip, 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 drip. The puppet's scarlet eyes began flashing rapidly, and an alarm-like sound emitted from within its body. Significant damage sustained. Beginning analysis of combat process. Enemy performed unknown sword skill, not present in records. Beginning search in foreign skill database. Beginning analogous matching search. Probability that enemy used foreign skill is 99.8%. Target determined as foreigner, activating level 1 alert, entering combat mode. Foreigners must die. The swordwood puppet roared in a deep voice. Its figure suddenly grew taller by tens of centimeters. Astonishingly, from the back of its shoulder blades, another pair of arms emerged. Together with the left arm, they held a long sword withdrawn from its body. Now, each of the puppet's 4 arms was holding a long sword, all pointed menacingly at Song Jian. Chapter 657, Jian Qi. Seeing the swordwood puppet boss suddenly becoming berserk, Song Jian's heart sank, and his face instantly turned ugly, as he once again felt this world's deep malice towards outsiders. How many challengers have entered this world in the past, bringing so much damage to this world, that every person in this world holds such deep hostility towards outsiders? Song Jian thought to himself. This relic called Sword Control Hall has existed for hundreds of years, and even in the configuration of this swordwood puppet, there is a deadly command against challengers like him. It can be seen that hundreds of years ago, there were challengers who entered this world and caused great harm to it, otherwise, outsiders would not be as unwelcome as stray dogs now. Watching the 4-armed swordwood puppet rush towards himself, Song Jian felt regretful in his heart. If he had not subconsciously used Sacred Parry just now, this swordwood puppet would not have discovered his true identity, and he might have been able to learn more sword techniques from it. It is well known that in this world, upgrading sword techniques doesn't have skill point restrictions. As long as the proficiency is sufficient, it will automatically upgrade. Learning more skills in this world, even if the final mission fails, it won't be too much of a loss. Die now, foreigner. The 4-armed swordwood puppet roared as if it had a vendetta against Song Jian. It waved its 4 long swords at Song Jian, seemingly like 4 well-coordinated sword masters attacking him at the same time. Even if Song Jian had not yet reached the first tier of combat power, facing this swordwood puppet would be challenging for a first-tier combat power peak expert. A faint gray and white aura emerged around Song Jian's body. As the crimson fire heart-ape sword danced, the gray and white aura slowly flowed, forming a faint Taikai yin-yang fish pattern around Song Jian. When the swordwood puppet's attacks touched Song Jian's body, they would be drawn away by the yin-yang fish pattern formed by the gray and white aura, unable to damage Song Jian. But this effect could not last long. The short 6-second duration soon passed, and Song Jian gritted his teeth, cast the immortal sword body directly, and summoned a small stone man to run to the side, throwing stones from a distance to harass the swordwood puppet. Novelb/JN. And although the little stone man was also level 30, it hadn't reached the first-tier combat power and could not compete with the 4-armed swordwood puppet. However, it had a skill called throwing stone blocks, which was like a natural skill for the stone man, consuming very little energy but with decent power. If it hit the target, it could cause 150 damage points each time, and there was a certain chance to stun the target for 3 seconds. With the immortal sword body activated, Song Jian's strength increased significantly. The level 8 immortal sword body allowed him to maintain a certain advantage against the frenzied attacks of the swordwood puppet. Although he could not avoid losing some blood, his damage to the swordwood puppet was greater. Bang! A stone hit the head of the swordwood puppet hard, and the previously frenzied puppet suddenly stalled, with a stun symbol appearing above its head. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and the sharp blade in his hand quickly cut off the already injured arm of the puppet. Sword Silk. Flash Thunder Strike. Light Strike. Since his cover was blown, Song Jian had no scruples. He unleashed all his powerful skills at once, aiming to cut the injured arm of the swordwood puppet at the shoulder blade. The 3 seconds were not enough to cause huge damage to the swordwood puppet, but it was more than sufficient to destroy one of its already injured arms. Quickly, the arm holding the long sword was chopped off by Song Jian. The moment this arm fell to the ground, Song Jian's eyes brightened. Although he didn't know the quality of the long sword used by his opponent, the fact that it had lasted so many years without rust indicated that it was likely of high quality. Song Jian took a step towards the severed arm, but before he could reach it, the hard outer wood of the arm slowly turned gray and black and turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the long sword held by the arm seemed to have experienced thousands of years of erosion. In an instant, It rusted and eventually became a pile of iron slag. Song Jian was stunned, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. It seemed that there was no way to get the swordwood puppet's weapon now. Just then, the swordwood puppet had already awakened from its daze and, seemingly unaffected by the loss of an arm, roared and rushed towards Song Jian, checking the remaining time for the immortal sword body effect. There was nearly 2 minutes left. Song Jian turned around, brandishing his long sword, and fiercely collided with a swordwood puppet. Jian looked at the scene ahead with a sullen face, feeling as if he had entered a labyrinth. No matter how he walked, he couldn't find any way out. At first, he was able to rely on his memory to remember the passages, but as more forks appeared, Jian's memory began to blur. His mind felt like a confusing web. Click, 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 a familiar sound came from the front, and a skeleton holding a long sword appeared before him. He had already encountered dozens of such monsters, sometimes in groups of 3 or 5 and sometimes just 1. Although these sword-wielding skeleton monsters were at level 35, they did not possess first-tier combat power. Jian could easily deal with them, but the chaotic passages and endless skeleton monsters made Jian's mood increasingly worse. Damn it, what is this place? Why are there so many forks and passages? Jian angrily cleaved the sword-wielding skeleton monster in front of him into pieces, unable to restrain himself from roaring out loud. Just then, a rumbling tremor came from the distance, sounding as if something had suddenly started up. Finally, something unusual happened. Jian's eyes lit up, and he sprinted towards the source of the sound. After enduring more than an hour of boredom, Jian was about to go mad. Even if there was a first-tier combat power boss ahead, he would rather fight it than continue wandering aimlessly in the endless passages. Following the passage forward for more than 10 meters, Jian finally saw a side hall ahead. This side hall was only about 20 square meters, surrounded by huge stone walls. A monster covered in hard steel armor was slowly relaxing its body. Behind this boss, there was a gorgeous weapon rack, on which a long sword was placed diagonally. It emitted a dark golden light, shining brilliantly. Jian's eyes lit up, and his face was filled with ecstasy. Unable to restrain himself, he burst into laughter. Chapter 658, Self-Destruction. Jian could not help but fixate his gaze on a long sword that radiated a dull gold light, and an exhilaration filled his heart. I indeed made the right choice, these ruins do contain treasures. Jian stomped his foot, his figure darted like lightning towards the iron armor beast guarding the treasure. Sword chi filled the air, causing an intense tremor. The light of the sword flashed. The iron puppet let out an infuriated roar, its double-handed sword whistling through the air like the wind, entangling itself with Jian. Song Jian's crimson fire heart-ape sword continually slashed at the other arm of the swordwood puppet. He was determined to chop off the opponent's arm, even if it meant taking a few hits from the swordwood puppet. In just a few minutes, Song Jian had attacked the swordwood puppet's other arm dozens of times. A large crack appeared at the puppet's shoulder area. Not long after, Song Jian had chopped off the other arm of the swordwood puppet. Now, it only had the pair of arms on its back left. These 2 arms were not as agile as the previous ones. Moreover, the wounds on the left and right shoulders of the swordwood puppet also affected these 2 arms. The swordplay performed by these arms was already less coordinated than before. The 2 long swords even collided with each other at times. Boom. Another stone hit the swordwood puppet. Even though it did not trigger a dizzying effect, it made the puppet wobble a little, disrupting its attack rhythm. Seizing this opportunity, Song Jian swiftly moved to the left side of the swordwood puppet boss and violently stabbed its wound. Crack! The long sword pierced into the body of the swordwood puppet. Song Jian stirred it vigorously, causing a shattering noise from within the puppet. A critical damage point of over 1,000 was lifted from the top of the swordwood puppet's head. A smile surfaced on Song Jian's mouth. The swordwood puppet's movement was slowing down significantly. Song Jian could already sense the advent of victory beckoning to him, and his gaze fell once again on the stone platform behind the boss. A dark gold quality skill, I wonder what kind of swordplay it is. Song Jian speculated in his heart. At this moment, the vitality points of the swordwood puppet had dropped to less than 1/3. Suddenly, a red light emerged on the surface of its body and started flashing rapidly. Song Jian immediately sensed a massive threat rushing towards him. His body stiffened and he hastily retreated. Novel B/JNN. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect this boss to explode. Song Jian's face instantly turned ugly. His rapid increase in strength made him somewhat complacent. Despite not having first-order combat power, he was able to kill a boss with first-order combat power. All these altered Song Jian's mentality. However, the scene before his eyes felt like a cold bucket of water drenching him from head to toe. Before he could exit the room, the swordwood puppet boss exploded like a bomb, Song Jian had just enough time to use iron wings to protect himself. He didn't have time to activate the bloody shield that inherently came with his ring. He was directly blasted off by the explosion. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the stone house, causing everything to tremble violently. Song Jian felt as if he had been hit by a heavy punch. He lost control of his body and charged forward uncontrollably, crashing heavily into the stone wall. Crack fragments of stone flew around, and Song Jian felt as if all the bones in his body had shattered. His entire body ached, his mouth was full of blood, and his vision turned black. He seemed to have lost all his strength. Looking at his vitality points, there were only double digits left, and he was afflicted with impairments like bone fractures and bleeding. Struggling, Song Jian performed a surgical treatment on himself. He eliminated the status of bone fracture and bleeding, then fumbled out a bottle of healing potion from the bag and drank it painfully. What an oversight, I didn't expect it to explode. Song Jian's face was pale, and his expression was full of fear. His iron wings were now shattered, barely recognizable. Fortunately, it was a skill, not a piece of equipment. Otherwise, it probably would have had zero durability and be ruined. I was so close to triggering the enemy of Death God. Damn it. Gasping heavily, Song Jian sat up. In the distance, Jianqi had already knocked the iron-armored puppet to the ground, but he himself had sustained considerable injuries. A wound more than a foot long was slashed on his left shoulder, the muscles were exposed, revealing the crimson flesh inside. The blood continued to pour out, quickly soaking half of his clothes, making him look quite in a sorry state. Sitting on the ground, Jianqi took out a bottle of pills from his pocket, popped a red and a green pill into his mouth, and started to channel his energy to accelerate the absorption of the pills. After a short time, his face regained its rosy color. The frightening wound on his shoulder had also grown a thin layer of flesh on the surface and stopped bleeding. At this moment, a thunderous boom came from afar. Even the ground under him trembled slightly, causing him to frown and look towards the direction of the explosion. Could it be the senior brother? Jianqi murmured to himself. However, he quickly shifted his gaze back and headed towards the weapon rack in the center of the side hall. The dark gold quality longsword was worth a fortune, much better than his current weapon. Song Jian sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed, silently recovering his vitality points. After a short while, Song Jian felt something nudging his calves. He opened his eyes and saw the little stone man was laying on the ground, continuously nudging him with its head. Song Jian gave a small smile. The damage caused by the little stone man was quite substantial. Most importantly, it had stunned the boss at least 3 times. It was during those times when the boss was stunned that Song Jian had the opportunity to chop off the sword-wielding arm of the boss. During the boss explosion just now, the little stone man was at a distance due to its ranged attacks and hence received less damage. Its vitality points were still nearly half left. However, it still looked pitiful at the moment. Almost half of its body was shattered by the explosion. It was also missing an arm, and its steps were faltering. It seemed like it would be unable to continue fighting anytime soon. Song Jian patted its smooth head and put it into the pet space. In the pet space, regardless of how serious the injuries were, they could gradually recover over time. After Song Jian felt that his condition had mostly recovered, he stood up and walked towards the stone platform. This is a dark gold quality skill book, which for Song Jian, might be the biggest gain from this assessment world. As he was walking towards the stone platform, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a golden glow among the scattered remains of the swordwood puppet. His face instantly lit up with delight. This guardian boss had actually dropped a golden quality item. Chapter 659, Book of Fusion. Many times in the game, bosses guarding treasures didn't drop items. The treasures they protected were actually their loot. However, the fact that the swordwood puppet also dropped an item and that of high quality, gave Song Jian an unexpected thrill. Song Jian was originally going to retrieve the dark gold quality skill book, but he casually picked up the golden item dropped by the boss as well. Skill book, 10,000 Facets Sword Technique, Usage Effect. The user can learn the skill 10,000 Facets Sword Technique after usage. 10,000 Facets Sword Technique, Gold Quality, a sword technique created by perceiving natural forces such as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The technique contains 12 moves, each can harness the power of nature to deal extra damage to the target. A sword technique that uses the power of nature? Song Jian frowned slightly as he read the skill introduction. This sword technique was somewhat vague and didn't specify its attributes. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian decided to learn it directly. The skill book turned into a golden light and disappeared. Instantly, a stream of information containing the 10,000 Facets Sword Technique flooded into his mind. Ouch! Song Jian didn't expect the content of the 10,000 Facets Sword Technique to be so vast. He momentarily felt as if his brain was being hit with a heavy hammer. He immediately felt dizzy, and blood trickled from his nostrils. evening snow, lightning thunder, wind-sweeping clouds, torrential rain, 9 suns shining the sky, stars surrounding the moon. In his mind, a figure appeared, constantly brandishing a long sword, where every stroke and every move could trigger the transformation of natural phenomena. Song Jian was stunned. He didn't expect the 10,000 facets sword technique to be so powerful that one sword strike could harness the natural forces within several hundred meters for his own use. This is unbelievable. Is this a sword technique, or sorcery? Song Jian exclaimed. However, although this sword technique is powerful, mastering it is not something that can be achieved in a short time. Each move of the 10,000 facets sword technique can harness a different natural force such as thunder, fog, frost, and even the power of the sun, moon, and stars. After resting for a while, Song Jian stood up slowly. In his skill bar, the icon of 10,000 facets sword technique had already appeared. However, of the 12 sword moves, now only the first one, evening snow, could be used. The other 11 were all in an unusable gray state. Song Jian's gaze fell on the second move and found it could only be unlocked when the 10,000 facets sword technique reached level 2. It seems that each time the 10,000 facets sword technique is upgraded by a level, a corresponding move can be unlocked. Song Jian mused. Song Jian removed his eyes from the moves of 10,000 facets sword technique and walked towards the stone platform. The dropped sword technique from the boss was an unexpected delight, but Song Jian didn't forget that there were more precious items awaiting his collection. It seems to be another skill book. I wonder what skill it will be this time. Probably another sword technique. Well, with so many different sword techniques, which one should I practice? Song Jian immediately fell into a happy confusion. Other players complained about having too few skills, while Song Jian was worried about which sword technique to focus on. However, when Song Jian picked up the book on the stone platform, he was taken aback. It's not a skill book but an item. Song Jian was surprised. Song Jian had one book-type item before, the Book of the Abyss, which almost allowed Song Jian to impersonate another profession, similar to an abyssal mage. However, all the skills in this book required a vast amount of battle experience to activate. So far, Song Jian had only activated the basic 2 skills, Abyss Magic Flame Armor and Abyss Temptation. The Book of the Abyss covered a complete skill tree, and if all the skills on it were activated, Song Jian could completely impersonate an abyssal mage. Book of Fusion? What is this? When Song Jian examined the book sparkling with dark gold light in his hand and figured out its use, his face lit up with ecstatic joy. How is this possible? How can there be such an overpowered item? Song Jian couldn't help but exclaim. Book of Fusion, dark gold, special item, usage effect, can fuse 2 skills into one, method of usage, set one skill as the primary skill and another as the secondary skill. For upgrading, upgrade effect 1, the secondary skill will disappear, and the primary skill will acquire the corresponding level increase. Upgrade effect 2, both primary and secondary skills will disappear, giving birth to a new skill which will cover all the characteristics of the 2 skills. Usage requirement, none. Without the Book of Fusion, if one wants to fuse 2 skills, both skills must be upgraded to the max level. This requires a considerable amount of time and energy to raise the skill proficiency, and a vast number of skill points for skill progression. However, with this special item, the Book of Fusion, all previous limitations are removed, and 2 skills can directly be fused into one. Moreover, the biggest benefit of the Book of Fusion is that there is no possibility of failure. Either the proficiency of the primary skill increases, thus upgrading the level of the primary skill, or a stronger new skill will emerge after fusion. After obtaining this item, Song Jian had an urge to fuse all his skills immediately. However, Song Jian soon calmed down. Certainly, it was impossible for this book to be flawless. The most critical point was that after using the Book of Fusion, regardless of the outcome, 2 skills will always transform into 1 skill. If he used this item frequently, he could end up with fewer skills in the end, leading to a potential decrease in power. After some thought, Song Jian finally decided to first fuse 2 skills of lesser importance to see the results. After selecting from the skill bar for a while, Song Jian finally picked 2 skills, the 10,000 facets sword technique and the Kanyon sword skill. The 10,000 facets sword technique is a sword technique that borrows the power of nature, while the Kanyon sword skill is a sword technique realized by the state of natural flowing clouds. The core of both is very similar, it's just that 10,000 facets sword technique is more comprehensive. Pondered Song Jian. He opened the Book of Fusion, set the 10,000 facets sword technique as the primary skill and Kanyon sword skill as the secondary skill and started the fusion process. Whoosh! The Book of Fusion slowly floated up, hanging in midair with the pages flipping automatically. The 2 original skills turned into 2 swirling energy balls, and under the pull of the Book of Fusion, slowly came together and gradually fused into one. A flash of white light, and the Book of Fusion flew back into Song Jian's hand. At this time, his skill bar had changed. The Kin'an sword skill which had been cultivated to level 9 had disappeared, replaced by the proficiency level of 10,000 facets sword technique, which had significantly increased. The first situation occurred. The secondary skill disappeared, and the primary skill gained proficiency? Song Jian frowned slightly, opened the fusion information and started to read. System, you used the Book of Fusion, set 10,000 facets sword technique as the primary skill and Kin'an sword skill as the secondary skill, and began fusion. System, fusion successful, Kin'an sword skill disappeared, 10,000 facets sword technique gained 320 points of proficiency. The second move of 10,000 facets sword technique, Wind Sweeping Clouds, has its effect strengthened. Wind Sweeping Clouds skill power increases by 15%, attack range +3. Within the skill range, the lagging effect is triggered, changing from the original movement speed decrease by 30% to movement speed decrease by 45%. Chapter 660, Occupational Advancement After Merging. It not only enhances proficiency but also improves skill effects? Song Jian exclaimed in surprise. It's a pity, however, the second move of the 10,000 facets sword technique can only be unlocked at level 2. Even if the power and effect of the Wind Sweeping Clouds is enhanced now, Song Jian can't feel it yet. It requires 2 sword techniques with compatible inner nature to potentially enhance the corresponding skill effect and power. Song Jian pondered for a moment, before shifting his gaze onto the Flash Thunder Strike. Flash Thunder Strike carries electrical attributes. If it is fused with the 10,000 facets sword technique, it might be able to enhance the power and effect of the Electric Thunder Strike sword move. Nevertheless, even if it could be enhanced now, Song Jian had no intention of doing so. Having more skills is not necessarily better, but having fewer isn't better either. Enhancing it now would not only erase the Flash Thunder Strike, but the 10,000 facets sword technique couldn't be immediately enhanced either. There would be no use for the Electric Thunder Strike sword move for a while, and strength would be reduced instead of increased. It wouldn't be worthwhile. I'll continue to merge other skills after mastering the first move. Song Jian thought to himself. He puts away the Book of Fusion and continues forward. Jian, at this moment, was also holding a long sword emitting a dark gold glow, laughing heartily towards the sky. After many twists and turns, Changqing finally exited the passageway, arriving at a place that resembled a back garden, filled with various planted flowers and plants. However, due to years of neglect, it appeared somewhat disarrayed. At the center of the garden was a pond, which looked like a huge sapphire, without a single ripple on its surface. What was most strange was the complete silence in the area. It was utterly eerie. Changqing's brow furrowed in suspicion. Hesitating for a moment, he remained vigilant as he slowly approached the pond. /JNN Is this place still part of the main hall's ruins? Or was I unknowingly teleported somewhere else? Changqing wondered. As he stood by the pond, he suddenly spotted a dazzling golden glow emitting from the light blue bottom of the pond. A golden quality treasure? Changqing was delighted, but soon a trace of doubt surfaced on his face. Why would such a valuable treasure appear at the bottom of the pond? Could someone have discarded it here? After pondering for a while without figuring it out, Changqing was still very tempted by the golden quality item. He had no intention of leaving. A gift from heaven, must bear its curse. Changqing gritted his teeth. This treasure appearing before me must mean it's mine. Upon this thought, Changqing takes a step forward, stepping on the edge of the pond as the water quickly soaked his shoes. At that moment, the originally calm water's surface suddenly began to ripple. Soon, the gentle ripples turned into violent undulations. The entire pond seemed to be boiling, tumbling violently. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Changqing retreated a step, drawing his sword in preparation. In no time, all the clear water in the pond started to gather toward the center. A huge elemental water monster rose from the pond, roaring at Changqing. This elemental water boss was made entirely of pond water. Its waist and below had merged with the pond. Its muscular body was light blue, with prominent muscles. Intruder detected. Destruction. All creatures are enemies of Gulras. The elemental water boss Gulras roared. With both hands held in front of his chest and cold ice elements constantly condensing there, a cold and chilly ice sphere soon appeared in its palm. Frost arrow. With a roar from Gulras, the ice sphere in his hands, trailing a long icy tail, shot towards Changqing like an arrow. Wielding his long sword, Changqing shouted, "Water has no definite shape, one sword can break it." A dazzling sword chi, radiating the aura of surging waves, swept towards the frost arrow like a great river. Boom! The collision was fierce as cold air spread out. The intense force sent Changqing back by 2 steps, his face turned pale and he felt a slight stifling sensation in his chest. "This boss is so powerful?" Changqing exclaimed in surprise, but his face did not show fear. Instead, he was delighted. The stronger the guardian beast, the more precious the golden quality item must be. Changking let out a big laugh, his body suddenly emitted a brilliant light, and 3 iron chain-like shadows appeared on his body, tightly binding him. I'll let you witness my real power today. Changking's face was all smiles. Gathering up his strength, he shouted, "Open!" Crack! A crisp shattering sound was heard. The 3 iron chain shadows wrapped around his body suddenly shattered into pieces. Changking's aura soared, and behind him emerged a shadow of a turbulent, roaring river, furious waves. Changking stomped his foot, and his entire body shot into the air. His sword let out a dazzling light as he slashed towards the water elemental boss's head. Songjian tidied up a bit, put away the Book of Fusion, and then walked through the stone room and down the corridor in front. The subsequent passage seemed much simpler. After walking for only a tens of minutes, Songjian arrived at a spacious hall. This hall was as large as 3 or 4 basketball courts. Every few meters, a tall stone statue stood. These statues were of various races, including humans, beastmen, elves, and even one that had a head similar to an octopus. The common thing between all the sculptures was that they each held a long sword in their hand, gripping the hilt with both hands, pointing the blade downward in front of them. The moment Songjian stepped into this hall, a grand voice sounded in his ears: to control the sword with the body, to master the sword with the mind, to break through one's limits. If you wish to advance your occupation even further, you must undertake a more rigorous trial. Are you ready? Advance my occupation? Songjian paused, then became ecstatic. He had stumbled upon an occupation advancement trial here. It was an unexpected joy. When he first obtained the sword controller occupation, his occupation mentor, Wanjian, had said that continuing along this path, the next level was the sword master, followed by an even higher level occupation, and the final occupation would be one of the 10 singular occupations, the sword immortal. I'm ready. Songjian immediately shouted. In the hall, the deep voice echoed once again, choose your trial target. Each one of them was once a formidable swordsman. Defeat them with your sword, and you will gain a more powerful occupation. During the battle, no one is allowed to assist you. If you receive any help during the fight, the trial will be deemed a failure. Chapter 661, Wan Wudi. Songjian glanced at his own status and found that after taking on the trial, his pet space had been directly sealed. He had lost all contact with his pets, whether it was the black dragon that could not be summoned in this world, or the small stone man who was recovering from its injuries in a deep slumber. He could not reach any of them. His follower Asia could no longer send him any messages. He was also unable to transmit any messages in this world. The blood pool summoning skill was sealed too. But even without the seal, a group of blood birds, blood corpses and blood wolves, without any first-grade combat power, most likely couldn't provide much assistance. Please choose the trial target you want to defeat. The voice sounded again, as if urging him to make a selection quickly. Songjian turned his gaze toward the statues in the hall. Though these statues were all of formidable swordsmen, there would certainly be differences in their capabilities. Even if their strength was at the same level, the sword techniques they excelled at could never be identical. If he could select a target that he could counter, the fight would undoubtedly be much easier. Songjian looked over each of these statues in turn. Kudo, human, born in dark history year 1187, died in light history year 117, devoted his life to the liberation movement of the world, killed 7,900 aliens, known as nightmare of aliens, skilled in sword techniques, wailing sword, 10 directions strangling sword technique, etc. His swordsmanship is bold and confident, and it's especially suitable for battlefield environments. Wu Luer, beastman of the Fox clan, sword saint, born in dark history 1153, died in light history 120, skilled in beast blade roar, spirit flash sword skill, etc. His swordsmanship is as fast as lightning, with an offensive as thunderous, extremely fast, suitable for close combat. As Songjian approached each statue, the information about the statue's past life would appear in his mind. From these details, he could understand the sword techniques used by the statue and the style of its swordsmanship. After checking out 7 or 8 statues, Songjian came to the last one. The material used for this statue was the poorest, but it was the most intricately carved one. Each detail was brought to life, as if it wanted people to recognize it at first glance. Novel.b/JN and the armor this man is wearing looks somewhat familiar. Songjian inspected the statue from head to toe and began to read its information. Wan Wudi, an alien, arrived in light history year 101, disappeared in light history year 105, killed 78 powerful figures with the title of Sword Saint. His most famous battle was the one after his alien identity was revealed, where he was ambushed by hundreds of Sword Saints, but managed to escape by killing more than 10 people at the cost of sustaining severe injuries. This battle was dubiously known as the Battle of Shame. He was adept at the sword techniques, Jugu's 9 swords, formation breaking blade, middle rushing sword finger, young merchant sword finger, sword 23. Wan Wudi, an alien? Is this an NPC from the game world? A wry smile spread across Song Jian's face, surprised that among his trial targets, there was someone from his own world, and also an NPC. This man's surname is Wan too. I wonder if he has any connection with my combat mentor Wan Jian. Song Jian thought secretly, even if he did, he probably wouldn't know who Wan Jian is, given the age difference. Wan Jian might be centuries apart from him. Well, let's choose him then. After all, we both come from the same place. He's a fellow townsman. Song Jian muttered to himself, choosing the statue in front of him, named Wan Wudi. Do you confirm your trial target? Confirm. Crassy-K, an echoing series of cracking sounds rang out, and the statue of Wan Wudi began to reveal spiderweb-like fractures on its surface. In no time at all, with a loud boom, Wan Wudi's statue exploded into pieces. In its place, a figure began to slowly transition from illusion to reality. TSK, can't you guys who come for class advancement not choose me every time? Amongst the rubble, a figure that seemed rather flustered appeared in front of Song Jian. Did an alien eat your rice? You choose me every time during class advancement. Do you think I'm easy to bully? A fairly young man, who was the spitting image of Wan Wudi's statue, appeared in front of Song Jian. Senior. Song Jian saluted with his fists. Huh? Wan Wudi was taken aback as he carefully examined Song Jian. Haha, you're just like me, you're also. Wan Wudi pointed at Song Jian and started to laugh uproariously. I didn't expect, truly didn't expect, that I'd meet someone from the same world here. Holding his belly, laughter brought tears to Wan Wudi's eyes. Oh my, this is hilarious. I wonder if those who placed me in the trial hall ever expected this day to come, that an alien would enter the trial hall. I wish I could see their faces. Wan Wudi leaned on his knees, laughing for quite a while before finally stopping. Senior, are you being imprisoned here? Do you need me to help you get out of here? Song Jian asked. Apparently, this man's existence had been a trial target for a long time, and Song Jian wasn't sure how many years he had been here. However, it should have been several centuries at least. No need, I am just a fraction of Wan Wudi. The man in front of him waved his hand and said, when they severely injured Wan Wudi in the past, they used a secret method to extract a piece of his spirit and created me. As soon as I leave this hall, I will disappear. Then, senior, shall we start? Song Jian made a fist with one hand and placed it in the palm of the other hand. Please show mercy. Come on, show me your most powerful sword attack. Let me see what level of strength the youths of our world are at now. Wan Wudi adopted a pose with a sword in his right hand, the tip of the sword pointing down, while his left hand was held behind his back. He had a smile on his face, the demeanor of a grand master, appearing to be an enlightened being. Well, I won't be polite then. With a thought, Song Jian activated the immortal sword body immediately, and his aura sword, 10,000 facets sword technique, first style, Twilight Snow. With a soft shout, the invisible sword chi within Song Jian's body, in an instant, all rushed towards the crimson fire heart-ape sword in his right arm. The entire hall was covered in a thin layer of frost. Snow actually began to fall from the ceiling of the hall. In no time, the hall was filled with snow, and the temperature dropped by 20 to 30 degrees. The 10,000 facets sword technique? Haha, this was that old man's most powerful sword maneuver, and you've learned it? A surprised look appeared in Wan Wudi's eyes. At this moment, his feet were deeply buried in the snow, and his legs from the knee down were encased in thick ice, completely immobilized. Song Jian's figure had disappeared in the heavy snow. Now, at this moment, all the snow in the sky was rapidly converging onto Wan Wudi, with each snowflake made from condensed sword chi. You've mastered it somewhat. Wan Wudi still maintained the light smile on his face. Watching the snowflakes rushing towards him from all directions, the next moment, the long sword in his hand suddenly began to whirl, Jugu's 9 swords, arrow-breaking style. With a soft cry, vibrant sword chi suddenly began to shine within a 3-foot radius around Wan Wudi. His figure began to move correspondingly, but only the part of his body from the waist up. His feet remained stuck in the ice and snow. Chapter 662, Sword Master. Ding 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 ding. A rapid series of collision sounds echoed around the hall. Around Wan Wudi's body, snowflakes made from condensed sword chi continuously shattered. With each exploding snowflake, countless tiny needle-like sword chi would shoot out in all directions, but they were unable to penetrate Wan Wudi's immediate vicinity. 3 feet around his body, it was as if an invisible air wall blocked all the sword chi. The snowflakes in the air grew more numerous and dense, but Wan Wudi exhibited no signs of exhaustion. The speed of his swaying body increased. Song Jian could only watch as countless sword lights bloomed around him. In the instant when all the snowflakes shattered, a chill light appeared behind Wan Wudi's head. Song Jian's figure appeared behind Wan Wudi, and the chill light was the long sword in his hands. "You have the same habits as that old man, preferring to strike with the final sword from behind?" Wan Wudi chuckled, as he surprisingly swung his long sword from below his ribs at a bizarre angle, stabbing towards Song Jian's forehead. Song Jian was taken aback. If he continued his strike, before his sword could even touch the back of Wan Wudi's head, he would smash into Wan Wudi's sword tip. "Senior, how are you so familiar with this sword technique?" Song Jian promptly stopped himself, performing a backflip to dodge Wan Wudi's long sword. He stumbled back 2 steps, a look of surprise on his face. "Ha ha ha, the guy who created this sword technique fought with me a dozen times. One of his eyes was taken by me, how could I not be familiar with his sword technique?" Wan Wudi heartily laughed. Song Jian glanced to the left. Indeed, one of the statues in the hall was blind in one eye. However, there was no mention of him excelling at the 10,000 facets sword technique in his description. "Yes, that old man." Wan Wudi laughed. "Come on, don't try to fight me with the sword techniques you learned in this world. I've encountered at least 90% of the sword techniques. As long as it's a somewhat famous sword technique, I have a way to counter it." Song Jian nodded and started using other sword techniques. However, no matter what sword technique he used, Wan Wudi was always able to counter with another technique. Even though the strength Wan Wudi was currently exhibiting was barely that of a first-grade combatant, Song Jian was left feeling helpless. Just as Song Jian was about to give up, he suddenly remembered one of his auxiliary battle skills, the Mind's Eye. With a thought, a crimson cross appeared around Wan Wudi's body, a naming cross that was undetectable by Wan Wudi, only visible to Song Jian. Taikai Sword Skill. Song Jian drew upon the Taikai Sword Skill. The gray and white energy quickly concentrated around his body, shaping into a phantom image of the yin-yang fish that symbolizes Taikai. Taikai Sword Skill? Interesting. A smile appeared at the corner of Wan Wudi's mouth. He seemed to have thought of something. He retracted his long sword and surprisingly reinitiated Jugu's 9 swords. Song Jian was only using the Taikai Sword Skill to stall for time, not to defeat Wan Wudi. 3 seconds later, the crosser moved to an empty space 3 meters away from Wan Wudi's side and began to blink without moving. Song Jian was taken aback, but decided to trust his skill. In the middle of his brow, the vertical eye slowly opened. A dazzling silver beam of light shot out towards the location indicated by the crosshairs. Boom, 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 a series of explosions sounded. Wan Wudi, who had been facing Song Jian, suddenly vanished, and a figure slowly emerged from the bombarded location. "You were able to find my true body?" Wan Wudi's voice suddenly echoed, filled with a tone of surprise. The power of Mind's Eye was variable, causing damage that was based on a percentage. The stronger Song Jian became, the greater the damage Mind's Eye inflicted. With Song Jian's current strength, the damage caused every second had already exceeded 500. If you fully bore the damage from Mind's Eye from start to end, the final damage could exceed 2,000, and that's without a critical hit. The moment Wan Wudi's real body appeared, a system notification sounded next to Song Jian's ear. "System, you have completed the profession upgrade task. Your epic profession, Sword Controller, has been promoted to Sword Master. System, you have comprehended the core skill of Sword Master, Sword Control Skill. System, you have comprehended the core skill of Sword Master, Creation of Sword Spirit. System, your Strength attribute permanently increases by 5 points, Agility attribute permanently increases by 8 points, Physique attribute permanently increases by 5 points, and Spirit attribute permanently increases by 50 points. In an instant, Song Jian felt as if his head had been struck hard. Something exploded in his mind, causing him to lose consciousness. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, giving the appearance of imminent death. Watching Song Jian collapse onto the ground, Wan Wudi smiled slightly. His figure slowly faded, eventually disappearing completely. His previously shattered statue began to show a phantom image. This phantom gradually solidified with the passage of time. It wouldn't be long before it returned to its original state. Song Jian lay motionless on the cold ground for an unknown amount of time before slowly opening his eyes. Within his eyes, a star-like radiance flickered brightly, only slowly fading after a long while. What happened to me? Touching the dry blood on his face, Song Jian looked confused. However, he quickly regained his memory. I've successfully advanced. A joyful expression emerged on Song Jian's face. He then realized that his memory seemed greatly enhanced. He could clearly recall things from his childhood that he'd forgotten, even every lesson he'd learned in elementary and middle school. He could remember how he had entered the game, his fighting and slaughtering adventures in the game, and all the detailed experiences. Reaching into his chest, he took out a blank sword stone. With a thought, a silver talisman knife flew out. Without using the spiritual sword control technique, Song Jian was able to control the talisman knife as easily as his own limbs, carving the blank sword stone. Other auxiliary materials automatically flew into the blank sword stone. In a short while, a sunburn-classed sword chi stone was successfully finished. 9 times, a sword chi stone that can release sunburn-classed sword chi 9 times. Looking at the golden sword chi stone in his hand, Song Jian's face lit up with a joyful expression. The 50-point enhancement to his spirit attribute transformed Song Jian. Now, he could almost be compared to a magic-related profession which specialized in the spirit attribute. Moreover, the spirit attribute had become his highest attribute, even exceeding his strength, agility, and physique. Am I even considered a melee class now? A peculiar expression appeared on Song Jian's face. Chapter 663, Sword Control Skill. Song Jian checked his status. His strength attribute had exceeded 65 points, agility attribute reached 60 points, constitution attribute reached 49 points, and spirit attribute reached 74 points. Song Jian discovered that his perception now enveloped the entire hall, and any minor changes within it couldn't escape his detection. This sudden increase in spirit made Song Jian feel like he was in control of everything. However, Song Jian knew that this was just an illusion, and this feeling would gradually disappear once he adapted to his current state. As Song Jian was slowly adapting to his new status, his eyes suddenly widened, seemingly perceiving something. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him. Jian looked at the hall and the statues in it, a surprised expression on his face. Heritage statues? Are these heritage statues? Jian couldn't help but shout. But when he saw Song Jian sitting on the floor with his legs crossed and the last statue turned into a phantom, his expression instantly darkened, and a touch of sinister flashed in his eyes. Second senior brother, you're here too? Without turning his head, Song Jian spoke, a trace of coldness on the corner of his mouth. Little junior brother? Jian was startled, seemingly not expecting to see Song Jian in this place. However, he immediately thought about the statue that had turned into a phantom and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Song Jian, how did you enter this ruin? Jian asked harshly. Second senior brother, your question is a bit strange. Isn't it you who invited me to come explore this ruin together? Song Jian slowly stood up, turned around, and looked at Jian with a half-smile. Jian was momentarily speechless. He and Chang King had invited Song Jian without any good intentions. They merely wanted to use Song Jian as cannon fodder to attract the attention of the guardian boss outside. However, unexpectedly, the other party did not back down but instead entered the ruins as well. Could it be that he killed the boss? Jian wondered in his heart, but quickly dismissed the idea. With the strength of that boss and the hundreds of ordinary ghosts surrounding it, even if Chang King and I join forces, it would be impossible to kill all these monsters. Once those ghosts enter a berserk state, even we would have to retreat. How did he break in? I never thought that little junior brother was so good at hiding his true abilities. Jian sarcastically said. I have to thank both of my senior brothers for bringing me here, otherwise, how could I have obtained such a great opportunity? Song Jian displayed a happy smile on his face. Jian face became even more gloomy, and he sneered, little junior brother, it seems that you have already obtained the inheritance of this powerful person. I wonder what kind of inheritance you've gained. Can you show it to your senior brother? Senior brother, why don't you have a look yourself? I just obtained it, and my control over it is not very good yet. Song Jian laughed, showing a shy expression on his face. Novel B/JN. This hall was his professional advancement assessment, but for the people of this world, it was the heritage hall, where one could accept the inheritance of any statue. It was nothing short of a pie falling from the sky for the people of this world. Jian glanced at Song Jian and slowly walked towards the statues. It's better for the inheritance you received not to be too outstanding, otherwise. A trace of fierceness flashed in the depths of Jian eyes. In reality, not all the inheritances from these heritage statues were powerful, some of them had a very specific orientation. If Jian encountered such an inheritance, he likely wouldn't accept it either. Little junior brother, perhaps you don't know that the inheritances in this heritage hall can only be passed on to one person every 100 years. Afterwards, you must wait for 100 years for that heritage statue to recover before it can continue to be passed on to the next inheritor. Jian slowly spoke as he walked. Moreover, the most important thing is, if you haven't left this ruin, by killing you, the inheritance you just obtained will drop in the form of an inheritance scroll. Jian coldly glanced at Song Jian and then placed his hand on the phantom statue of Wan Wudi. With his eyes slightly closed, Jian examined Wan Wudi's information. Although the summaries of these statues did not contain inheritance content, by examining the deeds of the person in front of the statue, one could roughly guess the strength he possessed and the possible inheritance he left behind. A foreigner? He killed 78 powerful sword masters. Under the siege of hundreds of sword masters, he counter-killed more than 10 and successfully escaped. Jianqi's arm trembled slightly, as he had never heard of such a powerful sword master before. Although he is a foreigner, his power is beyond doubt. This is just. Jianqi's face was filled with astonishment. Why did Song Jian receive his inheritance? Why not me? Jianqi looked regretful as he thought, if it weren't for the prolonged battle with the dark gold quality guardian boss, maybe I would have been the first one to enter this heritage hall. No, this inheritance must be mine. It must be mine. Jianqi trembled all over, his face twisted in greed. If he didn't know about this, it would have been fine. But now that the inheritance had almost brushed past him, it was like millions of little worms were gnawing at his heart, causing him unbearable pain, and his eyes starting to redden. Song Jian. Jianqi turned his back to Song Jian, slightly bowed his head, and his sword chi surged like scorching flames. It's not that I don't have the spirit of camaraderie, it's just that this foreigner's inheritance is too important for me. So, please die. Jianqi turned around, the long sword in his hand emanating a hint of dark gold light. A dazzling sword chi slashed towards Song Jian. Sword 23, Sword 23, this is that person's inheritance, how could I possibly give it up? Jianqi screamed crazily and charged at Song Jian. If this were before entering this hall, I might not be a match for you. But now. A touch of coldness appeared on the corner of Song Jian's mouth, and behind him, 3 long swords slowly unfolded like the tail of a peacock: Crimson Fire Heart-Ape Sword, Golden Demon Slaying Sword, Verdant Crystal Wood Sword. All 3 were of dark gold quality, emitting a strong radiance. Each sword was enveloped in a golden sword chi, resembling 3 feathers swaying gently in midair. Sword control skill. The 3 long swords, as if controlled by 3 invisible arms, hacked at Jianqi, wildly spraying sword chi in the air and performing 3 different sword techniques: broken wing dance, flash thunder strike, sweeping sword style. The 3 long swords attacked Jianqi from 3 different directions, one of them clashing head-on with Jianqi. Golden sword chi and white sword chi collided and intertwined, emitting a deep rumbling sound. How is this possible? Jianqi busied himself with dealing with the 3 long swords attacks. Meanwhile, Song Jian stood at a distance with a cold smile on his face, as if watching a prey struggling in a net. Chapter 664, Rules of the Sect. Song Jian wielded 3 long swords to attack simultaneously, appearing as though he still had plenty of strength left. The staggering increase in his spirit attributes made Song Jian's strength vastly different. From his current attributes, he was no weaker than someone who had just passed the B-level assessment with the strength of a first-level combat power strongman. If he activated his immortal sword body, with Song Jian's current strength, he could fully compare to a strongman who had just passed an A+ level assessment of first-level combat power. In other words, he now technically had first-level peak combat power. Jianqi's strength was at most on par with a first-level combat power strongman who had just passed through the B+ level assessment world. Faced with Song Jian's sword control skill, he had no power to resist. At first, we was able to hold out for a while, but soon, scars began to appear on Jianqi. How can he be so strong? Jianqi was sliced again by the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape Sword and fresh blood spurted out. His face showed an expression of disbelief. Is that man's legacy really that strong? In fact, if Song Jian really got Guan Wudi's legacy, his fighting power would certainly be much stronger than it is now. But to get such a strong power like Guan Wudi, there was a process which must be followed. Even if all of Guan Wudi's sword techniques were taught to Song Jian, to master such a strong power, Song Jian needed to practice diligently for a long time. For a 10,000 facets sword technique, Song Jian didn't know when he would be able to learn all 12 moves. If Song Jian really got Guan Wudi's legacy, it would also not be possible to immediately raise such a huge fighting power. The main reason why Song Jian's strength had changed dramatically in just a few hours was that he had passed the profession upgrade assessment, upgrading from sword controller to sword master, achieving an essential evolution. Power, agility, and physical strength all gained a permanent increase, but more importantly, the spirit attribute directly increased by 50 points. Spirit power would probably not exceed 50 points for most magic power strongmen who had not yet achieved first-level combat power. Boom. Long sword in Jianqi's hand struck harshly against the verdant crystal wood sword in midair. He staggered back a few steps, while the verdant crystal wood sword merely twirled in midair before continuing to attack him. The use of the sword control skill continuously depleted mental strength, but now Song Jian's spirit points had surged from over 200 to 890. The sword control skill consumed 1 spirit point every 3 seconds. For Song Jian, this could be considered a regular combat method. Song Jian, do you really want to kill your fellow disciples? Jian Qi's clothes were already dyed red with blood, with his vitality points dropping to 1/3. He had already been seriously injured in the previous fight with the Guardian boss. Now, after fighting Song Jian for so long, he was injured even more. Most importantly, Jian Qi saw no hope of winning. The Kenyan Sword Sect rules prohibit killing fellow disciples. Those who violate this rule will have their martial arts destroyed and will be expelled from the sect. Jian Qi cried out, his eyes filled with panic. How could he be so strong? Even if he did get that guy's legacy, it shouldn't make him this strong. Multiple thoughts arose in Jian Qi's mind. Unless he's been hiding his power all along. Also, why does he have 3 dark gold quality long swords? Even the eldest brother, who is a direct disciple, may not have such high quality long swords, yet he has 3. Song Jian, as long as you let me go this time, I will pledge my allegiance to you in the Kenyan Sword Sect. If you aim for the sect leader position in the future, I will do my best to support you. Jian Qi begged. His current state was equivalent to fighting 3 individuals with similar strength to him. Song Jian was on standby nearby. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack Jian Qi, but the 3 swords alone were enough to disempower him. Jian Qi was filled with doubts, but now was not the time for him to clarify them. As long as I can survive this time, I will pay you back 100 times over for the humiliation I suffered today, Song Jian. Jian Qi roared in his heart, but his face showed more and more humility. Song Jian, we are brothers of the same sect. I can act like nothing happened today. I will cover for you with the master. Do you really want to kill everyone? No matter what you say, I will not let you off today. You'd better give up on that. Song Jian sneered, controlling the 3 long swords to accelerate the speed of the siege. Controlling 3 long swords, executing 3 different sword techniques, it was still a great burden for Song Jian. Despite Jian Qi's many wounds and bleeding status, which depleted his vitality points below 1000, he still didn't give up and fought back. Song Jian, don't forget, not only are we 2 in the ruins, there's also eldest brother. Aren't you afraid that your murder will be revealed and the eldest brother will hunt you down? Jian Qi's eyes were filled with desperation. He was just resisting stubbornly at this point, and defeat was just a matter of time. As long as I kill you here, no one else will know. Song Jian sneered. That may not necessarily be the case. A cold voice came from the entrance of the passageway behind Song Jian. Eldest brother. Jian Qi cried out in surprise, a joyous smile appearing on his face. His gaze at Song Jian immediately became vicious. Song Jian's heart sank. Chang King always gave him a feeling of being unfathomable. Even now, with his increased mental power, he couldn't sense how strong Chang King truly was. Just from him, he could feel a breath that came from the sect leader of the Kenyan Sword Sect. Eldest brother, he has obtained an extremely strong sword master inheritance. We can get the sword 23 if we kill him. Jian Qi yelled. Song Jian's inheritance had been lost to Jian Qi, but if he could kill Song Jian, he could get some form of revenge. Besides, he and Song Jian had now become mortal enemies, only one of them could survive. Jian Qi was completely overwhelmed by Song Jian's strength. If he wanted to kill Song Jian, he had to borrow Chang King's hands. Upon hearing the word sword 23, Chang King's eyes narrowed and his right hand clenched instinctively. After a while, Chang King sighed and said to Song Jian, Junior brother, don't you know that same sect killing is forbidden within the Kenyan Sword Sect? Eldest brother, would you believe me if I said Jian Qi started it? Song Jian said slowly. At this time, he was still controlling the 3 long swords and had Jian Qi surrounded, but did not launch an immediate attack. Chang King glanced at Jian Qi, shook his head slowly and said, Junior brother, you say Jian Qi started it, but I did not see. I only saw you attacking Jian Qi relentlessly and even wanting to kill him. Now, I have no choice but to apprehend you and take you back to the sect to have the master decide what to do. Chang King declared righteously. Chapter 665, I'm determined to kill you. Hearing Chang King speak, Jian Qi burst out laughing, a smug expression overtaking his face. Song Jian, did you not hear what elder brother had to say? Better put down your sword and surrender. You'll answer to the master when we get back to the sect. Seeing his elder brother, Jian Qi became arrogant once again. Ever since he first saw Song Jian, Jian Qi had taken an instant dislike to him and had intimidated Song Jian as soon as they met. Now looking at Song Jian humbled before Chang King, Jian Qi was filled with malignant glee. He wished he could be the one pointing his sword at Song Jian instead of being on the receiving end. Elder brother, his 3 swords are all of dark gold quality. I think, till master forgives him, you should hold on to them, Jian-Chi said with a cruel smirk. Elder brother, do you really have to do this? Song Jian asked without turning back, seemingly indifferent to Jian-Chi's words. That's the rule, I can't help it. Changking said calmly, his eyes falling on the three long swords controlled by Song Jian. A sparkle of desire flashed in his eyes. Song Jian slightly smiled and nodded, as if resigned to his fate. All right then, I will go back to the sect with elder brother and see what the master says. A satisfied smirk spread across Chang King's lips at Song Jian's words, but it quickly disappeared. Jian-Chi, on the other hand, burst out in boisterous laughter. Even though Jian-Chi's vitality was less than a third of the others, he still had enough strength to fight. Moreover, Chang King's abilities were unfathomable. Even Jian-Chi himself had no clue how far his elder brother's abilities could stretch. Now it was 2 against 1, this was unfavorable for Song Jian. Jian-Chi concluded in his mind that surrender was the only option left for Song Jian. But at this moment, Jian-Chi suddenly felt a chill run through his body as if he had been thrown naked into a pit of ice. A look of fear crossed his face. You actually... Just when Jian-Chi prepared to mobilize his vigor, 3 loud blasts echoed around him. Whoosh, 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 a sound of cleaving air suddenly rang out, almost synchronizing into one noise. Jian-Chi's brow, throat, and heart were simultaneously pierced by a long sword, sending out 3 spurts of blood. How dare you! Chang King roared in rage from behind him. Unbelief was etched across Jian-Chi's face as he slowly fell forward. Feeling a tsunami-like force rushing at him from behind, Song Jian turned into a shadow and dashed towards the passageway in front of the hall. Clank with a crisp sound, the dark gold quality longsword that Jian-Chi had just obtained fell to the ground. As Song Jian brushed past him, he casually picked up the fallen longsword and popped it into his inventory, not having a moment even to look at it, and dashed straight towards the passageway ahead. You want to run? Think you can escape? Chang King roared out in anger, swinging his longsword. The air around him exploded into a roaring sound akin to a tsunami. Is that sword intent? Song Jian was shocked and didn't dare to look back. Grinding his teeth, he activated his bloody shield and continued to charge forward. Unpredictable water form, sever with a sword. Chang King shouted, broken water flow. A white silken sword chi slashed towards Song Jian's back. It sounded like a surging wave approaching his ear. Song Jian gritted his teeth, turned back and thrust his crimson fire heart-ape sword forward. Sacred parry. A dazzling golden sword chi burst from the longsword. Clang, the sound of a resonating bell echoed. The river-like sword chi vanished into nothingness. Song Jian, on the other hand, utilized the impact force to somersault backwards, landing steadily on the ground. After a glance at Chang King, a serious look appeared in Song Jian's eyes. He didn't expect Chang King to comprehend sword intent, and even the broken water flow sword intention of the sect leader of Kenyan's sword sect. It seems that among all the disciples, only Chang King is the real direct disciple accepted by the sect leader. Song Jian thought to himself, until his death, Jian-Chi probably didn't realize that he wasn't important in Liu Kenyan's eyes. Chang King watched in amazement as his all-out attack vanished without a trace. But soon, a fierce sword chi mixed with an overwhelming wave-like sword intent slashed towards him. This is my broken water flow sword intention? Chang King was stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, he roared wildly. Foreigner, Song Jian, you are a foreigner. Correct, I am a foreigner, and I've also obtained the inheritance of the strongest sword master. Want it? Song Jian coldly stared at Chang King. As long as you kill me, you can have this inheritance to yourself. If not, you'll have to hand it over to others. Boom. Caught by surprise, Chang King was hit by his own full-strength attack and was sent flying. A damage of over 1,600 points floated above his head. Pallid-faced, Chang King slowly got up and looked at Song Jian, who was at the entrance of the hallway on the opposite side. You can't escape. Once your identity is exposed, the whole world will become your enemy. No matter where you run, endless pursuits would follow, he said. You're right. A faint smile crossed Song Jian's lips. However, once you step out of these ruins, you won't have any chance to obtain the strongest inheritance again. You can check under the heritage statue to see how formidable the inheritance I obtained is. Chang King's face was dark and terrible. He knew that once he left the ruins, even if he managed to kill Song Jian in the future, there'd be no chance of obtaining the inheritance on him. To get the inheritance, he had to kill Song Jian within the ruins to cause a drop. Watching Song Jian gradually retreat, disappearing into the passageway, Chang King stood still. I wager you won't leave. Song Jian's voice echoed from the distance. Novel B/JN and Chang King walked slowly towards the statue that had become a shadow, his brows furrowed and his face ferocious. His expression alternated constantly as if he was in the midst of a fierce mental struggle. Foreigners are the enemies of the world. Whoever discovers them must alert the entire continent. Changking had discovered Song Jian's identity and should have left the ruins immediately to report back to the Kenyan sword sect about Song Jian's identity. But if he did that, he would only receive a meager reward. Compared to the potential gains he could get from staying in the ruins, it was negligible. Changking's eyes burned with passion as he silently reviewed Wan Wudi's information. Sword 23, it really is Sword 23. Changking murmured to himself, staring fixedly at where Song Jian disappeared, and whispered, "You've won the wager." Finishing his sentence, Changking stomped on the ground, making a loud sound. With the speed of lightning, he pursued Song Jian towards the passageway from which he left. Now that he had made up his mind, he wouldn't allow for any hesitation. "Song Jian, you're as good as dead." Changking's eyes were filled with a strong intent to kill. Chapter 666, Abyss Temptation. Although Wan Wudi was considered an enemy by the people of this world, no one would turn down his legacy. Being a sword saint was already the most revered title in this world, and they were the strongest group of people in this world. Yet even such powerful people could not stand a chance against Wan Wudi in battle. In order to kill Wan Wudi, hundreds of powerful people bestowed with the title of sword saint joined forces to ambush him. Such an astonishing event would be unbelievable if it were to be told, but it really happened. This subverted everyone's perceptions. Most importantly, the ambush failed, with Wan Wudi killing more than 10 of the powerful attackers. This was an extremely humiliating event for the entire continent. If Wan Wudi could have been killed, it would have been a different story. But the fact that so many top-notch powerhouses from the continent had failed to ambush him had filled people with anger and humiliation while also leaving them in awe of Wan Wudi's strength. Jian 23, a sword technique that was widely circulated during the ambush, was highly praised by almost all sects. That was why Jian Qi was so eager to kill Song Jian when he saw Jian 23's sword technique amongst the heritage statues, in order to acquire the inheritance. This was also why Changking was willing to momentarily put aside his hatred towards foreign people and pursue Song Jian alone. If word gets out that the inheritance is here, I am afraid that even the sword saint powerhouses will be attracted. Changking's eyes were burning with fervor. Even his master, Liu Qinyan, a powerful sword master who had comprehended sword intent, was not qualified for the title of sword saint. If Changking could obtain Wan Wudi's inheritance, he would definitely become a sword saint, and not just any sword saint, but the most top-notch, formidable sword saint. Such temptation was irresistible for anyone who practiced swordsmanship. Song Jian swiftly traveled through the passages. Regardless of the type of intersection he encountered, he did not hesitate to randomly choose a direction and rushed past. In a short amount of time, he had already gone through more than 20 intersections. Even with his formidable memory, he would have difficulty retracing his steps should he reattempt the same path. My strength has increased too rapidly, I must adapt. The probability of me winning against Changking in my current state is low. Thoughts raced through Song Jian's mind as he continuously assessed the strength comparison between himself and Changking. Changking also possessed sword intent, which was, in a sense, similar to Song Jian's immortal sword body skill. The primordial chaos indestructible sword body was Song Jian's core skill as a sword controller. Its appearance was similar to the sword intent possessed by this world's sword masters, which was why so many people had mistaken it. Song Jian had previously researched the sword intent of this world and found that there were many types. Broken water flow sword intent, which was comprehended by Liu Qinyan and Changking, was just one of them. Unlike the immortal sword body, Changking's sword intent did not consume much energy when activated, so he could maintain it for hours. In contrast, Song Jian's immortal sword body, now at level 8, could only be sustained for a mere 3 minutes. If he were to be caught in a stalemate, it would be highly unfavorable for him. Furthermore, due to the sudden increase in his attributes, Song Jian was unable to properly control his own power. At this moment, he just wanted to find a safe place to carefully experience and familiarize himself with his newly advanced profession. A sword master was obviously much more powerful than a sword controller. One could see the difference from the core skill of sword control, which, when activated, was almost equivalent to fighting against 4 opponents with similar strength to Song Jian. This skill alone possessed enough power to crush opponents of a comparable strength. The sword control skill is already so powerful. I can't help but anticipate the power of the other core skill, creating a sword spirit. Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, he wished he could immediately go into seclusion to thoroughly study his newly advanced profession. However, he could not allow Changking to leave the ruin. Once his identity as a foreigner was exposed by Changking, he would find it impossible to venture around this continent, let alone complete the first ranked battle power assessment mission. Changking must die here. A resolute look flashed in Song Jian's eyes. As he continued to travel through the web-like passages, Song Jian suddenly felt as if he had broken through a thin film, facing very little resistance. If not for his greatly increased mental strength, He might not have noticed the anomaly at all. He stopped abruptly and looked back, only to find nothing unusual about the passage behind him. It was no different from the passages he had traversed before. When Song Jian turned his head back, he was shocked to find that the scene before him had suddenly changed. Previously, there was just a straight passage ahead of him. However now, before his eyes, appeared a lush valley. At the center of the valley stood a huge golden pyramid, which was black and shimmered with a metallic luster. The golden runes on its surface appeared and disappeared intermittently. What is this place? Wide-eyed and stunned, Song Jian realized that he must have just passed through some sort of barrier. He looked back again, and while the passage was still there, ahead of him was the valley. It felt as though the space at his current position had been split into two and then mysteriously glued back together. Just then, a weird voice suddenly sounded in Song Jian's ears. Young man, do you want to possess great power? Become my follower, and I shall grant you the power to conquer this world. The voice was filled with temptation, but it sounded somewhat familiar to Song Jian, who couldn't help but smirk and mutter to himself, abyssal language. I never thought that the power of the abyss would also exist in this world. Ever since he entered the game, Song Jian had noticed that the power of the abyss seemed to be constantly eroding the gaming world. Before the new version of the game was launched, many places held traces of the abyssal power. After the launch of the new version, the abyssal power had flooded the entire world overnight. Just in Doomsday City alone, there were dozens of abyssal instances, which had also opened up the possibility for the abyssal clan and professions. Come to think of it, the abyssal instances in Doomsday City do share a resemblance with the mysterious black pyramid before me. Song Jian said softly as he gazed at the pyramid in the valley. Song Jian leaped onto a large rock at the edge of the valley and peered inside. At the same time, a figure suddenly rushed into the valley several hundred meters away from him. Upon closer look, it was none other than Chang Qing. At this point, Chang Qing seemed to be oblivious to Song Jian and was only startled by the scene before him. However, his eyes soon fell upon the huge golden pyramid in the center of the valley, and his body began to uncontrollably tremble, his eyes losing focus as if he was lost in some memory. Song Jian stared at Chang Qing and smirked with a hint of wonder, whispering, "Not everyone can handle the abyssal language." Chapter 667, Crafting the Sword Spirit. Song Jian had a long-standing contact with the abyssal power, and held a certain resistance towards the abyssal language. The charmer's power seemed to be greatly suppressed. The allure of the abyssal language had almost no effect on him. However, for Chang Qing, caught off guard, he had absolutely no power to resist. Furthermore, his heart was filled with desire to obtain Wan Wudi's legacy and become a sword saint, which naturally created a vulnerability in his spirit which the abyssal power exploited. The allure of the abyssal language easily affected him. Watching Chang Qing stumble towards the black pyramid like a walking corpse, Song Jian felt amused. The person he initially saw as a formidable enemy had easily fallen in this way. Song Jian sat cross-legged on the rock, ignoring the abyssal language. He began to closely comprehend the various changes that came with advancing in his profession. Novel B/JNN. He found that his original profession as sword controller had progressed to the sword master, gradually changing from short distance to semi-long and even long distance. The reason why this was so is because the sword master's core skill, sword control skill, had no concepts of attack range. As long as your mental strength was strong enough, anywhere within the range of your mental strength was within your attacking range. Song Jian's present mental strength perception could reach up to almost 100 meters, beyond which it became somewhat fuzzy. But if he were to use the sword control skill, the most suitable attack distance would only be between 50 to 60 meters, any further would be more difficult to control. Moreover, after the significant increase in mental strength, Song Jian could easily control 2 or even 3 or 4 swords simultaneously. At his limit, Song Jian could control 4 long swords at the same time, and if he activated Immortal Sword Body, he could easily control 5 long swords. This meant his enemy would have to face 5 simultaneous attacks from him. If the enemy's strength was equivalent to Song Jian's, they would likely be at a disadvantage from the start. Am I invincible at this level? Song Jian laughed to himself. Song Jian began to closely examine the sword master's other core skill while adapting to his rapid increase in power, the creation of sword spirits. It's actually a supportive skill. Song Jian's brows creased. Supportive skills generally did not provide direct combat power, but in the game, the effect of a good support skill was not inferior to combat skills. Similar to Song Jian's talent skill, Thick Skin, which was also a supportive skill, has saved Song Jian from the brink of death multiple times. Swallow the essence of the 5 elements, nurture your own sword spirit. After carefully reading the skill introduction, Song Jian's face turned pale. The so-called sword spirit production involved using a weapon as the main body, then continually devouring other high-quality weapons. The main weapon would then nurture its own spirit so that the weapon and the user's consciousness could become one. If a weapon produced a sword spirit, It would be essentially a division of the user's consciousness. Controlling it would be as easy as moving a limb, according to the user's will. If one were to use the sword control skill to control a weapon with a sword spirit, it wouldn't consume mental strength, and the difficulty of control would also significantly decrease. In conclusion, this skill complemented the sword control skill. If a sword master did not possess a long sword with a sword spirit, they'd feel embarrassed to claim they were a sword master. Has this game finally begun to make people spend money? Song Jian asked emotionlessly. To create a sword spirit, you need to start with a simple blood acknowledging ceremony, but the following step of devouring the essence of the 5 elements is like a black hole. Good weapons of higher tiers, and an indeterminate amount at that, the higher the main weapons tier, the more you'll have to devour. This game is practically forcing players to spend money. Song Jian shook his head, sighing. Moreover, Song Jian's weapons were sets, and if fully collected, would make 5. The consumption would be 5 times that of other sword masters. However, speaking of high-quality weapons, after killing Jian-Chi, it seems I dropped his weapon. Song Jian suddenly remembered that there should be a dark gold quality long sword in his inventory, which would be perfect for creating a sword spirit. Removing this dark gold quality long sword from his inventory, Song Jian found that its attributes were excellent. If it were not for the fact that he already had the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword set, he would probably use it as his own weapon. Even if sold, this level 30 dark gold quality long sword could raise hundreds of thousands of doomsday coins. Throwing away that kind of money feels like throwing it into water. Song Jian couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Cutting open his finger, he let the fresh blood drip onto the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword. He drew a complex guiding rune on the blade of the sword. Luckily, thanks to his previous study of array formations and magic array, Song Jian was familiar with runes. For someone without any familiarity, trying to draw guiding runes with their blood could possibly be filled with failure and end up making them lose too much blood. With blood as the guide, and shared spirit, sword spirit, awake. Song Jian shouted lightly and the guiding rune on the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword glowed. The fresh blood slowly seeped into the sword and disappeared. At this point, when Song Jian looked at the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword again, an option for devour was now available, along with a slot to insert items. Song Jian sighed lightly, placed the newly obtained dark gold quality long sword in the devouring slot and with a trembling hand clicked on it. The long sword, worth hundreds of thousands, was immediately deconstructed and disappeared. The progress bar for the creation of the sword spirit only moved about 1/10 of the way. Does that mean that to make the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword produce a sword spirit, I need to at least get 10 similar quality and level weapons? Song Jian exclaimed in surprise. Level 30 dark gold quality weapons were priceless, with none available on the market. At this stage, no equipment of gold quality would appear on the market. Even if 1 or 2 items were to appear, they would be snatched up in an instant. There are even fewer dark gold quality weapons. It's unheard of, don't even think of getting it on the market. It seems that in the future, I'll only be able to get it to devour weapons of blue or silver quality. Song Jian thought to himself. Just then, a roar came from afar. Song Jian looked up to see Changqing, now less than 100 meters away from the Black Pyramid. He was roaring loudly, and his aura was crazily growing. Sword chi was pouring out uncontrollably in all directions, forming the illusory image of a great river dozens of meters long behind him. What's happening to him? Song Jian stood up and looked at the scene ahead with a serious face. Changqing seemed to be stimulated by something and expressed all his power as well as his sword intent to the extreme. This made Song Jian fully understand Changqing's power. This is close to the power of an elder from Kenyan's sword sect. I didn't expect him to hide his strength this deeply. A pensive expression appeared on Song Jian's face as he intently watched Changqing from a distance. Chapter 668, Joining Hands. No one knew what had happened, but just as Changqing was about to enter the pyramid, he seemed to realize something and began to struggle violently. It appears that this abyss creature isn't that powerful either, letting the meat that was at its mouth fly away. A sneer appeared on Song Jian's face. Abyss temptation would increase over time, the fascinating effect getting stronger and stronger. Once one couldn't break free at the initial seduction, it would be hard to get rid of later. However, surprisingly, Changqing began to break free just as he was about to enter the pyramid. Boom! With a loud explosion, the river phantom, condensed by sword chi, behind Changqing completely shattered. The rampant sword chi filled almost the entire valley. Flowers, plants, and trees were shredded into fragments by the sword chi in an instant. Even the Black Pyramid was left with countless white traces from swords, and the entire pyramid rumbled tremulously. Who's fooling around? Show yourself! Anger flashed in Changqing's eyes. Upon entering this strange space, his mind had been manipulated, leaving a massive vulnerability in his spirit. To improve his cultivation in the future, the energy and time required would multiply. After unleashing all his power, the burden on Changqing was also tremendous. At this moment, he, panting heavily, stared at the black pyramid ahead, a trace of fear in his eyes. "Mortal, submit to me, and I will bestow you with immense power. You will become the ruler of this continent." 100-meter tall phantom of a colossal demon loomed over the black pyramid. This demon possessed all the characteristics of an abyssal demon, radiating black abyssal aura. As soon as the phantom appeared, Song Jian's face suddenly changed. From this abyssal demon, he felt an infinite abyssal power. This isn't an ordinary abyssal demon, this is an abyssal demon lord. Song Jian said in surprise. You should know that the limit of an ordinary abyssal demon's power is simply first-tier combat power. However, the abyssal demon lords, in the abyssal lands, rule vast territories and their power is at least of the second-tier peak combat power. The stronger ones can even reach the third-tier combat power, and they are absolutely invincible to the current Song Jian. Just this phantom alone emits such a powerful aura, reaching the peak of first-tier combat power. Such a powerful being, how on earth was it sealed here? Song Jian was astonished. Human, you cannot resist the will of Lord Soloer. Submit to me, and you will gain even greater power. The abyssal demon phantom laughed wildly, pointing a finger at Changqing. Countless black abyssal ores gathered at his fingertips, and in an instant, these black ores intertwined and turned into two black chains that entwined towards Changqing. Abyssal chain. Song Jian's eyes narrowed. This skill seemed universal amongst all high-level abyssal beings. When used to restrain someone weaker than themselves, it was almost invariably successful. Furthermore, this skill seemed to have a certain chance to hit directly, making it extremely challenging to dodge. Using this on Changqing seems like a bit of an overkill. I wonder if this abyssal demon lord has lost his senses due to being imprisoned for too long or is just overly confident. Song Jian murmured to himself. Changqing's displayed strength had already reached the peak of first-tier combat power. The abyssal temptation couldn't hold him, let alone the abyssal chains. As expected, as soon as the two abyssal chains bound Changqing, without much effort, he directly broke free from the restraints of the abyssal chains. Abyssal demon. Changqing seemed to have also recognized the identity of the floating phantom above the pyramid. After hesitating for a moment, he actually turned around and sprinted towards the passage he had just entered. Abyssal creatures like to invade other worlds. Almost all worlds discovered and targeted by them couldn't escape their clutches. Evidently, this trial world was also one of the objectives of the abyssal creatures. The imprisoned abyssal demon lord in this black pyramid had comparable strength to Changqing, just from a phantom. Its actual body must be inconceivably powerful. Although its actual body had been sealed, who knew how long the effects of this sealed tower could last after all this time? It seems that it won't be long before this abyssal demon can break free. Changqing thought to himself. It already can emit its own aura, making it clear that this sealed tower, before long, would lose its sealing effect. We are too close to the Kenyan sword sect here. Once this demon breaks free, it would need a countless amount of human souls and flesh to recover its strength. The Kenyan sword sect would be its first target. I must rush back to the sect and report this to the master, thought Changqing anxiously. We can't let him escape just like that. Song Jian stared at the figure of Changqing, murmuring under his breath. Once Changqing got back to the Kenyan sword sect, not only would the news of the abyssal demon lord spread across the entire mainland, but Song Jian's identity would also be revealed to everyone. Then, traversing this world would become impossible for him. The difficulty of his assessment task would increase 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Hence, Song Jian absolutely would not let Changqing escape this place alive. Suddenly, Song Jian employed the sword shadow step and charged towards Changqing's location. Sword control skill. SHRR 3 long swords, gleaming with golden sword chi made a sharp piercing sound in the air, heading straight towards Changqing. Song Jian. Changqing roared. Once this abyssal demon broke free, not only the Kenyan sword sect, but it would be a catastrophe for the entire mainland. An abyssal demon with second-tier peak combat power would virtually be invincible within a range of thousands of miles. No individuals or sects could stand a chance against it. Thousands upon thousands of people would die innocently due to the breakout of this abyssal demon. That's why he would rather abandon Wan Wudi's inheritance and leave this place. But all this was irrelevant to Song Jian. Getting into this world had just been part of his trial quest. Changqing also understood this, so he didn't bother to extensively engage with Song Jian, and as he fended off the three long swords attacks, he strived to run towards the passage. The moment he got into the passage, he could leave this sealed land. The actions of Song Jian had taken the sealed abyssal demon by surprise, but the demon laughed uproariously in no time, combining two abyssal chains and winding them around Changqing. Seeing the abyssal chains, Changqing changed color and yelled to Song Jian, "The abyssal demon is an enemy to humanity, Song Jian. Colluding with it won't end well for you too. Flash Thunder Strike. Sword Silk. Broken Wing Dance. The three long swords sometimes split apart, chopping at Changking from different positions and angles with different sword strokes, and at other times, they regrouped into one long sword to inflict 3 times the damage on Changking. Moreover, with the abyssal chains wrapping round him, there was no chance for Changking to break into the passage. Songjian, it won't be easy for you either. Colluding with the abyssal demon, you'll become an abyssal demon yourself, and live worse than dead. Changking roared defiantly, struggling fiercely. This time, however, he just couldn't break free from the abyssal chains. Songjian's eyes flashed with intent to kill, and the 3 long swords constantly aimed at Changking's vital points. Chapter 669, True Name: The Crimson Fire Heart-Ape Sword, the Golden Demon Slaying Sword, and the Verdant Crystal Wood Sword. These 3 long swords were being manipulated as if by 3 invisible hands, crazily attacking Changking with a clear intention to kill him. From the hands of the Abyssal Demon Lord project in the midair of the sealed tower, 2 chains exuding black aura tightly locked around Changking, binding and restricting his movement. For a moment, Songjian and the Abyssal Demon Lord formed a silent pact to besiege Changking. Songjian, no matter which world you are from, if you let the Abyssal Demon Lord replace you, he can descend on your world through you. Changking struggled, desperately blocking the 3 swords. However, as the abyssal chains increasingly bound him, he could only watch helplessly as the 3 swords aimed at his vital points. You will become the sinners of your world, and your world itself will ultimately be corroded by the abyssal power and become a part of the abyssal land. Struggling fiercely, Changking wielded his sword, slashing at the abyssal chains that bind him. Thud. 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 Without mercy, Songjian controlled the flying swords to penetrate Changking's brain and heart. 3 consecutive fatal blows left a wounded Changking unable to withstand any longer, spewing out black blood. A hopeless bitter smile appeared on his face as all his strength seemed to be drained in an instant and his body collapsed. Crackle. The black chains held up Changking's body, preventing him from falling. Wisps of vitality were extracted from Changking's body, passed through the black abyssal chains, and transferred to the shadow of the abyssal demon lord above the black pyramid. Before long, Changking's body turned into a pile of dried-up corpses, without a trace of moisture. It fell to the ground with a thud, turning into ashes. All the abyssal demon lord issued a satisfied moan, tremblingly said, 1,000 years. I've been imprisoned for 1,000 years. I have not tasted human flesh and blood for 1,000 years. Songjian observed the abyssal demon lord's projection on top of the black pyramid. It seemed more substantial after absorbing Changking's flesh and blood. Human, you did very well. The abyssal demon lord opened his crimson eyes, staring at Songjian with a smile. From you, I feel the aura of another world. Perhaps you could tell me what your world is like. If I get a chance, I'd definitely like to see it. What's your name? Songjian asked. My name? Ha ha, human. The abyssal demon lord looked at Songjian, seeming somewhat amused. You actually inquire about the name of an abyssal demon lord. Puny human, you aren't worthy of knowing the true name of a great abyssal lord. All you can do is offer your flesh, your soul, and the memory coordinates of your world deep within your soul to me, a mighty abyssal lord. Offer all of you to me, human. The abyssal demon lord roared. The black aura burned around the projection like flames. From the outside, Songjian's current strength seemed much weaker than Changking, the peak combat power of the First Order. Even Changking was not considered by the abyssal demon lord, let alone Songjian. Pledge your faith, dread me, damn me, become my slave, human. The abyssal demon lord was reciting in the abyssal language. The power of the abyss temptation rushed towards Songjian wave after wave. In the eyes of the abyssal demon lord, Songjian was like a tiny boat out at sea, at the brink of annihilation any time. A cold smile flashed across Songjian's face. That's not to mention that his innate passive ability Thick Skin had strong resistance to the abyssal temptation. Even without this skill, the book of the abyss within him could protect him from the corruption of the abyssal power. A mere prisoner, what right do you have to demand my allegiance? Songjian laughed coldly. Huh, you're actually not affected by the abyssal power's temptation. The abyssal demon lord expressed surprise. In his memory, there were almost no life forms that could resist the temptation of the abyssal power. Put away your pathetic tricks. Tell me your real name and then tell me why you are imprisoned here. Songjian shouted, staring at the abyssal demon lord. If you continue to play these ridiculous tricks, I'll turn back immediately and spread the news of your impending escape widely across the continent. Human, you can't. Seemingly panicked, the abyssal demon lord falls silent for a moment before speaking to Songjian. Human, remember my true name. I am Saphir Lance Tu Ayasala, the Blade of the Abyss. A string of strange syllables came from the abyssal demon lord's mouth, A string of names each with hundreds of syllables. The Abyssal Demon Lord has existed for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. His family lineage has lasted for tens of thousands of years. Their names incorporate the names of their ancestors, right up to their first direct ancestor. The names, like an old woman's foot binding, were smillion long, but this was their tradition. Human, my name is too long. You can call me the Blade of the Abyss. The Abyssal Demon Lord explained. Hee, Blade of the Abyss Saphir Lance to Ayasala. Songjian smiled slightly, repeating the 100-syllable name of the Abyssal Demon Lord. Human, you. The Abyssal Demon Lord was taken aback, a trace of fear rising in his heart. In this world, there are many ancient curses. Knowing its true name could invoke similar curses against it. Never underestimate anyone. Songjian laughed. Human, are you willing to sign a contract with me? As long as you free me, I can grant you the title of Viscount in my dominion, allowing you to own vast lands within my territory. The Abyssal Demon Lord proposed. A Viscount of the Abyssal Land? Songjian chuckled. Do you think I, a human, would be interested in the title of the Abyssal Land? The Abyssal Demon Lord was temporarily speechless, but then became furious and roared. I have been imprisoned for 1,000 years, apart from territory, I've got nothing else. What would your strength be like once you are free? Songjian suddenly asked. Judging by the current strength of the Abyssal Demon Lord, he was only on par with the peak of the first-tier combat power. Songjian hoped that his strength could be stronger, at least to help him complete the assessment task. Chapter 670, Contract. The Abyssal Demon Lord is powerful, definitely not as it appears now. Even though it has been imprisoned for thousands of years and weakened significantly, as long as it can get out of the sealed tower, it won't take long for it to return to its peak state. Although the assessment task has no time limit, Songjian doesn't want to stay in this world for too long. If he can use the power of the Abyssal Demon Lord to destroy the Kin'an Sword sect, Songjian can complete the assessment task in the shortest time possible. How strong are you at your peak? Songjian asked. The power of the Blade of the Abyss is not something that a small mortal can comprehend. The Demon Lord laughed heartily. Have you reached the second tier in combat power? Songjian asked. Demon Lord. Songjian speculated that to destroy the Kin'an Sword sect, at least a second-tier combat power is needed. The sect leader of the Kin'an Sword sect, Liu Kin'an, gave him an unfathomable feeling. After witnessing the peak level of Changqing's first-tier combat power, Songjian believed that Liu Kin'an's strength was definitely much higher than Changqing's, at least at the early stage of second-tier combat power. One has to reach level 50 to be eligible to challenge the second-tier combat power, which means that Liu Kin'an's level is at least above 50. Songjian speculated in his heart, leveling up in this world is not as easy as in Doomsday City. In Doomsday City, there are many monsters, and they refresh every day. As long as one is willing, there is no shortage of monsters to level up. However, in this world, Songjian can't go on a killing spree, he can only level up by hunting bandits and the like, which is very slow, and most importantly, this world is his assessment world. No matter how high his level increases, it is impossible for him to break through the first-tier combat power. It is very difficult to complete the assessment task with his own strength alone. Every Demon Lord has third-tier combat power. The Blade of the Abyss roared, seemingly dissatisfied with Songjian belittling its strength. Third tier? Songjian's eyes brightened. If this Abyssal Demon Lord could reach the third tier, it should be very easy to destroy the Kin'an Sword sect. Even if there were a few hidden Grand Elders in the sect, their strength could not reach the third tier. After all, the Kin'an Sword sect's foundation is not deep, and it is a sect that has existed for less than 100 years. Very well, if I release you, I need you to go to the Kin'an Sword sect and retrieve an item for me. Songjian said. He dared not reveal his true intentions to the Demon Lord. It is known that betrayal and deception are ingrained in their beings. Anyone who tries to cooperate or trade with these creatures usually ends up regretting it. Once the Abyssal Demon Lord knows that he wants to destroy the Kin'an Sword sect, it might create a lot of trouble. If he lets it steal an item from the Kin'an Sword sect, then with its character, it will definitely attack the Sword sect directly. Once conflicts break out, all the disciples of the Kin'an Sword sect will be seen as food to replenish its energy, and it won't spare a single one. I could destroy a human sect with just a flip of my hand. I will kill them all, and you can have anything you want. The Blade of the Abyss laughed heartily. It had been sealed for thousands of years, and its body had been severely weakened, its power plummeting from the early stage of third-tier combat power to first-tier combat power. However, its level and strength still remained, and as long as it was given time to recover, it would quickly return to its peak. Very well, let's sign a contract then. As long as I release you from the sealed tower, you will destroy the Kin'an Sword sect, and then I just need to retrieve an item from it. Songjian smiled, A contract. I love signing contracts with humans. The Blade of the Abyss laughed, plucking a golden scroll from the air, which fell into Song Jian's hands. Upon opening it, he saw the contract written in both the abyssal language and human language, surrounded by a circle of intricate patterns. System, you have obtained an abyss contract. Only when you voluntarily sign your name on it will the contract take effect. System, warning, warning, this abyss contract is suspected of fraud. Please inspect carefully before signing. Song Jian smiled slightly. Even without the system's warning, he wouldn't sign this contract. The contents of the contract were written in 2 languages, and the abyssal language content was completely different from the human language content. Once he signed the contract, Song Jian would immediately lose his freedom and become a slave to the abyssal demon lord before him. The content of the abyssal language and human language in your contract is completely different. I'm sorry, I cannot sign this contract. Song Jian shook his head. Ha, I didn't expect you to understand the abyssal language. The Blade of the Abyss laughed, not feeling embarrassed at all. With a wave of its hand, the contract in Song Jian's hand turned into a cloud of black mist and dissipated in the air. Then, the Blade of the Abyss brought out another contract and told Song Jian, there were some errors in the previous one, but I believe you will be satisfied with this one. System, you have obtained an abyss contract. Only when you voluntarily sign your name on it will the contract take effect. System, warning, warning, this abyss contract is suspected of fraud. Please inspect carefully before signing. Song Jian frowned. In this contract, the abyssal demon lord had removed the abyssal language and only left the human language. The contents seemed to have no problems, however, the system still gave a hint of suspected fraud for this parchment contract. Obviously, there were still traps that Song Jian had not noticed. I'm sorry, I can't sign this contract either. Song Jian's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Human, do you think you can offend a demon lord of the abyss without any punishment? The tone of the Blade of the Abyss became unfriendly. If you continue with this attitude, I think there is nothing left for us to talk about. You might as well stay in this sealed tower and enjoy the rest of your life. Song Jian said coldly. Song Jian believed that, compared to him, the abyssal demon lord probably desired to sign this contract even more so that it could escape the sealed tower sooner. The Blade of the Abyss fell silent. Playing small tricks in the abyss contract was something they enjoyed the most. The look on the faces of those who signed contracts with them and were ultimately deceived or even betrayed when they learned the truth was their favorite thing to witness. In this contract, not only were there problems with the surrounding patterns, but there was also another layer of contract content written with special ink after the formal contract. Only by using special means would the true content of the contract appear. Such a method could only be found among the abyssal demon lords and was not even understood by ordinary demons. The Blade of the Abyss did not understand why this human could be so certain that there was a problem with the contract. Human, I hope you will not regret your decision today. The Blade of the Abyss said softly, pointing at the contract and causing the golden parchment to once again turn into black mist and vanish. Chapter 671, Core Area. The Blade of the Abyss once again condensed a contract scroll. This time, the scroll was clean without any decorative patterns or mysterious techniques. Song Jian took the scroll, and this time the system did not give a suspected fraud prompt for the contract. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. If it were someone in the game, they might have fallen for the deception of the abyssal demon lord, but Song Jian was a player, and for such transactions, the game would give props. Very well, I hope you will keep your promise. Song Jian laughed, forced a drop of blood from his finger, and pressed it onto the contract. Boom! A flame rose from the golden contract scroll, and in a short time, it burnt up completely. Talking about keeping promises with an abyssal demon, Blade of the Abyss showed a mocking expression and muttered to itself. Alright, now you can tell me how to get you out of the sealed tower. Song Jian laughed. He had received a system prompt that the contract was established. Without system assistance, not a single word from the abyssal demon lord could be trusted, let alone a punctuation mark. The Blade of the Abyss suddenly became excited. Being imprisoned for thousands of years, although the seal of the sealed tower had loosened a bit, its current strength had been weakened to the extreme, so it had no way to escape on its own. It seemed that whoever sealed it had already calculated this situation. With the failure of the sealed tower, it would lose all its power and be killed by the remaining power in the moment the sealed tower collapsed. Rather than sealing it, it was more like using the power of the sealed tower to destroy this abyssal demon lord. The Blade of the Abyss understood this too. After thousands of years, it finally met Song Jian, an outsider who might help. It was afraid that Song Jian would just walk away, enter the sealed tower, find the sealing core, and as long as you break it, I can escape from here. Blade of the Abyss roared. Finally seeing a chance to escape, the Blade of the Abyss became very excited. Song Jian hesitated for a moment and then walked toward the Black Pyramid. Changqing was right. Dealing with abyssal demons was like striking a bargain with a tiger, like dancing on the tip of a needle. and any carelessness could lead to self-destruction. But for the sake of completing the assessment missions, he had to take this risk. Looking at the Great Sun Golden Light Sword array made up of 5 sword stones in his inventory, a sense of security settled in Song Jian's heart. At the base of the Black Pyramid was a stone door wide enough for one person. After entering the door, there was only a 2-person wide passage. If one followed the passage straight, they could reach the core area where the Abyssal Demon Lord was imprisoned. In the passage, numerous monsters emitting demonic energy lay on either side, their crimson eyes staring at Song Jian, looking eager and ready to pounce at any moment. These were ordinary creatures transformed by the Abyssal Demon Lord using its own demonic energy after the seal had loosened. These monsters were all above level 30, each possessing elite level power. Although they were not genuine abyssal creatures, they were somewhat stronger than ordinary abyssal creatures. If Song Jian had not reached an agreement with the Abyssal Demon Lord, he would have had to put up quite a fight to reach the core of the sealed tower. Novel B/JNN. After walking a few hundred meters, Song Jian saw a giant tree tens of meters tall. The thick tree was covered with purple-black, scale-like bark, and its branches and leaves were also purple-black, emitting a rich abyssal aura. Upon seeing the tree, the Book of the Abyss in Song Jian's body suddenly throbbed. A level 35 elite boss with first-order combat power? Song Jian narrowed his eyes. This demon tree in front of him was different from the monsters he had seen before, and it was a genuine abyssal creature that had been transformed by the abyssal power for hundreds of years. How is it? I haven't been idle for thousands of years. The voice of the Blade of the Abyss resounded in Song Jian's ears, apparently very proud of its creation. How did you do it? Song Jian asked curiously. If anyone knew that the person who sealed it in the first place, they would definitely not think that it could seal any other abyssal creature. Obviously, this Abyssal Demon Lord had used its own abyssal power to transform this abyssal demon tree. The people who sealed me left a seed, and after I discovered it, I spent hundreds of years using my abyssal power to transform it into a demonic seed filled with abyssal power. The Blade of the Abyss said proudly, and then it took hundreds of years to grow into what it is now. Song Jian shivered. The demon in front of him was a deep schemer. Just from an unintentionally left seed, it could play such tricks. No matter how careful he was, it would not be enough. It's just a pity that although it has grown up, it can't get any closer to the sealed area. Otherwise, I should have escaped by now. The Blade of the Abyss sighed. In fact, it had a great use for this abyssal demon tree. At the last moment when the sealed tower lost its effect, there would be a final sword chi to wipe it out. By then, it would have been worn down by the sealed tower to the extent that it could no longer withstand the attack. It spent so much effort cultivating a seed into an abyssal demon tree just to use it as a shield to bear the last sword chi in the end. This was just its last gamble, as no one knew whether the final sword chi would strike it or the abyssal demon tree. At most, it only had a 50% chance of survival, which was also the reason why it wanted to sign a contract with Song Jian. As Song Jian passed the abyssal demon tree, he carefully observed its attributes. This abyssal demon tree was very powerful, having reached the peak of first-order combat power. With Song Jian's current strength, it would be pitifully slim to kill it successfully without resorting to his trump card. After bypassing the abyssal demon tree, Song Jian arrived at the core area of the sealed tower. It was a hall with thousands of square meters of space. Around the walls of the hall sat stone statues. Song Jian glanced around and counted 19 statues altogether, each of them pointing to the center of the hall, where a golden cage composed of sword chi was located. Power was drawn continuously from these statues, merging into the golden cage, maintaining the sealed state of the cage, which contained a huge, slow-beating heart. Chapter 672, Destruction. Before entering the sealed tower, Song Jian had wondered what a state the Abyssal Demon Lord, being sealed for thousands of years, would be in. However, he hadn't imagined that it would lack a complete body. Staring at the heart, the size of a basketball and colored purple-black before him, Song Jian fell into deep thought. It's unclear how long it would take to restore such an Abyssal Demon Lord. Would it be worthwhile to wait? Human, if you destroy these stone statues, I can break free from this cage. The demon heart suspended in midair seemed to beat faster, showing its excitement. Song Jian realized that the entire Black Pyramid was a sword formation, constantly absorbing energy from the outside. These 19 stone statues were the 19 core nodes of the entire sword formation. They transformed the energy absorbed by the pyramid into true sword chi to confine the heart. The whole sword formation would collapse once these statues were destroyed. These probably aren't just statues, but real people. Song Jian became silent. These 19 human statues should have been powerful sword masters in their lifetime. In order to seal the Abyssal Demon Lord, they sacrificed their lives and used their own flesh and blood to constitute a part of the sealing sword array. They spent thousands of years just to destroy this heart of the Abyssal Demon Lord. Any creature with abyssal power that approaches them will be met with a fierce attack. Only you, as a human, can destroy them. The Blade of the Abyss became somewhat frantic. After being imprisoned for thousands of years and now on the verge of escape, any being would become excited. Song Jian furrowed his brow. He himself possessed abyssal power. Both the Book of the Abyss and the Abyssal Demon Flame made him emit an aura of abyssal power. He wondered if the statues could detect this. With a thought, the Book of the Abyss within him became motionless. The black flame burning on the surface also slowly extinguished. Song Jian stepped towards the closest statue. As soon as he got close, this statue's surface burst into radiant, golden sword chi. A phantom image appeared above the statue and swung its sword at Song Jian. Golden sword chi rushed towards Song Jian like a thunderbolt. How is that possible? Red eyes emerged on the surface of the purple-black heart, looking towards Song Jian. Song Jian felt a shock in his heart. Could it really still not work? A thought crossed his mind, and the crimson fire heart-ape sword appeared in his palm. He casually waved, releasing an abundant sword chi from the light strike, which collided with the golden sword chi rushing towards him. A muffled sound echoed in the hall. Song Jian was thrown back by a powerful force, smashing violently into the hard wall of the hall. He spat out blood. His pallid face revealed a significant loss of over 1,000 vitality points. Peak first-tier combat power. Song Jian's face was filled with terror. It merely senses your strength and responds accordingly. If you continue to attempt to destroy them, the power of these statues will further increase. The Blade of the Abyss suppressed its rage and roared in a low voice, "Human, tell me now, why would they attack you? They should only be wary of abyssal beings." Its hope of escape had been destroyed. The Blade of the Abyss no longer needed to coax Song Jian and directly revealed its true face. An angry phantom image of the abyssal demon appeared in the hall, roaring loudly at Song Jian, "You deceived me, you deceived a great abyssal demon lord." The wind was harsh in the hall. The Blade of the Abyss vented all its rage. However, just at that moment, a faint golden light burst from the 19 statues. Above each statue, a human phantom image appeared. The swords in their hands pointed at the demon lord's heart caged in golden sword chi. The phantom image of the Blade of the Abyss suddenly froze. If it behaved, it could still survive for at least hundreds of years more. If it tried to break free now, it would trigger the entire sealing array. "Song Jian, we did sign a contract. If you fail to complete your part, you will suffer severe damage too." The Blade of the Abyss' angry roar was thoroughly stifled in the hall, filled with sword chi. "Shut up, and let me think." Song Jian's face was gloomy. He didn't know if these statues rejected his approach due to the Book of the Abyss within him or his inadvertent exposure to the abyssal power. It must be noted, although the Abyssal Clan and Abyssal classes were stronger than ordinary classes after the game's new revision, Song Jian always felt a certain risk. If he ended up turning into an abyssal being because of too much exposure to the abyssal power, it was definitely not a result that Song Jian would want to see. Song Jian contemplated, and the Book of the Abyss soon appeared before his eyes. The Book of the Abyss, burning with fierce, fourth-tier, black flames, immediately bathed the entire hall in dazzling golden light on its appearance. "What are you doing? Put it away quickly." The abyssal demon lord roared loudly. The phantom image in the hall was torn apart by sword chi, and the imprisoned demon lord's heart stopped beating too. Song Jian immediately stashed the Book of the Abyss into his bag. He felt it was too dangerous to keep such an abyssal item within him all the time. After the Book of the Abyss disappeared, the sword chi in the hall gradually dissipated, restoring its original state. The Blade of the Abyss rematerialized a phantom image with a terrified look, staring at Song Jian without uttering a word. At this point, Song Jian cautiously approached the statues again. This time, these statues did not prevent him from getting close. Soon, he was right next to the statue. "Good, that's how you do it. Destroy it. As long as you destroy these statues, I can break free from this damn cage. I can regain my freedom." The abyssal demon lord felt like an abyss, going from the peak to the valley and back, all in one day. Song Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like the Book of the Abyss within him had set off the alarm on the statues and not him. Looking at the statue before him, Song Jian hesitated a bit. These statues represented the powerful beings from 1,000 years ago. They sacrificed themselves to eradicate the abyssal demon lord, becoming part of the sealing array. Song Jian deeply respected this spirit. But now, for the sake of his mission, Song Jian had to destroy them. After glancing at the expectant eyes of the abyssal demon lord behind him, Song Jian could only apologize silently. "I'm sorry." Then he lifted his sword. Chapter 673, Exorcising Demons. Song Jian knew that if he swung his sword down, the hard work and efforts of these 19 powerful beings over 1,000 years would be in vain. The abyssal demon lord who was trapped and was about to be freed would inflict tremendous harm to the world. It may even cause the entire continent to fall, becoming a vassal to the abyssal land. No wonder the locals are so hostile towards the Outlanders. A bitter smile appeared on Song Jian's face. As he was not from this world, he found it hard to empathize with it. Even if this world was completely destroyed, as long as he had completed his mission, Song Jian wouldn't feel sad. It's a little annoying to be me right now. Song Jian sighed. Gritting his teeth, he swung his sword hard at the statue beside him. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed. A fissure formed on the statue in front of Song Jian. A phantom appeared from the fissure, looking at Song Jian with complex eyes, let out a deep sigh, and slowly vanished into thin air. Thud! The statue turned into ashes in an instant, scattering all over the ground. The entire pyramid suddenly trembled slightly. Having lost the supply of sword chi energy from this statue, the golden sword chi cage restraining the abyssal demon lord faintly swayed and its glow dimmed. Ha ha ha. That's it, Song Jian. Just keep going like this, destroy all the remaining statues, and I will be free again. The abyssal demon lord laughed wildly. The demonic heart contained in the golden sword chi cage began to beat violently. Song Jian, expressionless, destroyed all the remaining 18 statues. Without the statues to supply energy, the golden sword chi cage began to crack. In just a few minutes, the cage shattered into countless specks of golden light that dissipated into the air. A purplish black heart swelled in midair and black smog, like tendrils, spread out from the heart. In no time, the body of an abyssal demon lord almost 2 meters tall was reformed. His blood-red eyes fixed on Song Jian. The abyssal demon lord extended his long, snake-like tongue to lick a piece of broken flesh stuck to his cheek and let out a hearty laugh. Freedom, after more than 1,000 years, I am finally free. I owe it all to you, human, my friend, ha ha ha. Just then, a deafening sound echoed throughout the pyramid. Suddenly, the hall was filled with dazzling golden light, and a human phantom appeared in midair, a hint of a smirk on the corners of his mouth as he coldly eyed the abyssal demon lord whose body had already taken shape. Damn demons. A booming voice echoed in the hall. As the voice rang out, images of the 19 statues, previously destroyed by Song Jian, appeared out of thin air. The shadow figures paid no attention to Song Jian, their icy gaze solely fixed on the abyssal demon lord. Now, the entire hall was enveloped in golden sword chi, making it impossible for anyone to leave. As I thought, despicable humans. The abyssal demon lord roared angrily, yelling towards the hall entrance. Newman, it's time for you to do your part. Outside the hall, the abyssal demon tree let out a low growl and awakened from its slumber. His thick roots struggled free from the ground, transforming into a huge tree man over 15 meters tall, marching rapidly towards the hall. As he came near the hall, golden sword chi struck him, leaving deep marks on his body. The abyssal demon tree screamed in pain, but its movement didn't falter at all. It kept on striking the golden sword chi cage around the hall. Damn demons. The 19 shadowy figures of the sculptures in midair yelled in unison, their swords also blazing with dazzling golden sword chi. Newman. The abyssal demon lord roared angrily, fear showed on his face for the first time. Song Jian was also taken aback. The 20 human apparitions floating in the air currently started burning with a faint golden flame. They were clearly burning their final soul imprints, ready to launch their strongest attack. Once their soul imprints are burnt out, these people will be gone forever, unable to reincarnate. They're at the peak of the first tier. No, their aura has already far surpassed the apex of the first tier. This is a second-tier combat power. Song Jian exclaimed in surprise. The aura of these 20 human apparitions kept on rising, to a degree that Song Jian could not decipher. Slam, slam, slam. The abyssal demon tree, Newman, was still relentlessly smashing into the golden sword chi cage covering the hall. Even at the cost of burning its abyssal demon core, it was determined to break into the hall. 20 dazzling sword chi erupted and converged over the abyssal demon lord's head, forming a 3-foot-long golden sword. Damn demons. The 20 human apparitions became fainter, as if all their power had been transformed into the golden long sword. Boom. The abyssal demon tree, Newman, finally broke through the golden sword chi cage and stormed into the hall. The moment the abyssal demon tree broke in, the golden sword chi cage instantly repaired itself, covering the large opening rapidly. Song Jian narrowed his eyes. The golden sword chi cage seemed to allow the demon tree to enter deliberately. Could it be, they want to kill this demonic tree along with others? A thought shot through Song Jian's mind, but his face instantly turned pale as soon as he considered the possibility. Damn it, they're planning to annihilate everyone in the hall. Song Jian's expression changed wildly. Given his current strength, he had no way to withstand an attack from these 20 human apparitions. Now, their strength had reached a realm so high that even Song Jian could not discern. If they strike with all their might, even if he wasn't the target, he would be unable to withstand even the residual waves of their attack. Morning light, dew, water drop, rock sword formation, awake. With a yell, Song Jian quickly cast 3 sword chi stones around himself, setting up a defensive sword formation. On top of that, Song Jian summoned his iron wings, wrapping them tightly around his body, then activated his bloody shield and frost shield. Multiple layers of protection, like a turtle shell, enclosed Song Jian in its center. Song Jian waited quietly. Before long, a huge boom echoed from within the hall. Brilliant golden light filled the entire hall. Song Jian couldn't open his eyes and had to keep them tightly shut. The alarm screams of the Abyssal Demon Lord alongside explosions reached his ears. The layers of defense set up by Song Jian had been pierced through as if they were paper. Even the residual waves from the explosion were unbearable for Song Jian. His body felt like a tiny pebble violently thrown against the hard walls of the hall by a giant. With a loud bang, Song Jian only felt a pain surge through his entire body before losing consciousness completely, oblivious to everything. Chapter 674, Betrayal. Song Jian didn't know how much time had passed before he finally woke up, surveyed his condition and found the Antemperor Ancestor set broken beyond recognition. Almost all components were down to less than 10 durability. If he didn't repair them soon, the set, which is of epic level, might become unusable. Did I actually survive? Song Jian exclaimed in surprise. His vitality points had dropped below the danger level, but the passive ability Enemy of Death God hadn't been triggered yet. It seems that I survived, thanks largely to this armor, thought Song Jian, somewhat relieved. The Emperor Ancestor set, each individual piece is of gold rank. Wearing the complete set, supplemented by its set attributes, is completely on par with epic equipment. Song Jian credited his survival largely to this set of armor. Looking around at the hall, it was a total mess. There were broken rocks everywhere and many parts of the surrounding rock walls had collapsed. A charred, sturdy tree trunk stood before his eyes. The Abyssal Demon Tree. Song Jian looked somewhat speechlessly at the charred remains of the tree in front of him. The massive demonic tree, which had towered over 15 meters high, was now reduced to an under 2 meters high trunk. Around it lay charred remains scattered, all chopped and burnt to a crisp by countless slices of sword chi. A level 35 elite boss with peak first-tier combat power was slain just like that. Song Jian's face darkened. Even he would not dare to provoke such a boss, yet it was instantly killed here. A world that could possibly possess third-tier combat power. Song Jian sighed. Ever since he entered this world, he had encountered too many strong opponents, leaving him a bit numb. Where's the Abyssal Demon Lord? Surely it couldn't have been slain as well? Song Jian frowned, starting to search around. The entire ceiling array targeted the Abyssal Demon Lord. Almost over 90% of its power was used to counter it. Song Jian merely endured some aftershocks and despite that, he almost died. The damage must have reached the second tier, otherwise wouldn't end up in such a sorry state. Song Jian thought. Looking at the Abyss contract he had signed, it was still effective. Apparently, the Abyssal Demon Lord and Blade of the Abyss were still alive if they hadn't been for the appearance of Song Jian, and after more than 100 years, the strength of the Blade of the Abyss would have been exhausted. Even with the Demon Tree, it wouldn't have survived when the ceiling array collapsed. I survived. Haha, I survived. An exhausted voice echoed in the hall. The phantom of the Abyssal Demon Lord again appeared in the air of the hall, but at this point, his phantom was so weak that it was almost invisible. The crimson eyes stared at Song Jian, scrutinizing his current state. Human, you did well. The Blade of the Abyss chuckled. Swish under the remnant of the withered Abyssal Demon Tree in the ruins, a demonic heart that was only a third of its original size rolled out. The surging purple-black blood flowed out from this broken heart and quickly gathered into a mass. A nude middle-aged man then stepped out from the pool of blood. He beckoned with his right hand, and an endless stream of black abyssal chi gathered around him, coalescing into a black armor around him. I like how I am now. This is reminiscent of my joyful conquering days in this world 1,000 years ago. The Abyssal Demon Lord said to Song Jian with a laugh. The Abyssal Demon Lord at this moment was probably at its weakest primate, but its aura still maintained a first-tier caliber, completely unlike its weak form when it just escaped from the sealed tower. He was as suave as a distinguished noble. Now it's your turn to fulfill the contract. Song Jian was on guard, holding the Great Sun Golden Light Sword array in his hand, prepared to deal a fatal blow to the Abyssal Demon Lord at any time. Although the current Abyssal Demon Lord didn't seem to show any weakness, its strength was still at a first-tier level. Song Jian might not be outmatched against it. Humans, yes, now it is my turn to fulfill the content of the contract, but... The Abyssal Demon Lord showed a smile and said, I'm too weak. As you can feel, my strength is less than 1,000th of my peak status. It's really hard for me to fulfill the contract with my current strength. I'm afraid I'll need a long time to recover. Song Jian's heart sank and a mocking sneer appeared on his mouth. As expected, dealing with an abyss demon means being prepared for them to back out at any moment. So, you have no intention of fulfilling the contract? Song Jian asked. Of course not, the abyss contract must be kept. The Abyssal Demon Lord laughed elegantly. It's just as I said before, I need time to recover, a lot of time. Song Jian's face turned pale, and his eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. Originally, he had always felt guilty and uneasy about releasing this Abyssal Demon Lord. If it really had no intention of fulfilling the contract, he wouldn't hesitate to kill it on the spot. I've killed a monster with first-tier combat power before, and I can just figure something else out for the evaluation mission. Song Jian gritted his teeth, gripping the Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array, ready to give the Abyssal Demon Lord a harsh blow. However, if you help me, my recovery time could be significantly reduced. The Abyssal Demon Lord seemed to sense something and hurriedly said. Song Jian paused, and asked, "Help you? How can I help you?" "You were attacked by the sealed tower because it mistook you for a creature of the abyss due to an abyssal treasure, right?" The Abyssal Demon Lord laughed. "As long as you give that abyssal treasure to me, I can regain my strength quickly and then help you retrieve the object you want from the Kenyan Sword Sect. This will save me a lot of recovery time, and thereby saving you a lot of time as well. It's a good deal, isn't it?" Song Jian suddenly realized that this Abyssal Demon Lord was eyeing his Book of the Abyss. Could it be any more? "Are you talking about this?" Song Jian took out the Book of the Abyss from his package. A strong black aura emanated from the Book of the Abyss. A look of ecstasy appeared on the face of the Abyssal Demon Lord, and he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it is this one. As long as you give it to me, I can regain my strength in the shortest time possible. Then I can help you. Perhaps, I don't need to give it to you, and you can directly regain your peak strength." Song Jian glanced at the Abyssal Demon Lord, opened the Book of the Abyss, and his gaze fell on the second tier of the Book of the Abyss skill tree. Chapter 675, Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array in Song Jian's hand. The Book of the Abyss is actually a complete skill tree with 9 levels. The first level has only 2 skills, one is Abyssal Demon Armor, and the other is Abyss Temptation. The Abyssal Demon Armor is formed by using the 4th tier Abyssal Raging Flame to condense a full body armor on the surface of the body. However, this armor only enhances resistance and does not provide defense power. Song Jian would only summon this armor when facing abyssal creatures. The other skill, Abyss Temptation, not only has an extremely long casting time but can only be used when the target is immobilized or even severely injured and loses the ability to resist. Another drawback is that the longer the effect lasts, the higher the chance that the enchanted creature will betray. After trying it a few times, Song Jian never used it again. These 2 skills were not very helpful to Song Jian, so he did not continue to activate the skills on the skill tree of the Book of the Abyss. However, at this moment, facing the betrayal of the Abyssal Demon Lord, Song Jian suddenly felt that one of the skills on the second layer of the Book of the Abyss was perfect for dealing with it. Abyss skill, Shackles Mark. Use the target's flesh and true name to brand its soul with the Shackles Mark. The mark lasts for 3 months. During the existence of the Shackles Mark, you can torment the target's soul at any time or even directly destroy its soul. This skill requires 230,000 combat experience points to activate. This skill can only be used once on the same target. This skill is tailor-made for you. Song Jian's mouth curled slightly, and he hesitated not to illuminate this skill. His experience, which had originally risen to level 31 and 29%, instantly became level 31 and 2%. "You want this, don't you?" Song Jian shook the Book of the Abyss in his hand and smiled at the Abyssal Demon Lord. "Yes, give it to me." The Abyssal Demon Lord's eyes revealed a greedy expression. The middle-aged man in his original human form began to show purple-black scales on his body, and the demon horns on his head faintly appeared. "Then I need you to exchange something with me." Song Jian held up the Book of the Abyss and walked step by step towards the Abyssal Demon Lord. "Exchange? What things?" The Abyssal Demon Lord's face darkened, and he spoke quietly. "I already mentioned that I have nothing now but this broken body. What I want is your broken body or, to be precise, your broken demon heart." Song Jian narrowed his eyes and pointed his right hand at the Abyssal Demon Lord. 5 sword chi stones floated around his body and flew towards the Abyssal Demon Lord. Boom, 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 boom. 5 booms resounded around the Abyssal Demon Lord, and 5 scorching golden light orbs rose simultaneously, just like 5 proud suns. "Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array, slash." Song Jian let out a soft shout, and the 5 raging suns above the head of the Abyssal Demon Lord burst into endless golden sword chi. Each sword chi could rival Song Jian's skill light strike. "Human, what are you trying to do?" The Abyssal Demon Lord's human body swelled violently, transforming into a demon giant over 3 meters tall. This was the true form of the Abyssal Demon Lord, almost identical to the phantom it had previously shown in the sky. "This is your punishment for not honoring the contract." Song Jian shouted in a low voice, his figure flashing like electricity as he charged towards the Abyssal Demon Lord. "Don't think that I will be afraid of you like this, human." The Abyssal Demon Lord said viciously, I am already free now, and although I am very weak, do you think that your Ichi sword array alone can kill me? How ridiculous. A nearly 2-meter-long black blade appeared in the hands of the Abyssal Demon Lord. The blade's edge was extremely sharp, while the back had several huge serrations. The blade's surface was burning with raging black flames. Abyssal Strike. The Abyssal Demon Lord roared in a low voice, swinging the blade in the air, unleashing a dazzling black blade G that slashed towards a raging sun. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire hall shook slightly, and dust fell rustlingly. The sun-like formation made of golden sword chi was shattered, making the sword formation incomplete and losing 1/5 of its power. However, the remaining 4 suns were continuously emitting endless golden sword chi, like the rays of the sun, constantly slashing on the body of the Abyssal Demon Lord. The Abyssal Demon Lord laughed heartily. Although damage of over 100 points kept floating above his head, it did not bother him, as his vitality points were already over 50,000. This little damage didn't mean anything to him, but instead, gave him the feeling of returning to the battlefield. This damage, not even reaching a first-tier combat level, is like tickling to me. The Abyssal Demon Lord roared, I'll help you destroy this fragile sword formation. The Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array could kill hundreds of monsters above level 30, but for the Abyssal Demon Lord, the damage was not fatal. At this time, he had lost over 5,000 vitality points, but he still showed a nonchalant expression on his face, waving a black long knife and continuing to slash at the remaining 4 suns. Break, 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 break. Destroy everything. Boom, 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 boom. The violent explosion made the already fragile ceiling hall even weaker, with large rocks falling from overhead and huge cracks appearing on the surrounding walls, as if the entire hall would collapse at any moment. After 5 consecutive full-force attacks that broke the Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array, the Abyssal Demon Lord became somewhat exhausted. This sword formation had already depleted over 8,000 vitality points from him. Destroying it was not as easy as it seemed for him, who was now in an extremely weakened state. Use all your means and display them, human. After it's all over, I'll replenish my strength with your blood and flesh. The Abyssal Demon Lord's eyes became fierce. The contract did not stipulate that they could not kill each other. As long as he killed Song Jian and then destroyed the Kin'an sword sect entirely, the terms of the contract would still be fulfilled, and he would not be impacted by the backlash of the contract. After breaking the sword formation, he suddenly discovered that Song Jian had vanished. Human, where are you hiding? The Abyssal Demon Lord's heart sank. Could this human have run away during the chaos? Just then, a brilliant golden beam suddenly stabbed out from behind him, piercing through his body and emerging from his chest. A critical damage of over 3,000 points surfaced above his head. At this moment, Song Jian was standing behind him, his left index finger pointing diagonally upward, and the golden sword chi was emanating from the tip of his finger. Human. The Abyssal Demon Lord became furious. If his body was damaged, he could recover without any limits, but if his heart was damaged, it would cause irreversible harm. Song Jian's strike was aimed right at his broken heart. With a large hole opened in his back, Song Jian had a thought, and his steel wings unfolded with a whoosh, propelling him toward the Abyssal Demon Lord's body. Chapter 676, Shackles Mark. With a flap of his steel wings, Song Jian rose into the air, charging towards the back of the Abyssal Demon Lord. He wrestled the disrupted heart of the Abyssal Demon Lord from a gaping wound in the demon's back. Whispering in the demon's ear, Song Jian said, I told you, I want your flesh and blood. Blade of the Abyss, Sapphire Lance, Kutoya, Sara. Song Jian murmured the true name of the Abyssal Demon Lord. The heart he held, now little more than a third of its size, reacted as if frightened, its beats wildly intense. The Book of the Abyss emerged before Song Jian, its pages flipping as if caressed by an unseen wind. An enigmatic black aura began to waft from the book. Hearing his true name spoken, the Abyssal Demon Lord felt uneasy. The unease was amplified by the sight of Song Jian holding his heart. Human, what do you think you are doing? Do you believe that heart is indispensable to me? The Demon Lord began to panic a bit. Losing his heart would set him back an epoch of years to regain his peak state. Give it back to me. Because the Abyssal Demon Lord's true name was so long, Song Jian rapidly recited it, but he couldn't stop the demon from trying to snatch back his heart. However, just as the Abyssal Demon Lord's massive hand reached for Song Jian, an unseen transparent barrier enveloped and protected Song Jian. The Abyssal Demon Lord could only futilely claw at the barrier, causing ripples but not able to penetrate the defenses. Binding with your true name, certified by your flesh and blood, Shackles Mark, apply. Song Jian extended the hand holding the heart towards the Abyssal Demon Lord. Suddenly, a black flame appeared out of nowhere and flew towards the Demon Lord. Sizzle at the center of the demon's forehead, a black lotus bloomed, its radiant glow, stunning. The Abyssal Demon Lord let out a shrill scream, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. Song Jian glanced at the heart in his hand, now reduced to a quarter of its size after casting the shackles mark, leaving a barely recognizable, bruised fleshy lump as a demon's heart, nonchalantly tossing the remaining heart back to the writhing abyssal demon lord. Song Jian, with an expression of disgust, wiped off the purplish-black blood on his right hand, then stared coldly at the demon lord. "What did you do to me? You damned human, I'll kill you." The abyssal demon lord roared, charging at Song Jian with bared fangs and claws, shackles, pain. Watching the monolithic abyssal demon lord rushing towards him, Song Jian stood his ground and said a single word. Suddenly, the abyssal demon lord felt as if his head was splitting apart, as if someone was repeatedly striking his skull with an axe or as if a red-hot needle was being stirred inside his skull. This pain was not physical, it originated from the depth of his soul. The agony endured for 15 long minutes. The abyssal demon lord had lost all his strength, collapsed on the ground like a heap of mud, his body convulsed non-stop, a faint hint of blood appearing from his 7 orifices. "No, mercy, spare me, I will honor our pact. As soon as I recover a bit, I will immediately help you claim the treasure from the Kenyan sword sect." Finally, unable to endure the soul-wrenching agony, the abyssal demon lord begged for mercy from Song Jian. Song Jian smirked. With a mere thought, the abyssal demon lord instantly felt relief from the pain. What did you do to me?" the demon lord asked weakly. "Nothing much, just a little trick to ensure you comply with the pact." Song Jian responded, lightly kicking the shoulder of the abyssal demon lord, and said, "Stop playing dead, get up and recover your strength quickly. As long as you help me annihilate Kenyan sword sect, I will cancel this shackles mark." After a long while, the abyssal demon lord reverted to a human form. With a conflicted expression, he struggled to his feet and looked at Song Jian. "Human, I hope you keep your word. Do you think I am an abyssal demon?" Song Jian scoffed and turned towards the exit. A month later, Kenyan town, the closest settlement to the ruins, had been utterly destroyed. The entire town was so deserted that not a single corpse was to be found. This town's humans were too weak, I couldn't replenish enough energy from them, not even as much as the previous town. The abyssal demon lord, garbed in a black cloak, complained. The moment Song Jian and the abyssal demon lord emerged from the ruins, they promptly laid waste to the several towns within the secret realm controlled by the Red Sun sect. The flesh and blood of every human was used to restore the power of the abyssal demon lord. At this point, the abyssal demon lord's power had finally been restored to the early stages of a second-tier combatant. His level had also soared to level 51. However, even though the demon lord's power had surpassed Song Jian's by far, the effect of the shackles mark on his soul had not weakened. This subdued the abyssal demon lord's budding aspirations. "So I've heard, there are quite a few treasures in this secret realm." Song Jian stared into the distance, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "I can steal all the treasures for you if only you release this shackles mark," the abyssal demon lord said quietly. "Never mind that, the Kenyan sword sect is the priority." Song Jian hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he abandoned the tempting idea. After all, with the power of the abyssal demon lord, he could sweep across this secret realm unchallenged, unless there were more powerful beasts hidden in the secret realm. But if that were the case, Kenyan sword sect and the Red Sun sect would have known by now. The effect of the shackles mark lasts for only 3 months. Restoring the power of the abyssal demon lord to the early stages of a second-tier combatant already took a month. If they really explored the secret realm for treasures, time would quickly run out. So when that happens, Song Jian would no longer have the means to restrain him, causing the assessment task to be indefinitely postponed. What a pity that this skill can only be used once against the same individual. Otherwise, I could have him following me around all the time, Song Jian muttered under his breath. Exit through this transmission array. Be careful, on the other side lies the backyard of Kenyan's sword sect, home to several powerful beasts. You may not be powerful enough to face them right now, so be cautious and hide. Once you've regained your strength, you can then take them on, he ordered, pointing at the transmission platform. No worry, we abyssal demons are the unparalleled masters of disguise, the abyssal demon lord chuckled, his body rippling like water. In a moment, he had taken on the appearance of Changqing. He gave Song Jian a nod, then stepped onto the transmission platform. With a flash of white light, the abyssal demon lord disappeared. Chapter 677, Identity Exposed. Song Jian was quietly guarding in front of the teleport stone platform. A day later, he stood on the teleport stone platform and was a bit uneasy about letting the abyssal demon lord return alone. All the humans in the hidden realm had been slaughtered by the abyssal demon lord. Taking advantage of the fact that the news had not yet spread, Song Jian had to leave here. Otherwise, once the news got out, Song Jian would arouse suspicion from others. Then, if the teleport stone platform were to be sealed, Song Jian wouldn't even be able to escape. With a flash of white light, Song Jian disappeared from the hidden realm. At Kenyan sword sect's back mountain, Song Jian stood on the teleport stone platform with a vigilant look on his face, casting cautious glances around. The valley was quiet, seemingly devoid of people. It must be remembered that this was the most important area of the entire Kenyan sword sect. When he entered here last time, there were at least dozens of disciples with first-tier combat power guarding this place. However, now, despite his powerful perception, spreading around like mercury, Song Jian couldn't find a single person. In just one day's time, did it kill everyone? Song Jian was somewhat puzzled. The Abyssal Demon Lord only possessed the initial power of the second-tier combat power, which was already stronger than a few elders of Kenyan sword sect. But sect leader Liu Kenyan's power was probably slightly stronger than the current Abyssal Demon Lords, together with the foundation of Kenyan sword sect. If the Abyssal Demon Lord dared to set off a massacre as soon as it arrived, it could be facing a second ceiling. It's really strange that there isn't a single person. Song Jian stepped off the teleport stone platform and continued walking towards Kenyan Hall. In the task bar, the second round of the assessment task had not been completed, indicating that Kenyan sword sect still existed, and Liu Kenyan certainly wasn't dead. Song Jian, why are you here? One of the direct disciples suddenly rushed out, revealing a surprised expression when he saw Song Jian. Chu Kaiyang? Song Jian froze. This disciple was Chu Kaiyang, who was promoted to be a direct disciple with him. He was taken in as a direct disciple by an elder at the time. The two had seen each other a few times afterwards. Song Jian didn't expect that the first person he encountered after leaving the Hidden Realm was him. What happened in the Hidden Realm that made such a monster come out? Chu Kaiyang yelled out angrily, his face filled with rage. Where are the sect leader and the elders? Song Jian asked. Chu Kaiyang spoke with an anxious expression. Everyone is in Kenyan Hall. You better come with me quickly. Right now, the entire Kenyan Peak is surrounded by monsters. Song Jian was caught off guard. He didn't expect that the Abyssal Demon Lord would act so quickly. In just one day, it had already reached this point. Let's go, the sect leader is looking for you everywhere. Chu Kaiyang said, rushing forward to grab the sleeve of Song Jian's robe. You said, the sect leader is looking for me? Song Jian's heart lurched. He hurriedly asked, and what about Changqing and Jianqi? Did the sect leader mention them? No, he just ordered the disciples that if they see you, they should immediately bring you to Kenyan Hall. Chu Kaiyang hesitated and said. Song Jian nodded slightly and said, alright, let's go to Kenyan Hall quickly. Chu Kaiyang was inwardly pleased. Finding Song Jian carried quite a reward, and he didn't expect that he would be the one to run into him. Just then, Chu Kaiyang suddenly felt a pain in his back. When he looked down, he saw a sword tip poking out from his chest. Turning his head, Chu Kaiyang saw Song Jian pulling out the sword from his chest with an expressionless face. Why? Chu Kaiyang's eyes suddenly lost their light, and he collapsed onto the ground. When Chu Kaiyang fell to the ground, his body seemed to have been drained by an invisible force, turning into a pile of ashes. The vitality that was drawn from his body turned into a bright red flow of energy, rushing towards the foot of Kenyan Peak. It seems that Liu Kenyan already knows that his two disciples are dead. However, what's more puzzling is, how does he know I'm still alive? Song Jian muttered under his breath, staying in Kenyan Peak was too dangerous now. Once someone found his traces, it would be hard for Song Jian to escape even if he had wings. With a thought, Song Jian's figure instantly transformed into a ball of black fog, flying into the half-empty space. Just then, in Kenyan Hall, the usually meditating Liu Kenyan suddenly opened his eyes, his face showing anger. Crack, a crisp breaking sound was heard, as the hard armrest was crushed by him. Foreigner. Liu Kenyan growled lowly, his body darting out of Kenyan Hall like electricity. Song Jian had just risen into the air when he felt as if he was being tracked. The opponent's mental strength seemed to bind him like a rope. Liu Kenyan. Song Jian's heart sank, and he immediately cancelled the black fog state. In midair, Song Jian sprouted a pair of iron wings from his back. He flapped them hard a couple of times and shot down towards the foot of the mountain like an arrow. The black fog state was a balance of offense and defense and was immune to physical damage. But its weak point was its slow flight speed, which wasn't as fast as Song Jian's speed when he used his iron wings. At this time, Song Jian could see from the air that the entire Kenyan mountain was surrounded by dense, black abyssal demons. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them, and more abyssal demons were continually converging towards Kenyan mountain, in just one day's time. Song Jian looked at the swarm of demons below that were like a tide and was speechless. These were not abyssal creatures, but ordinary creatures tainted with abyssal power. There were wild beasts, and there were humans. Song Jian did not know how the Abyssal Demon Lord had managed to gather so many creatures in just one day. Song Jian. A shout came from behind, and overwhelming sword chi surged towards him like a tidal wave. At the top of Kenyan Mountain, a huge river of sword chi was set off, just like a heavenly river, second-tier combat power. Peak. Song Jian was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Liu Qinyan's power to be so formidable. At this moment, Liu Qinyan, who was in midair, was standing on a flying sword. He pointed at Song Jian, and immediately, the river of surging sword chi that was like Mount High on top of his head came crashing down on Song Jian. I'm going to die. Song Jian's hair stood on end. He felt as though he had been locked in place, the entire surrounding space seemed to have solidified. He felt like a bug trapped in amber, utterly unable to dodge. Blade of the Abyss. Song Jian roared. In an instant, the power of the shackles mark was released to its maximum. Roar at the foot of the distant mountain, a beast-like wail echoed out, and a big shadow rose from the ground, like a column of black smoke. Stop! The Abyssal Demon Lord roared, staring fixedly at Song Jian. The deep red eyes revealed unstinting killing intent. If I die, you die too. Song Jian said coldly. The Abyssal Demon Lord hesitated immediately. After contemplating for a moment, he glanced at the surging sword chi that was pressing on Song Jian like Mount Tai, and there was a look of humiliation in his eyes. Abyssal strike, break. The Abyssal Demon Lord roared in anger, waving the black long knife in his hand, throwing himself towards Liu Qinyan. Chapter 678, Qinyan Sword Array. The demon's blade had detected Song Jian suspended in midair and Liu Qinyan a while ago, but it hadn't made any move, even deliberately concealing its aura. Once he's killed, the contract with him will be null and void. The demon's blade sinisterly thought to itself, and the curse he cast on me will be lifted with his death. The demon's blade has always believed that Song Jian had cast some sort of curse on it. As an abyssal demon, it naturally knew the severity of curses. Once the curse caster dies, all the curses they had cast would gradually disperse over time. The demon's blade was eagerly awaiting the moment when Liu Qinyan would behead Song Jian. However, Song Jian's roar made it slightly panic. It didn't believe that it would die along with Song Jian, but evidently, Song Jian had the ability to disperse his soul upon acknowledging his impending death. The heart-wrenching pain started again. With no other choice, the blade of the abyss revealed itself and bellowed with rage. Focusing all its fury towards Song Jian into its swing, it cleaved at Liu Qinyan. Boom! The black blade energy shattered the sky full of sword chi, like a tidal wave. In an instant, the blade of the abyss and Liu Qinyan had crossed blows over 10 times, punctuating the sky with explosion sounds akin to thunder. Song Jian was impacted by the aftershock of their battle, hitting his back and sending him crashing to the ground, creating a large crater. As he climbed out from the crater, Song Jian saw countless abyss demons all around him, their crimson eyes filled with greed. Humphrey! Song Jian snorted coldly as black flames ignited on his body's surface. These flames converged to form a black armor, covering his entire body. The pure abyssal aura emanated from Song Jian caused all the nearby abyssal demons to tremble, not daring to even take a step forward. Looking up, Song Jian saw the sky split into 2 halves, one side pitch black, the other azure. The oars from both sides were constantly rolling and colliding violently. The Abyssal Demon Lord and Liu Qinyan fought evenly matched. In a single day, the Abyssal Demon Lord had progressed from the initial stage of second-tier combat power to the peak of second-tier combat power. Within the same tier, progress was merely a matter of accumulating power. Given sufficient resources, this progression was not impossible within a day. More importantly, while it was extremely difficult for Liu Qinyan to progress from the peak of the second tier to third tier combat power, it was quite simple for the Abyssal Demon Lord, because he had once attained that level. I was too careless. Song Jian focused fiercely on the battling silhouettes in the sky, clutching his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh. The current Abyssal Demon Lord's power had only improved to roughly match Liu Qinyan,